Prime Minister takes on the Congress during a Shivaji Park rally, calls out MBA's blatant appeasement politics. PM hits out at Congress's caste card politics, says Congress dividing people on caste lines.
ये वो अघाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं। ये वो अघाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं।
PM Modi's stern message calls the Congress out for vilifying and insulting Veer Savarkar. Delhi government announces online classes for students of classes 1 to 5. Decision taken due to rising pollution levels. Big breaking news coming in where Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has lashed out at Home Minister Amit Shah, saying that he's spreading lies and vilifying the Congress when it comes to the Article 370's abrogation in the Jammu and Kashmir region. A major news break coming in this morning where Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has hit out at Home Minister Amit Shah, saying that the Congress never really wanted to restore Article 370 and that Amit Shah is spreading lies about the Congress and vilifying the old party.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है। कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती। कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले? ऐसी चीजें आप बोलते हो जो अब ऑलरेडी पार्लियामेंट में पास हुआ है, हो गया है, फिर उसको दोबारा क्यों छेड़ रहे आप? इसका मतलब यू वांट टू कीप इट अलाइव सच इश्यूज टू डिवाइड द पीपल। जाके बोलो ना वहां जम्मू कश्मीर में, वहां तो इलेक्शन हो गया।
Air pollution surges in the national capital. The Delhi government implements GRAP 3 schools in Delhi to shift to online classes. Delhi government says the decision taken due to rising pollution levels. Amid the rising air pollution levels in the national capital and the NCR region, the Delhi government has implemented GRAP 3, that's your stage 3, where schools in Delhi will shift to online classes. This is keeping in mind the rising pollution levels. Do note, viewers, that the pollution levels breached the 400 mark yesterday, reaching up to 429 and above, and putting the city of Delhi and the NCR region in the severe category when it comes to the AQI levels. In a major move by the Delhi government, it has implemented the GRAP 3 starting today, where schools in Delhi will shift to online classes, keeping in view the rising pollution levels in the city of Delhi and NCR region. As you can see from the visuals as well, the smog levels have risen with visibility dropping to various low levels, with the AQI levels rising above the 400 mark around the region and putting the residents' lives in danger with the harmful air that breathing in.
देखिए, हमारी जो कंसर्न है वो है लोगों की सुरक्षा, और इसलिए हमने कहा था कि छोटे बच्चों को स्कूल जाने से रोका जाए, और जो बड़े बुजुर्ग हैं उनको भी एडवाइजरी जारी की जाए कि इस मौसम में बाहर नहीं निकलना है। तो ग्रैप 3 ठीक है, उस व्यवस्था को तो खड़ा करता है, लेकिन दिल्ली में किसी भी चीज़ का प्रतिबंध लगाने की स्थिति क्यों आती है, उसका मूल कारण अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार के 10 साल हैं, जिन्होंने कभी भी पोल्यूशन को लेकर गंभीरता से काम नहीं किया है। ये एक टेम्परेरी व्यवस्था है, हमें पता है लोगों को परेशानी होगी, लेकिन लोगों की जान बचाना प्राथमिकता होती है। लेकिन अंततः दिल्ली को प्रदूषण मुक्त बनाने के लिए फिर मैं कह रहा हूँ एक विजन के साथ काम करने की ज़रूरत है।
Viewers, I'd like to bring in my colleague Piyush joining us live from India Gate. Piyush, now that the Delhi government has implemented GRAP 3, tell us and the viewers really what GRAP 3 entails and what are the restrictions that will come in place.
So yes, good morning and good morning to all our viewers. However, I would again say that it does not seem to be very good morning for the residents of crore of residents of the National Capital Region, and the visuals of this can be seen from over here at Kartavya Path, where you can see no visual of the India Gate, and not only India Gate, you cannot even see the structures of North Block, South Block and several other areas which are surrounding Kartavya Path. And this is because of the thick layer of smog that has engulfed the entire region. And because the situation is dire, because the poisonous substances that are suspended in the air of the National Capital Region has crossed the danger mark of 400 micrograms per cubic meter, you are witnessing that today at around 8 a.m., the graded response action plan that has been put forward by the special committee in order to tackle the air pollution is going to set in. Now, what exactly the graded response action plan stage 3 is? It sees that the situation of air in the National Capital Region is dangerous, it is dire, and I would again request my video journalists to just show the visuals, no visuals at all actually of India Gate because of the thick layer of smog that has engulfed the entire region. Now, because of the graded response action plan stage 3, we would see that there would be complete ban of construction. All the vehicles that are plying on the Bharat Standard 3 petrol and diesel, they are going to be asked not to ply on city roads. More importantly, all the children who are studying till class 5, their classes are going to be held online. The schools and all the educational institutions have also been advised to make sure that there are more of online classes that are going to be held. And also, all the old people who are octogenarians and all people who are above the age of 50, they've also been advised to not take morning walks and evening walks. So yes, these are some of the key aspects of stage 3 of the graded response action plan. And while I would again request my video journalists to show the visuals, this is the situation of Delhi, this is the situation of National Capital Region, where the air quality levels have reached to the danger levels of more than 400 micrograms per cubic meter, thus putting the health of crore of citizens like you and me at risk. Back to the studio.
Piyush, also from the information coming in from the state monitoring units, right, in terms of the AQI levels, what is the information that's coming in today, as we can see that it breached the 400 mark yesterday? What other details do we have at this point?
Unfortunately, what I can tell you is, and while I speak, I would just request my video journalists to just show the visuals over here. This is the situation of Kartavya Path. This is the situation where you would see that all the government officials, all the government machinery that is running the country reside and work. And this is the situation right now of the seat of power. And you can understand thereby what exactly is the situation. Yesterday we saw that the situation had crossed to the danger level mark of 400 micrograms per cubic meter, the air quality index. And today again the situation has not improved. It is still the same. In fact, what we've been told is that the hotspot areas of Anand Vihar, Punjabi Bagh, these are the areas in Delhi. Over there the air quality levels are still hovering between the 441 micrograms per cubic meter to 450, thus making the situation very dire. In some areas, worryingly, it is even more than that. What we've been told is that it is 500 micrograms per cubic meter, thus putting the health of crore of citizens at risk. Let me just tell you that one of the major reasons of why there is high and deteriorating levels of air quality is the poisonous substances that are suspended in city air. Mostly it is particulate matter of 2.5 microns, particulate matter of 10 microns, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, and all these poisonous gases are suspended in city's air. There are several reasons that have been attributed to the deteriorating air quality. However, the concrete solution of this is still not being found. And thereby we are witnessing that this stage 3 of the graded response action plan has been set in. These are temporary measures, but yes, taking into consideration that how the crore of citizens' health is at risk, it is perhaps very important. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Piyush, for this very sorry state of affairs, really, as we see from the visuals where people in the Delhi NCR region are breathing in the toxin air. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held 3 major rallies in Maharashtra on Friday. In his Shivaji Park rally, the Prime Minister hit out at the MVA, saying that this is the same MVA which had opposed the construction of the Ram Mandir and abrogation of Article 370. PM's remarks come amid the All India Muslim Personal Law Board lending support to the MVA. Watch this report for all the details.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a series of mega rallies in Maharashtra on Thursday. These rallies focused on key issues relevant to Maharashtra and highlighted the government's development initiative. PM addressed 3 major rallies, first at Shambhajinagar, then at Raigad, and lastly at Mumbai's iconic Shivaji Park. In these addresses, PM emphasized the BJP's development agenda and appealed to regional sentiments.
साथियों, मुंबई की एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत है महिलाओं की भागीदारी और वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट। देश के दूसरे शहरों में भी मुंबई की मिसाल दी जाती है। आज स्टार्टअप्स को लीड करने से लेकर ड्रोन दीदी की भूमिका निभाने तक महाराष्ट्र की महिलाएं देश को दिशा दिखा रही है। बड़ी संख्या में रोजगार के अवसर तैयार कर रही है। महायुति सरकार की माझी लाड़की बहन योजना का लाभ बड़ी संख्या में मुंबई की माताओं बहनों को भी मिला है। पीएम आवास योजना के तहत जो घर मिले हैं, उनमें से अधिकतर घर भी महिला सदस्य के नाम पर है।
At Shivaji Park, a venue deeply associated with Maharashtra's cultural and political identity, PM launched an all-out attack at Maha Vikas Aghadi for accepting support from All India Muslim Personal Law Board. PM also said that it's the same Aghadi that insulted Bala Sahab Thackeray.
मुंबई तो बाला साहब ठाकरे के सिद्धांतों का शहर है। मुंबई स्वाभिमान का शहर है, लेकिन अघाड़ी में एक ऐसा दल है जिसने बाला साहब का अपमान करने वाली कांग्रेस के हाथ में अपना रिमोट कंट्रोल दे दिया है। और इसलिए मैंने इन्हें चुनौती दी थी कि कांग्रेस के मुंह से, कांग्रेस के शहजादे के मुंह से बाला साहब ठाकरे की प्रशंसा के लिए कुछ बात जरा बुलवा के दिखा दीजिए। अरे एक बार तो कांग्रेस के शहजादे से मुंह से निकलवाइए, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहब ठाकरे।
PM further said that Aghadi leaders were against the construction of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. These leaders also opposed abrogation of Article 370 and in fact coined the term saffron terrorism.
महाअघाड़ी के लोग तुष्टीकरण के गुलाम हो चुके हैं। ये वो अघाड़ी है जो राम मंदिर का विरोध करते हैं। ये वो अघाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं। ये वो अघाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं। ये वो अघाड़ी है जो कश्मीर में 370 की वापसी के लिए प्रस्ताव पारित करते हैं, लेकिन अघाड़ी वालों के लिए देश से ऊपर उनका दल है। जब भारत आगे बढ़ता है तो अघाड़ी वालों को तकलीफ होती है। ये लोग हैं जिन्होंने दशकों तक मराठी भाषा को अभिजात भाषा का दर्जा नहीं दिया।
PM also said that MVA opposed development projects in Mumbai, which resulted in Mumbai lagging behind than the other cities.
साथियों, हमारे देश में आजादी के बाद दशकों तक केंद्र में कांग्रेस की सरकार रही। यहां भी दशकों तक कांग्रेस की सरकार रही, लेकिन मुंबई को लेकर इन्होंने कोई फॉरवर्ड प्लानिंग की परवाह ही नहीं की। नतीजा ये हुआ कि हमारी मुंबई लगातार पिछड़ती चली गई। कांग्रेस का मिजाज मुंबई के ठीक उल्टा है। मुंबई का मिजाज यानी ईमानदारी और कड़ी मेहनत। मुंबई का मिजाज यानी आगे बढ़ने की ललक। लेकिन कांग्रेस का मिजाज क्या है? कांग्रेस का मिजाज है भ्रष्टाचार। कांग्रेस का मिजाज है देश को पीछे धकेलना। कांग्रेस का मिजाज है विकास में अड़ंगा डालना।
These rallies are a crucial part of the BJP's efforts to secure a strong position in Maharashtra, mobilize voters, and build momentum for the party in the lead up to the elections.
US joins India in raising concerns over Canada becoming a terror haven. Security concerns over Canada's borders are growing, with both the US and India fearing that terrorists could exploit gaps to enter their territories. Tom Homan, the former acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, that's ICE, highlighted the risk of the ill-guarded Canada-US border being used as a gateway for terrorists. Homan criticized the Canadian government for not prioritizing border security, which he said has been a vulnerability for over a decade now. India too has raised alarms about Canada's border security, particularly in relation to the Khalistani terrorists who have found refuge in Canada. India accuses the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of being lenient toward these extremists, which India believes undermines its security. We're joined live by Andrew Latham, who's an author who's joining us live from Minnesota via Zoom. Good morning, Mr. Latham from India. Really just help us understand now that the US is also siding with India when it comes to the Canada's perspective on terrorism with the ill-guarded borders, really. How's that likely to play out between US and Canada as well?
It's going to be a source of tension. It is the longest unguarded border in the world, in a sense. And what that means is that people can cross that border, not quite at will, but pretty close to at. And there are a number of unguarded points, and there's some technicalities in Canadian law. But the bigger issue is not so much the undefended or open border. That's an issue. But Canadian domestic politics and how that intersects with the various Khalistani independence movements and how that connects to the ruling party in Canada, the Liberal Party, relies on those constituencies, and so is not inclined to prosecute various people. And we'll talk about specific individuals in a moment. So it's not just that there's this open border. It is that this open border is being exploited And then there is this broader Canadian political dynamic which creates space for Khalistani separatists and disinclines the ruling Liberal Party in Canada from prosecuting those people.
Professor Latham, now that Tom Homan criticized the Canadian government also when it comes to like the border security itself, as you mentioned, even there's the rise of the Khalistani extremists in Canada. How is that really going to play out? Because there's been a growing unrest within Canada's borders as well.
Yeah, I mean, Canadians, like Americans, are increasingly concerned about the security of the borders. And there have been steps taken in recent months to change the laws and the regulations. Once upon a time, in the not-too-distant past, there was a difference between regulated entry points and unregulated. But now the entire border is subject to a common rule and a common law. But again, securing the border there is already a huge Indian diaspora in Canada. And part of that diaspora is a Punjabi diaspora. And part of that is a Khalistani diaspora. And that's really the issue here is, and this is why I can understand the government of India being irritated, to use a mild term, with Canada. Canada needs to get its act in order with respect to these separatist movements overseas. Canada and Canadians are torn. On the one hand, freedom of expression, free speech, right? We get that. That's wonderful. It's lovely. It's very Canadian. On the other hand, that person you're showing there, Justin Trudeau, his party in certain parts of the country, Brampton, where I grew up and where I'm now a minority, by the way, some suburbs of Vancouver as well, the Liberal Party really needs the support of not just the Indian diaspora, but the Punjabi and even Khalistani diaspora. I could tell you horror stories about what's gone on in my hometown of Brampton over the last decade or so around these issues. The basic point, though, is that the Trudeau government is not inclined to prosecute, to extradite, to do all of those things, which is why the Arshgal incident is really kind of interesting, because he was arrested in Canada. Now India wants to extradite him. And it remains to be seen whether he will be tried in Canada and treated, as a criminal in Canada, or whether the Canadians will turn him over to the Indian government to be tried as a criminal under Indian law.
Professor Latham, in the larger scheme of things, now that there's been criticism all around, as you mentioned, of the Trudeau government, do you reckon that the Canadian officials are likely to possibly strengthen the porous border along the US and Canadian borders, really?
I think so. It's 9,000 kilometers. It's a long border, a very long border. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police are meant, in conjunction with a few other Canadian government agencies, meant to police that border. And for a long time, hundreds of years, this has not been a problem. But now it is a problem. And when the Trump government comes in and it begins to talk about deporting people, a lot of people are going to say, I don't want to be deported back to my homeland. I'm going to make a run for the Canadian border. And the Canadian government is very concerned about this, which is why they've begun to tighten the borders in anticipation of what will be a potentially huge outmigration of undocumented migrants in America trying to get to Canada and claim refugee status or other statuses.
That's right, Professor Latham. Thank you so much for sharing your inputs and thoughts really on US also siding with India when it comes to the growing unrest in Canada. Thank you so much.
स्वामी जी, आपकी बिजनेस फिलॉसफी क्या है? आपका बिजनेस टारगेट क्या है? हिंदुस्तान लीवर के आगे जाना चाहते, यूनिलीवर के आगे जाना चाहते? अगर जाना चाहते हैं तो क्यों? क्योंकि आपका जो लाइफस्टाइल है कुछ तो बदला नहीं है. यू डोंट हैव एनीथिंग टू डू विद द मनी.
मेरा टारगेट पैसा नहीं है, मेरा टारगेट परमार्थ है. मैंने एक संकल्प दिया है, पतंजलि का अल्टीमेट बेनिफिशियरी समाज है, देश है.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
क्या 370 को पुनः लाना चाहते? कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
Congress takes the U-turn on Article 370 abrogation. Kharge says Congress never wanted to restore Article 370. Amit Shah spreading lies about Congress.
महाअघाड़ी की भी है, जो महाराष्ट्र के गौरव को लगातार अपमानित कर रही है। महाअघाड़ी के लोग तुष्टीकरण के गुलाम हो चुके हैं।
PM takes on the Congress during a Shivaji Park rally, calls out MVA's blatant appeasement politics. PM hits out at Congress's caste card politics, says Congress dividing people on caste lines.
ये वो अघाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं। ये वो अघाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं।
PM Modi's stern message calls the Congress out for vilifying and insulting Veer Savarkar. Delhi government announces online classes for students of class 1 to 5. Decision is taken due to rising pollution levels. are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Now, Beijing has urged Canada to abide by its One China commitment and safeguard bilateral relations days ahead of an expected visit to Canada by former Taiwanese leader Tsai Ing-wen. Watch this report for more.
China's foreign ministry has expressed opposition to former Taiwan President Tsai's visit to Canada, which is scheduled for the next week.
中方在台湾问题上的立场是一贯的、明确的，坚决反对任何台独分子以任何名义串访中国的建交国。我们敦促有关国家恪守一个中国原则，以实际行动维护双边关系的政治基础。
China also said that it strongly opposes any visits by Taiwan leaders to countries that maintain diplomatic relations with China under any title. It must be remembered that, like many countries, Canada does not have official diplomatic relations with Taiwan. But it maintains normal economic and political interactions with the democratically ruled island which China claimed as its own territory. China also dismissed media reports of cyber attacks by Chinese hackers on a number of US politicians, saying that the country has no interest in using cyber means to interfere in other countries' internal matters.
我们没有兴趣利用网络干涉别国的内政，更反对出于政治目的散布与中国相关的虚假信息。
It must be noted that Beijing sees Taiwan as a part of China to be reunited by force if necessary, and regards Tsai and her successor, both of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party, as separatists who promote independence for the island.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov recently met with his Colombian counterpart, Luis Gilberto Murillo, to mark the 90th anniversary of diplomatic ties between their countries in Moscow. During this meeting, both sides discussed strengthening economic relations and enhancing cooperation on key international issues. Now, with trade growing and mutual commitments to peace, here's more on the meeting and the future goals.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov greeted his Colombian counterpart Luis Gilberto Murillo in Moscow recently. Reviewing the main areas of Russian-Colombian ties, the nations marked the 90th anniversary of establishment of the diplomatic relations. A statement from Lavrov's office outlined that Russia wanted to deepen its economic ties with the country and strengthen trade links.
Хотим углублять наши торгово-экономические связи. С этой целью рассчитываем на то, что в следующем году сможем возобновить работу межправительственной двусторонней комиссии по торгово-экономическому и научно-техническому сотрудничеству.
Both the sides discussed key topics on the international agenda, including the Ukrainian and Palestinian-Israeli crisis. Colombia remains as a key trade partner of Russia, with both having exchanges of over $482 million annually in 2023.
A Colombia como una potencia mundial de la vida y el gobierno nacional nuestro se ha comprometido al interior como al exterior de sus fronteras en este propósito. Colombia se ha trazado su objetivo de transformar nuestros territorios.
Plans to deepen cooperation and Russia's commitment to contributing peace in Colombia, leveraging the UN Security Council status, was also reviewed. Russian Foreign Ministry also said that meeting took place between both the ministers in a warm and trusting atmosphere. Russia will also be honoring the title of Honorary Professor to Murillo in a Russian state university.
Spain's royal family faces unprecedented backlash as anger boils over in the wake of devastating floods that have claimed lives and left many in despair. During a visit to a disaster-stricken area, King Felipe VI and Queen Letizia were met with an outpouring of rage. Here's the full story. Take a look.
a crowd of enraged locals heard clots of mud left by storm-spawned flooding at the Spanish royal couple. This after Spain faced in what might be the nation's deadliest natural disaster. It was an unprecedented incident for a royal house that carefully crafts the image of monarchs adored by the people of Spain. Fresh fury has been unleashed against the Spanish state that appears overwhelmed and unable to meet the needs of the people used to living under an effective government. Bodyguards opened umbrellas to protect the royals and the other officials from the tossed muck. Police officers were compelled to step in to keep the crowd of several dozen. Even after forced to seek protection, King Philip VI, with flecks of mud on his face, remained calm and made several efforts to speak to individual residents. As Spain's king faces fresh anger, will there be any resolve to demands being made by the public?
And tensions between Lebanon and Israel continue to escalate as fighting intensifies in both the countries. Now, on Thursday, rockets fired from Lebanon targeted northern Israel, now with most intercepted by the Israeli defense system. In response, Israel launched airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs, hitting Hezbollah positions. Now, while no immediate casualties have been reported, tensions show no sign of easing. Here's the latest on the ongoing violence in the region.
Sirens and explosions were heard in the northern Israeli city of Haifa on Thursday. As per the IDF statement, 5 rockets were fired from Lebanon into Israeli territory. Most of the rockets were intercepted on time and the rest fell in open areas. In a counter-offensive, Israel launched airstrikes on Thursday that hit the sites in southern suburbs of Lebanon's capital, Beirut, setting off explosions between buildings in Dahiyeh. In a statement from Israel that came prior was a warning of evacuation and an explanation that missiles meant damage to Hezbollah facilities and interests. The statement also said that there were no immediate reports of casualties from both sides. Since September, Israel has been striking deeper inside Lebanese suburbs to target the terror outfit Hezbollah.
במקביל לפעילות הקרקעית בדרום לבנון, אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף מהאוויר. אנחנו תוקפים בכל רחבי לבנון, מהדחיה ועד דמשק. בשבוע האחרון תקפנו יותר מ-300 מטרות מהאוויר ברחבי לבנון. מתוכם כ-40 מטרות בלב הדחיה בביירות. תקפנו מחסנים של אמצעי לחימה, מפקדות צבאיות וסוללות טילים של חיזבאללה. השמדנו את מרבית אתרי הייצור ומחסנים של אמצעי לחימה של חיזבאללה בביירות, ואנחנו ממשיכים לפגוע במה שנותר.
In Israel, at least 75 people have been killed and over 600 wounded by Hezbollah fighters. In Israel, at least 75 people have been killed and over 600 wounded by Hezbollah fire, according to Prime Minister's office. Meanwhile, according to Lebanese tallies, 1.2 million people have been displaced by the conflict between Israel and Lebanon.
Donald Trump nominated Mike Huckabee to serve as his ambassador to Israel. Palestinians in Ramallah reacted to Trump's initial administration picks, including his choices for the future ambassadors to Israel and the UN. Take a look at this report to know more.
Donald Trump's re-election as the US president last week comes at a time of extreme volatility in the Middle East. On Tuesday, Trump declared his picks for the 2 key positions likely to shape his administration's role in the Middle East for the next 4 years. Trump announced on the social media platform Truth that he would nominate former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee to the post of US ambassador to Israel. Huckabee has a track record of being a hardliner and proactive in his support for Israel. He also opposes a 2-state solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict. He even said that there is really no such thing as a Palestinian. Palestinians, including the Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs, have reflected their apprehensions.
نحن لا نقيس السياسات بالتفاؤل أو التشاؤم. نحن لدينا أولويات وطنية فلسطينية، نحن لدينا الآن حرب إبادة ضد الشعب الفلسطيني، لذلك نريد من أي قائد دولي بما فيه الرئيس المنتخب الأمريكي أن ينظر في كيفية إنهاء هذا العدوان على أبناء الشعب الفلسطيني. ونحن لا نريد أن نتوقع وأن نضع احتمالات ماذا سوف يكون. نحن سنتعامل مع أي سياسة بناء على المعطيات التي تأتي من الإدارة الأمريكية الحديثة.
Palestinians in the West Bank see no hope from Trump's administration picks.
والله سياسته يعني مش مضبوطة كثير، يعني منحاز للجهات الإسرائيلية، وإحنا الفلسطينيين ما تعرف ما حدا واقف معنا، حتى العرب وإحنا مش واقفين مع بعض، فسياسته منحازة لإسرائيل أكيد، يعني مش إلنا طبعا.
They believe that neither of the US presidents will make a difference for them.
والله ترامب ولا غيره هو نفس السياسي، هم يعني وجهين نعمل واحدة وما تفرقش معنا، كلهم يهود يعني احنا مش معتبرين حتى ان بشر موجودين على الكرة الأرضية، فبالنسبة لنا ما بتفرق سواء كان ترامب سواء غيره، ما بتفرقش كل واحد، فكلهم يهود واحنا المظلومين في هالدنيا.
The overall sentiment among civilians of Gaza is that the election of Donald Trump will be a setback for the Palestinian cause.
Bangladesh, the country whose prime minister of 15 years resigned and fled, the country that is staring at a climbing economic crisis. And if you think things in Dhaka could not get worse, think again, because in the latest, the country's Attorney General Mohammad Asad-Uzzaman has now proposed changes to the country's constitution. He has suggested the removal of terms like socialism, secularism, Bengali nationalism, and asked for the designation of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman as father of the nation to be scrapped. The report gets you more. Take a look.
With Hindu temples being vandalized and innocents being looted in Bangladesh, the country is falling further towards safeguarding its minorities. The Attorney General Mohammad Asad-Uzzaman has made nearly fanatic demands, asking for the removal of words including secularism from the country's constitution. In fact, based on a similar demand, the portrait of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the founder of Bangladesh, has been removed from the caretaker President Muhammad Yunus's office. The move is being termed as a concession to student leaders by the caretaker government. This shift in narrative has confirmed the worst fears of the Bangladeshi minorities, with the government moving to change the country to an Islamic state. Bangladesh's pretense over being secular is now over. While the Attorney General argues that this will benefit the country, which is about 90% Muslim population, this move is set to make the situation worse for the already battered minorities.
Sri Lankans have cast a vote on Thursday in snap parliamentary elections, which is crucial for the newly elected Marxist-leaning President Anura Kumara, and who aims, by the way, to secure a majority in parliament to put forward his policies to revive the island nation from its financial crisis. Take a look at this report for more.
On Thursday, Sri Lankans voted to elect a new parliament, which is the first majority test for the ruling National People's Power Party. This election follows the recent rise of Dissanayake, a Marxist-aligned leader who secured the presidency in September. However, his National People's Power coalition currently holds only 3 out of 225 parliamentary seats. This disparity motivated him to dissolve the parliament nearly a year before the end of his term, seeking a renewed mandate to advance his policy agenda. During his campaign, Dissanayake urged people to support him in electing him to parliament so that he wouldn't have to rely on coalition.
ඉතාමත් තීරණාත්මක හැරවුම් ලක්ෂයක් පෙන්නුම් කරන මැතිවරණයක්. මේ මැතිවරණයේදී ජාතික ජනබලය ඉතාමත් ශක්තිමත් පාර්ලිමේන්තුවක් සඳහා ජනවරම අපේක්ෂා කරනවා. ඒ ජනවරම ජනතාව විසින් අපට ලබා දෙන බව අපිට විශ්වාසයක් තිබෙනවා.
Sri Lankan voters hope for corruption-free government and restoration of stability after the island's worst ever economic crisis.
Where there is no corruption and the people who are supposed to do the work they are supposed to do, and everyone is friendly with every other religions, person or racial.
Sri Lanka's economic situation remains precarious and the main focus is still on providing essential goods and services. How the country progresses from this point will be a real challenge for the new government.
Let's get to all the top updates coming in from the world of business, economy and finance. Let's get started. As Air India and Vistara crossed an important milestone with the merger, Tata Sons chairman N. Chandrasekhar has now shared a LinkedIn post spelling the way forward for the merged entity while ensuring that the customer will continue to experience Vistara's in-flight service. Chandrasekharan says that the Air India people will be safer. In the post, Chandrasekharan talked about the merger following the integration of AirAsia and Air India Express, bringing together 4 airlines to form a unified, integrated airline group. From its size before privatization, Air India has extended its fleet by more than 2.5 times, now operating 300 aircraft that transport nearly 200,000 passengers daily across 100 global destinations. The airline's network offers connectivity to over 300 destinations worldwide and now looks forward to consolidating its position as a top global airline. The wholesale price inflation in India surged to a 4-month high of 2.36% in October. The government data said on Thursday the food index, which consists of food articles, increased from 195.3 in September 2024 to 201.2 in October 2024. The rate of inflation based on the WPI food index increased from 9.47% in September to 11.59% in October. The increase in WPI inflation could primarily attribute to the increased prices of food articles, manufacture costs, machinery and equipment cost rise, and manufacture of motor vehicles, trailers and semi-trailers as per the data. SpiceJet on November 14 announced that it has fully settled a $90.8 million, roughly equal to 763 crore dispute with Export Development Canada for a total of $22.5 million. In an exchange filing, the airline said that it has also acquired the full ownership of 13 Q400 aircraft. Move comes a step off in reinforcement of the airline's financial stability. Resolution has also resulted in a substantial saving of $68.3 million as per the exchange filing. The acquisition of the jets will help reduce operational costs. It also brings long-term financial benefits, relieving SpiceJet from the obligation of monthly rental payments for these aircraft and further reinforcing the airline's financial stability. Reliance Industries Limited has officially completed its joint venture with the Walt Disney Company, creating a massive media conglomerate valued at around 70,352 crore rupees. The merger, approved by the National Company Law Tribunal in Mumbai, the Competition Commission of India and the other regulatory bodies, brings together the media and geo-cinema businesses of Viacom 18 into Star India Private Limited. As part of the joint venture, Reliance has invested 11,500 crore rupees to fuel its growth. The venture will be jointly controlled by Reliance, Viacom 18 and Disney, with Viacom 18 owning a mammoth stake in the joint entity. The combined entity, with a pro forma revenue of 26,000 crores, will unite major media brands such as Star and Colors on net television and Jio Cinema and Hotstar on the digital front. Boeing has reportedly started issuing layoff notices to 10% of workforce, or 70,000 workers. U.S. workers also received notices this week, will stay until Jan 2025, in line with the federal law of U.S., which requires providing workers at least 60 days to go ahead and serve the notice. And a new CEO, Kelly Ortberg, is trying to revive production of the strongest selling 737 MAX after a long strike by more than 33 U.S. workers. Much more coming up, viewers. A dramatic turn for Boeing. The airplane manufacturer has now announced plans to cut 17,000 jobs, marking another chapter in its ongoing struggles. All this and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Welcome back, viewers. We're live this morning in a dramatic turn for Boeing. The airplane manufacturer has now announced plans to cut 17,000 jobs, marking another chapter in its ongoing struggles. Now, the company, which has been battling financial and operational setbacks, reported a staggering $6 billion quarterly loss in September. Now, with the company under legal scrutiny and investor concerns rising, here's more on what the aviation giant is grappling with.
The distressing saga of Boeing continues. The US-based aviation giant that reported a historic quarterly loss of $6 billion in September is now laying off 17,000 people from its workforce in what it describes as a cost-efficacy measure. 2024 marks the 6th consecutive year for Boeing bleeding billions in its annual income. Since the beginning of this year, Boeing has lost over $8 billion. By scaling down 10% of its global workforce, Boeing now seeks to revive its K-737 MAX Airjet, its biggest moneymaker. As 33,000 of its workforce called a strike in West Coast earlier this year in retaliation to its wage contracts, Boeing has been reeling under union pressure.
I am disappointed with leadership on both sides, and you know, we've been here a long time, and I feel that our negotiating team needs to be stronger, and Boeing needs to keep listening to the floor. You know, we're the ones that make it happen, building the airplane, and they're still not recognizing the fact that they wouldn't be where they're at or be receiving what they're receiving if it weren't for us down on the floor building the airplane.
Ever since the door of one of its 737 MAX jet blew off earlier this year, Boeing has been under legal ire and investor scrutiny. The layoffs effective by January are projected to have negative impact on employee morale.
Well, they get their pension, don't they? CEOs get $100 million worth of stock options when they retire. It's costing them billions a month. It's costing me thousands. How do you like it? You've been costing me thousands for 10 years. No wage increases, 1%, COLAs of 1 cent, you know, and then working 2 weekends, 3 weekends straight. No life balance. I feel sorry for the young people. I've spent my life here, and I'm getting ready to go. But they deserve a pension, and I deserve an increase.
Many still remain hopeful about hearing from their bosses regarding employment retention.
With the air quality levels of the national capital region deteriorating, thus making it reach to severe levels, the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 3 has set in. But yes, is it enough? Is it going to prevent the health hazards which crore of citizens of the national capital region are subjected to? Stay tuned to Republic Media Network as we bring you minute-to-minute update of the deteriorating air quality levels of the national capital region.
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 8 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Lots of top stories lined up, but our focus will be on Prime Minister Modi's blistering attacks on the opposition across his political rallies ahead of Maharashtra elections. We'll get you all the latest from that, but first a quick check on the headlines we're tracking.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है. कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती. कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
Congress takes a U-turn on Article 370 abrogation. Kharge says Congress never wanted to restore Article 370. Amit Shah is spreading lies about Congress to divide the society.
महाअघाड़ी की भी है, जो महाराष्ट्र के गौरव को लगातार अपमानित कर रही है. महाअघाड़ी के लोग तुष्टीकरण के गुलाम हो चुके हैं.
PM Modi takes on the MVA, says MVA has become the slave of appeasement politics. PM hits out at Congress's caste card politics, says Congress dividing people on caste lines.
ये वो अघाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं. ये वो अघाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं.
PM Modi's blistering attack on the Congress party, says Congress coined the word saffron terror and vilifies and insults Veer Savarkar. Delhi government announces online classes for students of primary school. Decision taken due to rising pollution levels. First up, viewers, in J&K, there is a big breaking news coming in. There's a major reshuffle in the police ranks as we speak, and this comes ahead of the LG's meeting. Remember, Jammu and Kashmir, where major reshuffle has taken place in the Jammu and Kashmir Police Department. 38 senior police officers, including 11 district police chiefs, as part of a strategic reshuffle aimed at strengthening new law enforcement in the region. 6 terror-hit districts in Jammu and Kashmir have now been assigned to new police chiefs to improve the law and order situation and address the growing security concerns. And this reshuffle comes just 2 days before J&K LG Manoj Sinha's meeting to review the security amid the spate of terror attacks in the valley. This comes as we run up to the day when the LG will be chairing a key meeting on the security apparatus in Jammu and Kashmir amid several terror attacks in the valley. 38 officers have been transferred. 10 districts get new police chief. We have Gursimran joining us live. Gursimran, a very good morning to you. Tell us more about this reshuffle, because this comes just days ahead of LG's security review meeting.
See, this is very crucial because it was on the expected lines that this reshuffle in the Jammu and Kashmir police will take place, and 10 new districts have got new police chiefs, while 6 of the districts that were terror infested, they have got the new police chiefs. Some of the key appointment includes those officers who have already served in the cargo or in the SOG Jammu, so that those having the background of tackling the terror ecosystem. If we speak of the Kishtwar district, which has witnessed back-to-back 2 terror attacks on 7th of November and 9th of November, in which 2 VDG guards and 1 brave heart of the Indian Army made the supreme sacrifice. There, Javed Iqbal, who was earlier the SSP Doda, and during his tenure, the 3 Jaish terrorists, deadly terrorists, were neutralized. He has been given the assignment of the Kishtwar district. If we speak of Doda, Sandeep Mehta, who has earlier served as the SP SOG, he has been given the charge. If we speak of the Poonch, there has been 2 major reshuffles. First is the Shafqat Hussain, who was in the police headquarters working on the human intelligence cell that was established. He has been given the charge as the SSP of the Poonch, while additional SP charge has been given to the Mohanlal, the Shaurya Chakra awardee of the Jammu and Kashmir police, who has served in the cargo Kashmir and has a number of operations to his kitty. So they have been given the charge. Gaurav Sikarwar has been given the charge of the Rajouri district that has the presence of Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist. Apart from that, in the Kashmir, Raghav has been given the charge as the Ganderbal, because we saw the Ganderbal Sonmarg terror attack. Also, the second district that witnessed the terror attack, Baramulla, where the army vehicle was ambushed by the terrorists, there also Gurinder Pal Singh has been reassigned the charge of the SSP of the Baramulla district. Also, Sajjad Shah has been given the charge as the SP Avantipura, and Mushtaq Ahmed, who is considered as one of the dedicated officers and has expertise in the counter-terrorism, he has been given the charge as the SSP Handwada. Also, the SSP of the Samba has also been changed, and Virender Manhas has been given the charge, while Paramveer Singh has been given the charge as the SSP Riasi. This is the reshuffle as the police chiefs. We are expecting that soon after 20th of November, there will be more changes at a higher level in the Jammu and Kashmir police, because an entire new ecosystem is being brought by the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. That is, those officers who have worked in counter-terrorism, they will be given the chance, and they have to ensure that those terrorists who have already sneaked in into the Indian territory, they are neutralized, because a new team is being built by LG Sinha. Those have young officers, because this time, if you see, most of the officers, they are young officers. They have expertise in the counter-terror operations. They are the ones who have proven their metals. Those who have many of the gallantry awards to their kitty, they are being now trusted by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And yes, for a change, overall haul is being done by LG Manoj Sinha, so that the security situation can be improved, because 6 of the districts that have got out of 10, 6 districts are those districts which are terror infested districts and have witnessed major terror strikes in 2024, which clearly shows that the government's priority is to ensure that the terrorists that have entered the Indian territory, they are neutralized, so that there are no more.
Right, Gursimran, this major reshuffle comes as a big boost to the law enforcement, because that's what the new administration is looking at, to increase the police presence and also increase the efficiency of maintaining law and order across several districts, because we've seen in the recent past several terror attacks have also been witnessed. But stay on with me, Gursimran, because we have more breaking news coming in. This, as far as Article 370 is concerned, the Congress, which is aligned with the National Conference, has now made a U-turn on Article 370 abrogation. Hitting out at Home Minister Amit Shah's assertions, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge questioned who said that Congress wants to revoke Article 370 and when did the Congress party make such remarks. This is what Kharge said in response to Amit Shah's statements on the Congress party. In fact, Kharge has also said that these are nothing but lies by the BJP to divide the society. Listen in.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है. कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती. कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले? ऐसी चीजें आप बोलते हो जो अब ऑलरेडी पार्लियामेंट में पास हुआ है, हो गया है, फिर उसको दोबारा क्यों छेड़ रहे आप? इसका मतलब यू वांट टू कीप इट अलाइव सच इश्यूज टू डिवाइड द पीपल. जाके बोलो ना वहां का जम्मू कश्मीर में, वहां तो इलेक्शन हो गया.
Well, Gursimran, coming back to it, was just last week that the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly passed a resolution demanding the centre to hold talks with the elected representatives on Article 370 abrogation and also restoring statehood. And the Congress has been aligned with the National Conference, and here we have the duplicity of the Grand Old Party being exposed, where Mallikarjun Kharge has questioned when did Congress Party, demand the revocation of Article 370 abrogation.
See, Deepak, if we look at the Congress party, what has done damage to the Congress party in last 1 decade? It is their confusion and the missing clarity over the issues. Be it the abrogation of 370, because Congress has never been clear on their stand. Though some of their state leaders say they want statehood, some of they say they want something beyond statehood. Some leaders say that they don't want statehood or they don't want Article 370 back. But yes, there is a clear disparity among the state leadership and the central leadership, because state leadership wants to align with the National Conference that wants the special status Article 370 35 alpha back in Jammu and Kashmir, while the central leadership cannot afford to do so, because if the Congress says that they want 370 and 35 alpha back, they will have their implications in the national level. And that was the sole reason that the Congress party did not enter into a cabinet of Omar Abdullah, because they knew that once this resolution will be passed and they are member of the cabinet of Omar Abdullah, they are going to have the repercussions in the Maharashtra and Jharkhand assembly. Once the Maharashtra and Jharkhand assembly elections are over, Congress will be part of the Jammu and Kashmir assembly, because Congress is not in a position to take a stand, because the stand they take in Jammu and Kashmir, that will go against their alliance. And if they take stand nationwide that they do not want 370 and 35 alpha in Jammu and Kashmir, then their alliance partners will not be happy in Jammu and Kashmir. So that is why the Congress is in confused state. They want to have benefit both in Jammu and Kashmir and both at the central level, which seems not to be possible in any of the scenario for the Congress party.
Right, Gursimran, many thanks for joining me with those details. It's time for us to shift our focus on another breaking news that we're tracking, this time from Bihar's Nalanda, because the JDU leader and a village chief has been shot dead, after which there have been protests across Nalanda. Remember, Nalanda is the home district of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, and the incident took place on Thursday evening when armed assailants shot dead the chief of Art Panchayat and a senior JDU worker, Karu Tamti, who's aged about 65 years. And the incident has stirred massive tension in the area, where the locals from surrounding areas have also gathered and have sought the immediate arrest of the criminals involved in the killing. And upon receiving the information, the police team of the Nalanda district rushed to the spot, and the investigation is currently underway. The senior police officials also assured villagers of taking quick and appropriate action against the culprits. In fact, in view of the protests and tensions, heavy police deployment can also be seen across Nalanda to avoid any violent incidents. And we have some reactions also coming in. Listen in.
हमने देखा नहीं, हम तो घर से आए, हल्ला हुआ, औरत लोग हल्ला किए, तो हम घर से दौड़ करके आए तो देखे कि रोड पर गिरे हुए हैं, एक दो आदमी उठा रहे थे, बाइक पर बैठा रहे थे, तो हम आए तो फिर हम भी बैठा करके लेकर के आए हॉस्पिटल।
सीना में गोली लगा, पीठ में गोली लगा,
पीठ में गोली लगा।
कई संख्या में थे वो लोग?
वो लोग औरत लोग तो बता रही थी कि एक ही आदमी था। एक ही लड़का था।
कहाँ के मुखिया था ये?
8 पंचायत का।
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम ओम प्रकाश हुआ।
आप कौन हुए उनका?
ऐसे तो रिश्ते में भाई लगता है उनको।
Well, viewers, the investigation is underway and police have assured that they will arrest the culprits involved. Meanwhile, in Manipur, the unrest continues. In fact, students have taken out a candlelight vigil demanding the release of the 6 people who were abducted. And these students claim that these 6 individuals have been held hostage over there. Here's a complete report.
As the state of Manipur continues to be riddled with violence. Students took to the streets demanding the release of 6 hostages who were abducted by suspected armed militants from Jiribam.
As the nation celebrates Children's Day today, protest continues across various schools and colleges in Manipur. The students have come on the streets holding protest against the militants. Their demands are very clear. The 6 innocent civilians who have been taken hostage in Jiribam should be released immediately. With these demands and raising slogans against the government for its inaction as well as against the militants for abduction of innocent civilians, protest continues in Manipur. Right now we are in front of DM University, and here also the students can be seen protesting against the students. I'm coming to you. What are the demands that you have been putting forward to the government, and what are the key demands?
तीन बच्चे भी हैं जो कुकी मिलिटेंट्स ने उनको कैप्चर कर चुके हैं। जो 3 बच्चे हैं वो भी छोड़ने के लिए हम लोग बता रहे हैं, और उनमें से 3 बच्चे और 3 महिलाएं जो एक 60 ईयर की होगी, तो उन सबको बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं किया है। जो भी हो रही है इनमें से बहुत सारे लोग मर चुकी है और घर भी जला चुकी है। अभी तक बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने अभी तक इसमें क्यों देख रही है? क्यों अभी तक देख ही रही है, काम नहीं कर रही है, बस एक्शन करेंगे एक्शन करके बोल रहे। एक्शन तो अभी तक नहीं किया है, हम लोगों को एक्शन देखना है।
After a day-long protest across Manipur, students and civil society members also held a candle vigil outside the historic Kangla Fort in Imphal, reiterating their demand.
Today there is a candlelight vigil taking place right now after a day-long protest, particularly on the occasion of Children's Day by the students of Manipur. And now they are holding this candlelight vigil in the hope of for getting the missing persons safely back. The 6 individuals who were abducted and allegedly taken into hostage by armed militants from Jiribam on Monday are still missing. No trace of them have been found yet, and in the hope that they are doing well, they will be soon returning to their families. This candlelight vigil is being organized.
This comes after Armed Forces Special Powers Act was reimposed in Manipur's 6 police station areas, including violence-hit Jiribam. The fresh decision to include 6 of the excluded police station areas under AFSPA comes days after an encounter in Manipur's Jiribam resulted in the deaths of 11 suspected militants.
Moving on, viewers, phase 1 of Jharkhand elections is over and the phase 2 is just around the corner, and the political rhetoric in Jharkhand is heating up with the Prime Minister time and again attacking the Indi bloc over infiltration. This time the Prime Minister has called out Congress's Ghulam Ahmed Mir for announcing subsidies for infiltrators. Meanwhile, he also accused the JMM government of siding and also aiding the infiltrators. Here's a report.
कांग्रेस के एक नेता ने झारखंड में घोषणा की है कि वे सस्ते गैस सिलेंडर जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनको भी देंगे। ये वोट पाने के लिए देश के साथ आपके बच्चों के उज्जवल भविष्य के साथ कैसा खेल खेल रहे हैं इसका ये उदाहरण है।
This was PM Modi's stern take on Congress's blatant show of support to infiltrators. This comes after Jharkhand's Congress leader Ghulam Ahmad Mir, in a controversial remark, vowed subsidies for these infiltrators. And while being at it, he called them the people of Jharkhand. Watch this.
और हमने वादा दिया जनता को कि जैसे सरकार बनेगी 1 दिसंबर से गैस सिलेंडर का कीमत सिर्फ 450 रुपए होगी। ये आम जनता, ना उसमें हिंदू देखा जाएगा, ना मुसलमान देखा जाएगा, ना घुसपैठिए देखा जाएगा, तो ना कोई और चीज देखा जाएगा। जो भी झारखंड वासी है वो किसी भी सोच से हो, किसी भी तबके से हो, उसको 450 रुपए में गैस सिलेंडर दिया जाएगा। ये हमारा प्रोग्राम है।
Not just this, Congress leader B.K. Hari Prasad came to Ghulam Mir's defense. Listen in to what he had to say.
As of now, in Jharkhand government, there is no list of infiltrators. If there is a list of infiltrators, it is the duty of the central government to announce it. If they say that there are infiltrators, we will take the responsibility to send them out. And he is casting aspersions on the Jharkhandis. He is casting aspersions on the entire Jharkhand that the Jharkhandis are Ghusbaitis.
Why is Mr. Mir recognizing Ghusbaitis? He says that he will provide 450 rupees cylinder to the Ghusbaitis.
He will provide these political infiltrators. BJP's political infiltrators.
Do you feel that Mr. Mir has made a mistake by making this?
Not at all. Mir has not made any mistake. Mir has condemned the word infiltration.
Is it a self-goal by the Congress?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party in calling the entire Jharkhandis as infiltrators.
This, despite the infiltration issue causing severe dents and altercations to the demographic landscape of tribal dominant areas. Mir's remarks were followed by Home Minister Amit Shah's promise of driving out the infiltrators if the BJP is brought to power in the state. In fact, Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also took jabs at the land-grabbing hooliganism of these infiltrators. CM Yogi also assured the public that the BJP will not let the rights and the livelihood of the tribal population of Jharkhand slip into the hands of infiltrators.
Well, shifting our focus to two incidents in the same hospital coming to light from Gujarat, where two patients who did not even require any angioplasty were made to undergo this particular surgical procedure, and in the end they have lost their lives. The patient's family are demanding justice. Here's the story.
In a shocking incident from Ahmedabad, two people died after unnecessary angioplasty. Probe reveals the doctors at Khyati Hospital inflated blockage level and performed the surgeries. Despite absence of blockage, angioplasty was performed without the consent of victims or their family. Not just this, these victims were not even provided proper medical care after the surgery. The four doctors who are behind this shocking negligence have been booked, and the private hospital has been debarred under PMJAY following the incident. Republic confronted one of the accused doctors, Dr. Prashant.
डॉक्टर प्रशांत, आप वहाँ पे हॉस्पिटल में किस तरह से ऑपरेशंस कर रहे थे? क्या कुछ आपके ऊपर एलिगेशंस लगाए गए हैं कि आप लोग फोर्स कर रहे थे, जिनको कुछ पता नहीं था उनके ऊपर सर्जरीज कर रहे थे आप? ये एंजियोप्लास्टी क्या फोर्सफुली करवाई गई थी? डॉक्टर प्रशांत, क्या ये सर्जरीज और भी सारे पेशेंट्स के ऊपर कराई सर्जरीज की गई थी? डॉक्टर प्रशांत.
Meanwhile, Republic spoke exclusively to the complainant, who shared the details about this shocking incident.
एंजियोप्लास्टी में जो दर्दी किए गए थे उसमें से 2 दर्दी की मृत्यु हो गई तो वो सभी इंडिकेशन नहीं थे, हार्ट में प्रॉब्लम नहीं था, फिर भी ये सब प्रोसेस किया हुआ था। और ये इसी तरह से प्रोसेस की वजह से जो डेथ हो गई, तो ये काफ़ी गंभीर एक क्राइम हो जाता है।
The case has revealed serious mismanagement and negligence of the medical department. Now, the question is, how this grave issue got unnoticed for so long?
Let me now quickly take you through the other national stories that we're tracking this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi criticized the opposition-led Mahavikas Aghadi during a rally at Dadar Shivaji Park in Mumbai. PM Modi accused the opposition of appeasement politics ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly elections on November 20th. The Prime Minister's speech is part of BJP's push to consolidate support ahead of the elections. The Prime Minister also addressed ongoing tensions between BJP and Shiv Sena over claims of election manipulation, particularly the back-checking process.
एक सोच महाअघाड़ी की भी है, जो महाराष्ट्र के गौरव को लगातार अपमानित कर रही है। महाअघाड़ी के लोग तुष्टीकरण के गुलाम हो चुके हैं।
Congress leader Ghulam Ahmed Mir promised that LPG cylinders will be provided in Jharkhand at a subsidized rate of 450 rupees even for infiltrators. Speaking at a political rally, he has sparked a major row in the midst of assembly elections in Jharkhand. Prime Minister Modi slammed Mir's poll promise. The BJP dubbed it as anti-national and has called out India's aiding of infiltrators. The BJP also questioned if the India alliance, of which the Congress is a key constituent, is voted to power, then infiltration will be given a free run. The remarks come at a time when BJP leaders have accused the JMM-led coalition of patronizing infiltration in the state for the sake of vote bank.
कांग्रेस के एक नेता ने झारखंड में घोषणा की है कि वे सस्ते गैस सिलेंडर जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनको भी देंगे। ये वोट पाने के लिए देश के साथ, आपके बच्चों के उज्जवल भविष्य के साथ कैसा खेल खेल रहे हैं, इसका ये उदाहरण है।
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will pay a 3-day visit to Laos next week to attend a meeting of a grouping comprising ASEAN nations and some of its dialogue partners that is expected to deliberate on evolving regional security situation. Rajnath Singh is likely to present India's position on dealing with major security challenges facing the region at the ASEAN Defence Ministers Meeting Plus. ADMM Plus is a platform comprising 10 nations and its 8 dialogue partners: India, China, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, Republic of Korea, Russia and the United States. The meeting is likely to deliberate on the situation in the Indo-Pacific as well as ways to combat the threat of terrorism. On the sidelines of the meeting, Rajnath Singh is likely to hold bilateral meetings with the defence ministers of a number of participating nations. Amid the ongoing assembly elections in Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said that the ruling parties in the state, including Congress, RJD and JMM, were looting and misleading people. He alleged that they were promoting leftists to turn Jharkhand into a den of Maoists.
Viewers, much more coming up. Former Taiwanese president to visit Canada. China opposes the visit. All this and much more coming up. Do not go anywhere.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है। कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती। कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
Congress takes the U-turn on Article 370 abrogation. Kharge says Congress never wanted to restore Article 370. Amit Shah spreading lies about the Congress.
महाअगाड़ी की भी है, जो महाराष्ट्र के गौरव को लगातार अपमानित कर रही है। महाअगाड़ी के लोग तुष्टीकरण के गुलाम हो चुके हैं।
PM takes on the Congress during his Shivaji Park rally, calls on MVA's blatant appeasement politics. PM hits out at Congress's caste card politics, says Congress dividing people on caste lines.
ये वो अगाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं। ये वो अगाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं।
PM Modi's stern message calls the Congress out for vilifying and insulting Veer Savarkar. Delhi government announces online classes for students of class 1 to 5, decision taken due to rising pollution levels. Viewers, we are getting your top updates. We're live this morning and I am Shivangi. Beijing has urged Canada to abide by its One China commitment and safeguard bilateral relations, days ahead of a very expected visit to Canada by former Taiwanese leader Tsai Ing-wen. Watch this report for more as there's a face-off between Canada and China.
China's foreign ministry has expressed opposition to former Taiwan President Tsai's visit to Canada, which is scheduled for the next week.
中方在台湾问题上的立场是一贯的、明确的，坚决反对任何台独分子以任何名义串访中国的建交国。我们敦促有关国家恪守一个中国原则，以实际行动维护双边关系的政治基础。
China also said that it strongly opposes any visits by Taiwan leaders to countries that maintain diplomatic relations with China under any title. It must be remembered that, like many countries, Canada does not have official diplomatic relations with Taiwan. But it maintains normal economic and political interactions with the democratically ruled island which China claimed as its own territory. China also dismissed media reports of cyber attacks by Chinese hackers on a number of US politicians, saying that the country has no interest in using cyber means to interfere in other countries' internal matters.
我们没有兴趣利用网络干涉别国的内政，更反对出于政治目的散布与中国相关的虚假信息。
It must be noted that Beijing sees Taiwan as a part of China to be reunited by force if necessary, and regards Tsai and her successor, both of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party, as separatists who promote independence for the island.
And Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov recently met with his Colombian counterpart Luis Gilberto Murillo to mark the 90th anniversary of diplomatic ties between their countries in Moscow. During the meeting, both sides discussed strengthening economic relations and enhancing cooperation on key international issues. Now, with trade growing and mutual commitments to peace, here's more on the meeting and their future goals.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov greeted his Colombian counterpart Luis Gilberto Murillo in Moscow recently. Reviewing the main areas of Russian-Colombian ties, the nations marked the 90th anniversary of establishment of the diplomatic relations. A statement from Lavrov's office outlined that Russia wanted to deepen its economic ties with the country and strengthen trade links.
Хотим углублять наши торгово-экономические связи с этой целью, рассчитывая на то, что в следующем году сможем возобновить работу межправительственной двусторонней комиссии по торгово-экономическому и научно-техническому сотрудничеству.
Both the sides discussed key topics on the international agenda, including the Ukrainian and Palestinian-Israeli crisis. Colombia remains as a key trade partner of Russia, with both having exchanges of over $482 million annually in 2023.
A Colombia como una potencia mundial de la vida y el gobierno nacional nuestro se ha comprometido al interior como al exterior de sus fronteras en este propósito. Colombia se ha trazado los objetivos de transformar nuestros territorios.
Plans to deepen cooperation and Russia's commitment to contributing peace in Colombia, leveraging the UN Security Council status, was also reviewed. Russian Foreign Ministry also said that meeting took place between both the ministers in a warm and trusting atmosphere. Russia will also be honoring the title of Honorary Professor at Murillo in the Russian State University.
Spain's royal family faces unprecedented backlash as anger boils over in the wake of devastation and floods that have claimed lives and left many in despair. During a visit to a disaster-stricken area, King Felipe VI and Queen Letizia were met with an outpouring of rage. Here's a full story. Take a look.
A crowd of enraged locals heard clots of mud left by storm-spawned flooding at the Spanish royal couple. This after Spain faced in what might be the nation's deadliest natural disaster. It was an unprecedented incident for a royal house that carefully crafts the image of monarchs adored by the people of Spain. Fresh fury has been unleashed against the Spanish state that appears overwhelmed and unable to meet the needs of the people used to living under an effective government. Bodyguards opened umbrellas to protect the royals and the other officials from the tossed muck. Police officers were compelled to step in to keep the crowd of several dozen. Even after forced to seek protection, King Philippe VI, with flecks of mud on his face, remained calm and made several efforts to speak to individual residents. As Spain's king faces fresh anger, will there be any resolve to demands being made by the public?
Tensions between Lebanon and Israel continue to escalate as fighting intensifies in both countries. On Thursday, rockets fired from Lebanon targeted northern Israel, with most intercepted by the Israeli defense system. Now, in response, Israel launches airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs, hitting Hezbollah positions. While no immediate casualties have been reported, tensions show no signs of easing. Here's the latest on the ongoing violence in the region.
Sirens and explosions were heard in the northern Israeli city of Haifa on Thursday. As per the IDF statement, 5 rockets were fired from Lebanon into Israeli territory. Most of the rockets were intercepted on time and the rest fell in open areas. In a counter-offensive, Israel launched airstrikes on Thursday that hit the sites in southern suburbs of Lebanon's capital, Beirut, setting off explosions between buildings in Dahiyeh. In a statement from Israel that came prior was a warning of evacuation and an explanation that missiles meant damage to Hezbollah facilities and interests. The statement also said that there were no immediate reports of casualties from both sides. Since September, Israel has been striking deeper inside Lebanese suburbs to target the terror outfit Hezbollah.
במקביל לפעילות הקרקעית בדרום לבנון, אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף מהאוויר. אנחנו תוקפים בכל רחבי לבנון, מהדחיה ועד דמשק. בשבוע האחרון תקפנו יותר מ-300 מטרות מהאוויר ברחבי לבנון. מתוכם כ-40 מטרות בלב הדחיה בביירות. תקפנו מחסנים של אמצעי לחימה, מפקדות צבאיות וסוללות טילים של חיזבאללה. השמדנו את מרבית אתרי הייצור ומחסנים של אמצעי לחימה של חיזבאללה בביירות, ואנחנו ממשיכים לפגוע במה שנותר.
In Israel, at least 75 people have been killed and over 600 wounded by Hezbollah fighters. In Israel, at least 75 people have been killed and over 600 wounded by Hezbollah fire, according to Prime Minister's office. Meanwhile, according to Lebanese tallies, 1.2 million people have been displaced by the conflict between Israel and Lebanon.
Donald Trump nominated Mike Huckabee to serve as his ambassador, that is right, to Israel. Now, Donald Trump is putting together his A-team. In the meanwhile, Palestinians in Ramallah have reacted to Trump's initial administration picks, including his choices for the future ambassadors to Israel and the UN. Take a look at this report to know more about what is happening in the US and how the other countries are reacting to it.
Donald Trump's re-election as the US president last week comes at a time of extreme volatility in the Middle East. On Tuesday, Trump declared his picks for the two key positions likely to shape his administration's role in the Middle East for the next 4 years. Trump announced on the social media platform Truth that he would nominate former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee to the post of US ambassador to Israel. Huckabee has a track record of being a hardliner and proactive in his support for Israel. He also opposes a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict. He even said that there is really no such thing as a Palestinian. Palestinians, including the Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs, have reflected their apprehensions.
نحن لا نقيس السياسات بالتفاؤل أو التشاؤم. نحن لدينا أولويات وطنية فلسطينية. نحن لدينا الآن حرب إبادة ضد الشعب الفلسطيني. لذلك نريد من أي قائد دولي بما فيه الرئيس المنتخب الأمريكي أن ينظر في كيفية إنهاء هذا العدوان على أبناء الشعب الفلسطيني. ونحن لا نريد أن نتوقع وأن نضع احتمالات ماذا سوف يكون. نحن سنتعامل مع أي سياسة بناء على المعطيات التي تأتي من الإدارة الأمريكية الحديثة.
Palestinians in the West Bank see no hope from Trump's administration picks.
والله سياسته يعني مش مضبوطة كثير يعني منحاز للجهات الإسرائيلية وإحنا الفلسطينيين ما تعرف ما حدا واقف معنا حتى العرب وإحنا مش واقفين مع بعض فسياسته منحازة لإسرائيل أكيد يعني مش إلنا طبعا.
They believe that neither of the US presidents will make a difference for them.
والله ترامب ولا غيره هو نفس السياسي هم يعني وجهنا عملة واحدة وما تفرقش معنا كلهم يهود يعني احنا مش معتبرين حتى ان بشر موجودين على الكرة الأرضية فبالنسبة لنا ما بتفرق سواء كان ترامب سواء غيره ما بتفرقش كل واحد فكلهم يهود واحنا المظلومين في هالدنيا.
The overall sentiment among civilians of Gaza is that the election of Donald Trump will be a setback for the Palestinian cause. And viewers, Bangladesh, the country whose prime minister of 15 years resigned and fled, the country that is staring at a climbing economic crisis. And if you think things in Dhaka could not get any worse, think again, because in the latest, the country's Attorney General, Mohammad Asad-Uzzaman, has now proposed changes to the country's constitution. He has suggested the removal of terms like socialism, secularism, Bengali nationalism, and asked for the designation of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman as father of the nation to be scrapped. The report gets you more on this latest development coming in.
With Hindu temples being vandalized and innocents being looted in Bangladesh, the country is falling further towards safeguarding its minorities. The Attorney General, Mohammad Asad-Uzzaman, has made nearly fanatic demands, asking for the removal of words including secularism from the country's constitution. In fact, based on a similar demand, the portrait of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the founder of Bangladesh, has been removed from the caretaker President Muhammad Yunus's office. The move is being termed as a concession to student leaders by the caretaker government. This shift in narrative has confirmed the worst fears of the Bangladeshi minorities, with the government moving to change the country to an Islamic state. Bangladesh's pretense over being secular is now over. while the Attorney General argues that this will benefit the country, which is about 90% Muslim population. This move is set to make the situation worse for the already battered minorities.
Sri Lankans cast a vote on Thursday in snap parliamentary elections, which is, by the way, crucial for the newly elected Marxist-leaning President Anurag Kumara, who aims to now secure a majority in parliament to put forward his policies to revive the island nation from its financial crisis. Take a look at this report for more.
On Thursday, Sri Lankans voted to elect a new parliament, which is the first majority test for the ruling National People's Power Party. This election follows the recent rise of Dissanayake, a Marxist-aligned leader who secured the presidency in September. However, his National People's Power coalition currently holds only 3 out of 225 parliamentary seats. This disparity motivated him to dissolve the parliament nearly a year before the end of his term, seeking a renewed mandate to advance his policy agenda. During his campaign, Dissanayake urged people to support him in electing him to parliament so that he wouldn't have to rely on coalition.
ඉතාමත් තීරණාත්මක හැරවුම් ලක්ෂයක් පෙන්නුම් කරන මැතිවරණයක්. මේ මැතිවරණයේදී ජාතික ජනබලය ඉතාමත් ශක්තිමත් පාර්ලිමේන්තුවක් සඳහා ජනවරම අපේක්ෂා කරනවා. ඒ ජනවරම ජනතාව විසින් අපට ලබා දෙන බව අපිට විශ්වාසයක් තිබෙනවා.
Sri Lankan voters hope for corruption-free government and restoration of stability after the island's worst ever economic crisis.
Where there is no corruption and the people who are supposed to do their work do the work they are supposed to do, and everyone is friendly with every other religion, person or racial.
Sri Lanka's economic situation remains precarious and the main focus is still on providing essential goods and services. How the country progresses from this point will be a real challenge for the new government.
But so coming up, viewers, it's a dramatic turn for Boeing. The airplane manufacturer has announced plans to cut 17,000 jobs, marking another chapter in its ongoing struggles. All this and much more coming up. Do not go anywhere.
Director, The Taste of Success.
Welcome back. We're getting into top updates coming in a very dramatic turn for Boeing. The airplane manufacturer has announced plans to cut 17,000 jobs, marking another chapter in its ongoing struggles. The company, which has been battling financial and operational setbacks, reported a staggering $6 billion quarterly loss in September. Now, with the company under legal scrutiny and investor concerns rising, here's more on what the aviation giant is grappling with. Take a look.
The distressing saga of Boeing continues. The US-based aviation giant that reported a historic quarterly loss of $6 billion in September is now laying off 17,000 people from its workforce in what it describes as a cost-efficacy measure. 2024 marks the 6th consecutive year for Boeing bleeding billions in its annual income. Since the beginning of this year, Boeing has lost over $8 billion. By scaling down 10% of its global workforce, Boeing now seeks to revive its K-737 MAX Airjet, its biggest moneymaker. As 33,000 of its workforce called a strike in West Coast earlier this year in retaliation to its wage contracts, Boeing has been reeling under union pressure.
I am disappointed with leadership on both sides, and you know, we've been here a long time, and I feel that our negotiating team needs to be stronger, and Boeing needs to keep listening to the floor. You know, we're the ones that make it happen, building the airplane, and they're still not recognizing the fact that they wouldn't be where they're at or be receiving what they're receiving if it weren't for us down on the floor building the airplane.
Ever since the door of one of its 737 MAX jet blew off earlier this year, Boeing has been under legal ire and investor scrutiny. The layoffs, effective by January, are projected to have negative impact on employee morale.
Well, they get their pension, don't they? CEOs get $100 million worth of stock options when they retire. It's costing them billions a month. It's costing me thousands. How do you like it? You've been costing me thousands for 10 years. No wage increases, 1%, COLAs of 1 cent, you know, and then working 2 weekends, 3 weekends straight. No life balance. I feel sorry for the young people. I've spent my life here, and I'm getting ready to go. But they deserve a pension, and I deserve an increase.
Many still remain hopeful about hearing from their bosses regarding employment retention.
Let's get to the big sports story which is coming in. Japan is bracing for a tough test against Indonesia on Friday in another game of their third round 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Take a look at this report, which we will highlight for you as this big story is making the headlines in the world of sports.
Japan took Indonesia head-on on Friday night in the FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Japan is the leading team in Asia at 15th in the FIFA rankings with an unbeaten record after 3 victories and a draw. While Indonesia are on 3 points going into the encounter in Jakarta. Indonesia is the clear underdog for Friday's match, sitting in 5th out of 6 teams in its qualifying group. Japanese win would mean it will go 7 points clear at the top of Group C if Bahrain and China end in draw as well. Indonesia has only beaten Japan 4 times in its history, who have dominated in recent decades, beating Indonesia 3-1 at the Spain Cup in January.
As pollution levels surge in the national capital, the Delhi government has implemented GRAP 3 across the city, meaning the primary schools will shift to online classes starting today. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you all the latest developments at 9 a.m.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
is also a reality that global container traffic, India counts just 2.4% of it, which essentially means that if you compare it to globally, we are perhaps punching way below our weight. So there is a problem that we still need to address.
Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways, हम लोगों ने इस विषय पर एक साथ काम शुरू की है. अगले दिनों में कंटेनर का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा, क्योंकि हमारे देश में अभी कंटेनर बनना शुरू हो गया है. सिर्फ कंटेनर ही नहीं, शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप रिपेयर, इस सिलसिले में भी हम लोगों ने अब काम शुरू की है. हिंदुस्तान अगली 25 साल के अंदर दुनिया में टॉप 10 मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से अपना पहचान बनाता है.
As pollution levels surge in the national capital, the Delhi government has implemented GRAP 3 across the city, meaning the primary schools will shift to online classes starting today. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you all the latest developments at 9 a.m.
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Priyanka Das and I'll be taking you through the top stories, and the big story we're tracking at the moment is from Delhi, where the national capital, the air pollution levels have surged and the Delhi government has implemented GRAP 3 starting today. This means the primary schools will be resorting to online classes. We'll bring you the details shortly, but first let's take a quick look at the top headlines.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है. कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती. कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
Congress takes U-turn on Article 370 abrogation. After Shah's assertion, Congress retaliates, accuses the HM of spreading lies. PM hits out at Congress's caste card politics, says Congress dividing people on caste lines.
ये वो अगाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं. ये वो अगाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं.
PM Modi's stern message calls the Congress out for vilifying and insulting Veer Savarkar. Delhi government announces online classes for students of classes 1 to 5. Decision taken due to rising pollution levels. After India, US calls expresses concerns over terror haven. Canada urges to secure borders against terror infiltration. Big breaking news coming in from the Oxford University, where the debating society, that's Oxford Union, has debated on the independence of Kashmir. This has led to protests by the Indian students and the Jammu and Kashmir residents over there. In a major news break coming in, where the Oxford Union in the UK, which is a part of the Oxford University, has hosted a debate on the independence of Kashmir. Now, the Oxford Union in Oxford Union in UK against the Pak ISI funded debate on Kashmir, where terrorist associates have been invited to speak on Kashmir. Now, the Indian student Adarsh Mishra stood up inside Oxford Union debate venue and exposed the Pakistan ISI angle. Now, do note, the viewers, the Pakistan ISI sponsored terror event, which has the participation of the JKLF, which is the terror group responsible for the killing of Indian diplomat Ravindra Mahatre in Birmingham and the Kashmiri Hindus. A big breaking news coming in from Oxford in the UK, where the Indian students have joined the people of Jammu and Kashmir protesting outside the Oxford Union. This is after the Pakistan ISI funded debate on Kashmir, where terrorist associates have been invited to speak on an independent Kashmir. Now, an Indian student, Adarsh Mishra, stood up outside the Oxford Union debate venue and exposed the Pakistan ISI-sponsored terror angle with the participation of terror groups JKLF, which have been held responsible for the killing of Indian diplomat Ravindra Mahatre in Birmingham and Kashmiri Hindus. Let's listen in.
JKLF is a terror organization. JKLF is a terror organization that has killed so many Kashmiri Pandits. It has massacred lots of Pandits, and also it has killed a Hindu government official in Birmingham. This house, I do not trust this house. What I've done is I've actually launched a no confidence motion against the president, because I believe a lot of members of this house do not have any faith with the president of this Oxford Union, because he is nothing but a stooge of ISI, he is nothing but a stooge of Pakistan, and this house has no confidence in the president. I hereby rest my case.
Viewers, I'd like to bring in my colleague Deepak, who's joining us live from the newsroom. Deepak, now that the allegations have come to the fore that the debate was funded by Pakistan's ISI, with Indian students staging a protest, what other information do we have at this point?
Well, Priyanka, there is a certain lobby that operates across the world, time and again raking up the Kashmir issue. Even though on ground zero it is Naya Kashmir taking form, the people are welcoming the change. There is art and culture that's returned to the valley, and despite all of these proofs, in fact many foreign delegates have also visited Kashmir, and they've given a good report on the kind of situation that is prevalent. And it is these kind of separatist organizations, these kind of terror organizations like the JKLF, who are time and again raking up the Kashmir story on the global platform. In Oxford University as well, it wasn't any different. And the panelists, just take a look at the panelists that were in called for this particular debate. A person from the JKLF. Who is JKLF? What is JKLF? JKLF is the same organization that has carried out various terror attacks. In fact, they are the reasons why the Kashmiri Hindus were forced to leave their homes. They were involved in the slaughtering of Kashmiri Hindus in the 1990s, which led to the exodus of the Kashmiri Hindus. And it is these kind of people who are being hosted in Oxford University and taking cognizance of this panelist. Students in the Oxford University have staged a protest saying that it is known far and wide that the Oxford Union takes the terror side. This is the slogan that has been chanted because if you look at what's happening in Kashmir, there is an assembly that has been formed. Elections were held for the first time after the abrogation of Article 370. Stone pelting has not been reported in the valley. Separatists are not rearing their ugly heads anymore. Jammu and Kashmir, in fact Kashmir in particular, has seen a wave of change for the good, but despite that, this particular ecosystem that is funded by Pakistan ISI is time and again denigrating the name of India as well as the story of Kashmir with falsehood. There is no human rights violation. There is nothing that JKLF claims prevalent in Jammu and Kashmir right now, and this is nothing but clear conspiracy and agenda to defame India and Naya Kashmir story.
Thank you, Deepak, for taking our viewers through the Oxford Union's debate, which has led to a protest by the Indian students in the Oxford University. Now, moving on to our next story, where Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has taken a U-turn on the abrogation of Article 370 in J&K. Now, the National Conference leader, Sheikh Bashir, has flagged Kharge's statement as a compulsion. In fact, Sheikh Bashir has further said that the Congress was different on 370 during the Parliament session. After the Congress Party President Mallikarjun Kharge alleged that the Congress never intended to Article 370 abrogation, the National Conference leader Sheikh Bashir has flagged Kharge's statement as a compulsion. Do note, viewers, earlier in the day, Mallikarjun Kharge has said about the abrogation of Article 370 and alleged that the Home Minister Amit Shah was peddling lies about the Congress's stance. Let's listen in, viewers, what Sheikh Bashir had to say on the whole row.
जी, खाड़गे के स्टेटमेंट को मैं किस तरह से लेता हूँ, जब पार्लियामेंट का सेशन हुआ तो इसमें हकीकत है कि कांग्रेस 370 के मामले में डिफरेंट थी, लेकिन पूरे इंडिया में 370 किसी और जगह पे ज़रूरत नहीं है। 370 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अंदर जम्मू कश्मीर को एक स्पेशल स्टेटस के तौर पे दिया गया था और स्पेशल प्रोविज़न था जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के तहत दिया गया था जब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन फ्रेम हुआ था। उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को फ्रेम करते वक्त जम्मू कश्मीर के नुमाइंदों के दरमियान और उस वक्त के जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असम्बली पार्लियामेंट के लिए बना रहे थे ज़ाब्ते, उनके दरमियान एक नेगोशिएशन हुआ था और डायलॉग हुआ था। अब कौन क्या कहता है वो उनकी अपनी मजबूरी हो सकती है, लेकिन इशू जम्मू कश्मीर का है, जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की एस्पिरेशन है। तो जम्मू कश्मीर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में कहा है कि हम इसके लिए लड़ते रहेंगे। कोई हमें किस रूप में देखता है, किस रंग में देखता है, किस तरह समझता है। अब बीजेपी पूरे इंडिया में ढंढोरा पीट रही है कि ये जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में नहीं था, तो हम कहते हैं कि वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि भाई जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में नहीं था। जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में था, तभी तो 75 साल रहा यहाँ। अब इन्होंने हटाया तो वक्त आएगा, सारी हमेशा के लिए तो उन्होंने भी नहीं रहना है और जम्मू कश्मीर ने ये मूवमेंट ख़त्म नहीं करनी है। लिहाजा हमारी ज़रूरत है जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर जो स्पेशल स्टेटस था उसकी ज़रूरत है और इसके लिए लड़ते रहेंगे, चाहे कोई क्या कहे उसकी तरफ हम नहीं जाएंगे।
अभी हाल ही में 2-4 दिन पहले जब जम्मू कश्मीर की विधानसभा में इन्होंने इस प्रकार का प्रस्ताव लाया था तो कांग्रेस के लोगों का स्टैंड क्या था? या तो स्पीकर झूठ बोल रहे हैं या वो कांग्रेस झूठ बोल रही है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, अब इलेक्शन है, इसके कारण से ये अलग अलग अपना जो पैंतरा है बदल लेते हैं, उसके बाद दोबारा इस प्रकार की भाषा बोलेंगे। हर एक नेता का हर एक जगह के अनुसार ये अपनी जो बयान देते हैं जो गलत है। हमेशा से कांग्रेस 370 का राग लापती रही है और इन्हीं के कारण से ये सारी चीज़ें की बर्बादी हुई।
Viewers, I'd like to bring in my colleague Gursimran, who's joining us live from Jammu. Gursimran, after Sheikh Bashir's comments that he has flagged post Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's comments on the abrogation of Article 370, how is that really likely to pan out for the political landscape if we were to speak about it?
See, the Congress is in confusion. That's beyond doubt, because what the Congress party is doing, that for the political benefit in the Maharashtra and Jharkhand, they have decided to stay away from Umar Abdullah's cabinet, and we have seen that there has not been a full expansion of the Umar Abdullah cabinet, because Congress may decide after the Jharkhand and the Maharashtra poll that they will be part of the Jammu and Kashmir polls. What they have not done prior to the elections is reason being that they do not want to take a political dent in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, and the statement of Mallikarjun Kharge can be linked to that only, that the Congress do not want to displease a larger audience that is in the Maharashtra and Jharkhand, because they know that if they speak in favor of Article 370 and 35 alpha, they are going to have their implications on ground when it comes to the vote share in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. And that was why this statement from Mallikarjun Kharge is being seen as, the National Conference has termed this as compulsion, and it is beyond doubt that this is a compulsion of the Congress party. But the Congress has failed to take the stand. In the last 1 decade, where the Congress has come down to, it was only because the Congress is confused over their decisions. In Jammu and Kashmir, they could not take a stand that whether they support the abrogation of Article 370 or they are in opposition of that, because Congress has always maintained that we have August 6th the resolution that the CWC has passed. That resolution marks no mention of the Article 370 or 35 alpha, but the Congress never spoke of that. Even many a times, even during the press conference of Mallikarjun Kharge in Jammu and Kashmir, we even asked them, but there was no reply from them, because at that time they knew that if they speak, they do not support the restoration of 370 and 35 alpha, it is going to have implications for them. And now they feel that if they say that they do not want 370 or 35 alpha, they never said so, it might benefit them in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, and that is why these kind of statements coming as a compulsion statement by the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge.
Thank you, Gursimran, for giving us those inputs on the whole row related to Article 370. Let's listen and viewers what Mallikarjun Kharge had to say about it, and also reactions coming in from the BJP.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है. कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती. कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले? ऐसी चीजें आप बोलते हो जो अब ऑलरेडी पार्लियामेंट में पास हुआ है, हो गया है, फिर उसको दोबारा क्यों छेड़ रहे आप? इसका मतलब यू वांट टू कीप इट अलाइव सच इश्यूज टू डिवाइड द पीपल. जाके बोलो ना वहां जम्मू कश्मीर में, वहां तो इलेक्शन हो गया.
मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कहते हैं कि कौन कह रहा है कि चेष्टा करेगी. अरे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, जरा तो अपने कांग्रेसियों का बयान सुनकर बोलिए. दिग्विजय सिंह बोलते हैं पाकिस्तानी जर्नलिस्ट से कि हम 370 वापस लाएंगे. आपके कई नेता है, खास करके जम्मू कश्मीर के, जो 370 हटने का विरोध करते हैं. पी चिदम्बरम कहते हैं 370 इसलिए हटाई गई क्योंकि मुस्लिम बाहुल था जम्मू कश्मीर. और जब आपके फैमिली फ्रेंड, फैमिली फर्स्ट रखने वाली एनसी 370 के लिए एक रेजोल्यूशन लाती है जम्मू कश्मीर की असेंबली में, जो आरक्षण विरोधी भी है, संविधान विरोधी भी है, मतलब ऐसा रेजोल्यूशन लाती है जो बाबा साहब आंबेडकर जी के संविधान के खिलाफ है, तो आप कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं देते. जब ये बात 370 वाली अपने मैनिफेस्टो में एनसी डालती है तो आप उनके साथी है और आप कुछ नहीं बोलते. इसका मतलब साफ है, आप जम्मू कश्मीर में बाबा साहब आंबेडकर जी का संविधान नहीं, आप दूसरा संविधान चाहते हैं. आप एक देश में 2 निशान चाहते हैं, 2 विधान चाहते हैं.
As pollution levels are rising in Delhi and NCR, the Delhi government has implemented GRAP 3, meaning the primary schools will shift to online classes. That's primary class from 1 to 5. Meanwhile, the political row is also intensifying, with the BJP blaming the AAP for the turn of events and the sorry state of affairs really when it comes to air pollution. Take a look.
हमारी जो कंसर्न है वो है लोगों की सुरक्षा, और इसलिए हमने कहा था कि छोटे बच्चों को स्कूल जाने से रोका जाए, और जो बड़े बुजुर्ग हैं उनको भी एडवाइजरी जारी की जाए कि इस मौसम में बाहर नहीं निकलना है. तो ग्रैप 3 ठीक है, उस व्यवस्था को तो खड़ा करता है, लेकिन दिल्ली में किसी भी चीज़ का प्रतिबंध लगाने की स्थिति क्यों आती है, उसका मूल कारण अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार के 10 साल हैं, जिन्होंने कभी भी पोल्यूशन को लेकर गंभीरता से काम नहीं किया है. ये एक टेम्परेरी व्यवस्था है, हमें पता है लोगों को परेशानी होगी, लेकिन लोगों की जान बचाना प्राथमिकता होती है. लेकिन अंततः दिल्ली को प्रदूषण मुक्त बनाने के लिए फिर मैं कह रहा हूँ एक विजन के साथ काम करने की जरूरत है।
दिल्ली इतनी बड़ी गैस चेंबर बन चुकी है कि AQI कुछ इलाकों में 1300 पार है। लाहौर से ज्यादा प्रदूषित है हम लोग और ग्रैप 3 इंप्लीमेंट करने की बारी आ गई। प्राइमरी स्कूल को बंद करना पड़ रहा है और ऑनलाइन ले जाना पड़ रहा है। यह है उपलब्धि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार की। वाह, स्मॉग टावर कहाँ है किसी को नहीं पता। पंजाब की पराली जिसको दोष देते थे उसका क्या? 7000 घटनाएं हो चुकी है पंजाब पराली में जलने की, पर उस पर कोई जवाब नहीं। दोष उत्तर प्रदेश और हरियाणा के लोगों को, दोष दिवाली को। यमुना जी उतनी ही पोल्यूटेड है। 7000 करोड़ खर्च, 2025 तक डुबकी लगाने वाले थे केजरीवाल। अब क्या बोलेंगे यमुना नदी के बारे में? यमुना नदी के बारे में तो दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने बोला है छठ पूजा भी नहीं मना पाए, पर दिवाली को दोष देते रहिए, यूपी हरियाणा को दोष देते रहिए। 10 वर्ष निकल गए, दिल्ली और भी ज्यादा प्रदूषित हो गई। हमारी जिंदगी और सेहत के साथ खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है।
If you are a resident of the National Capital Region and you are breathing the air of this region, it can make you sick. And while I speak, I would request my video journalist to just show the visuals of India Gate, Kartavya Path. Now this area is the seat of power, but you can see that all those structure that embodies the seat of power of the country is right now invisible. India Gate, South Block, North Block, Rashtrapati Bhavan and all the areas around here is invisible, and this invisibility is caused because of the thick layer of smog that has engulfed the entire area. And this smog is caused because of the poisonous substances like particulate matter of 2.5 microns, of 10 microns, poisonous gases like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide being suspended in cities' air. Such is the dangerous situation which is being caused right now in cities' air can be gauged from the fact that right now the air quality index is more than 400 micrograms per cubic meter, thus putting the health safety of crore of residents like you and me and everyone over here at the National Capital Region and areas around it at risk. Now, taking into consideration of the dire situation right now which is being faced by crore of citizens of the National Capital Region, the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 3 has now set in. Some of the key points which are going to be followed under the Stage 3 action plan is going to be complete ban on construction, restricting the movement of vehicles that are plying on Bharat Standard 3 fuel, restricting the classes of students who till class 5, in fact most of these students have been advised to have online classes, and also making sure that all those people who are aged above 50 should be asked not to undertake morning or evening walks. Now these are some temporary measures, but yes, taking into consideration of what exactly the situation in National Capital Region is, this becomes important. The key question now remains that with health, security and the health of crore of citizens of the National Capital Region and areas around it at risk, will all the agencies that are in charge of governance of these areas take accountability and make sure that we at least had the right to breathe. With Vijay Hitesh, this is Piyush Ohri reporting for Republic TV.
Amid the ongoing fury of rallies across Jharkhand, Prime Minister Modi has hit back at Congress's Ghulam Ahmad Mir for vowing subsidies for illegal infiltrators. Now, PM Modi has also accused the state government of aiding the infiltration of Bangladeshi nationals into the India borders. Listen in.
कांग्रेस के एक नेता ने झारखंड में घोषणा की है कि वे सस्ते गैस सिलेंडर जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनको भी देंगे। ये वोट पाने के लिए देश के साथ आपके बच्चों के उज्जवल भविष्य के साथ कैसा खेल खेल रहे हैं, इसका ये उदाहरण है।
This was PM Modi's stern take on Congress's blatant show of support to infiltrators. This comes after Jharkhand's Congress leader Ghulam Ahmad Mir, in a controversial remark, vowed subsidies for these infiltrators. And while being at it, he called them the people of Jharkhand. Watch this.
और हमने वादा दिया जनता को कि जैसे सरकार बनेगी 1 दिसंबर से गैस सिलेंडर का कीमत सिर्फ 450 रुपए। ये आम जनता, ना उसमें हिंदू देखा जाएगा, ना मुसलमान देखा जाएगा, ना घुसपैठिया देखा जाएगा, तो ना कोई और चीज देखा जाएगा। जो भी झारखंड वासी है, वो किसी भी सोच से हो, किसी भी तबके से हो, उसको 450 रुपए में गैस सिलेंडर दिया जाएगा। ये हमारा प्रोग्राम।
Not just this, Congress leader B.K. Hari Prasad came to Ghulam Mir's defense. Listen in to what he had to say.
As of now, in Jharkhand government, there is no list of infiltrators. If there is a list of infiltrators, it is the duty of the central government to announce it. If they say that there are infiltrators, we will take the responsibility to send them out. And he is casting aspersions on the Jharkhandis. He is casting aspersions on the entire Jharkhand that the Jharkhandis are Ghusbaitis.
Why is Mr. Mir recognizing Ghusbaitis? He says that he will provide 450 rupees cylinder to the Ghusbaitis.
He will provide these political infiltrators, BJP's political infiltrators.
Do you feel that Mr. Mir has made a mistake by making this?
Not at all. Mir has not made any mistake. Mir has condemned the word infiltration.
Is it a self-goal by the Congress?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party in calling the entire Jharkhandis as infiltrators.
This, despite the infiltration issue causing severe dents and altercations to the demographic landscape of tribal dominant areas. Mir's remarks were followed by Home Minister Amit Shah's promise of driving out the infiltrators if the BJP is brought to power in the state. In fact, Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also took jabs at the land-grabbing hooliganism of these infiltrators. CM Yogi also assured the public that the BJP will not let the rights and the livelihood of the tribal population of Jharkhand slip into the hands of infiltrators.
Here's a quick roundup of the top international stories. President Joe Biden arrived in Peru to attend the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. Biden is expected to meet his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping today. After attending the APEC summit, the US president will head to Brazil, where he will attend the G20 summit and visit the Amazon rainforest. Biden's trip offers one last opportunity to engage with world leaders, including Chinese President Xi Jinping, South Korea's Yoon, and Japan's Shigeru Ishiba on key issues like climate change, global infrastructure, and counter-narcotics efforts. In a first Mansion House speech, British Treasury Chief Rachel Reeves unveiled plans to merge 86 local authority pension funds in England and Wales, aiming to unlock up to 100 billion for investment and boost the UK's economic growth. The proposal aims to create a larger and more powerful local government pension scheme, which is expected to manage assets worth €500 billion by 2030. The reforms are set to be introduced through a bill next year and have gained cross-party support. These reforms aim to address the UK's underperformance since the 2008 financial crisis.
These reforms will deliver real change in our economy through consolidation of the DC market and the local government pension scheme into mega funds. Previous domestic and international experience suggests that we could unlock around £80 billion for investment in private equity, including exciting growth businesses, and in vital infrastructure projects, including transport, energy, and housing projects here in the UK.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrators gathered near a stadium in France where the Nations League soccer match between France and Israel took place under heightened security. They denounced France for hosting the match, accusing the country of supporting Israel's policies. Some termed the event a legitimization of genocide and occupation. The crowd chanted "Free, Free Palestine as prominent political figures, including President Emmanuel Macron, Prime Minister Michel Barnier, and former Presidents François Hollande and Nicolas Sarkozy attended the march. Brazil kicked off a social summit on Thursday ahead of next week's G20 meeting, marking the first event of its kind focused on gathering input from civil society. The summit is expected to draw 40,000 participants from G20 nations, will feature meetings and panels at venues like Rio's port area and the Museum of Tomorrow. This event is part of Brazil's broader G20 agenda to promote sustainable development, green energy, poverty reduction, and inequality alleviation. Proposals generated during the summit will be compiled into a final document to be presented at the main leaders' summit on Monday and Tuesday.
Viewers, much more coming up. Trump vows to end the Russia-Ukraine war. The big development coming in from across the US. Do not go anywhere.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
A very good morning. We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. And we're getting a big breaking update coming in from the US where President-elect Donald Trump has some plans for the Russia-Ukraine war. We'll tell you what it is, but as usual, the headlines. Let's get started.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है। कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती। कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
Congress takes U-turn on Article 370 abrogation after Shah's assertion. Congress retaliates, accuses the Home Minister of spreading lies. PM hints out at Congress's caste card. Politics says Congress dividing people on caste lines.
ये वो अगाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं। ये वो अगाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं।
PM Modi's stern message calls the Congress out for vilifying and insulting Veer Savarkar. Delhi government announces online classes for students of class 1 to 5, decision taken due to rising pollution levels. After India-US expresses concerns over terror haven, Canada urges to secure borders against terror infiltration. US President-elect Donald Trump has said that his administration will focus on ending the Russia-Ukraine war as he lamented the killing of people in the conflict. He also said that his administration is going to work on bringing peace to West Asia. Trump says that we are going to work on the Middle East and we are going to work very hard on Russia and Ukraine. It's going to stop. The president-elect has consistently said his priority is to end the war and stem what he characterizes as a drain on U.S. resources in the form of military aid to Ukraine. So big update coming in right now on Republic TV, where we are seeing that back-to-back details. These are some plans that President-elect Donald Trump has ahead of being sworn in as the president formally. So this is a big update coming in, where we also told you a few days ago that Donald Trump had a talk with Putin and had told Putin not to escalate the war with Ukraine. So this is a very big update that we're getting for you right now on Republic TV. He has a plan for peace when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war. So this is the big update we're getting for you here on Republic TV. And we'll try to connect to our correspondents to understand that what kind of effect will this have. But this is the big update that we're getting for you right now. So, as you can clearly see, viewers, US President-elect Donald Trump has said his administration will focus on ending the Russia-Ukraine war as he lamented the killing of people in the conflict. He also said that his administration will also work on bringing peace to West Asia. Trump says we are going to work on the Middle East and we're going to work very hard on Russia and Ukraine. It's got to stop, the president-elect has consistently said. His priority is to end the war and stem what he characterizes as a drain on U.S. resources in the form of military aid to Ukraine. So this is the big update coming in right now. And we'll try to, of course, talk a little bit more about this because this is very important given the fact that Donald Trump has had in the past pretty good relations with Russia, especially with Vladimir Putin. They have been considered very close friends for a very long time. And geopolitical conflicts have stayed quite less during the Trump administration in the US. So this is a big update coming in right now on Republic TV. As we keep getting you more updates, we'll keep a very close eye on the story. We'll move ahead right now because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in right now. Let's go to those. Big breaking news coming in from Maharashtra, where Congress leader Hussein Dalwai has called RSS a terrorist organization, sparking the controversy. Dalwai said that this country belongs to Gandhi and RSS teaches violence in their shakhas. Okay, big update coming in, huge. So what we see right now is that just days ahead of the big elections in Maharashtra, the elections which are coming up on November 20th, we're coming to know that the Congress leader Hussein Dalwai has called RSS a terrorist organization And this is a big controversial remark. Dalwai says that the country belongs to Gandhi and RSS teaches violence in their shakhas. So this is the big update where RSS is being called a terror outfit by a Congress leader in Maharashtra. Now this is, like we told you, a very, very important update given the fact that there's been a big war of words and a lot of political controversies just ahead of those crucial Maharashtra polls, which we are counting down to, where you will get all the top updates. So this Congress leader has said because they instigate violence in RSS branches, children are taught to lie, they teach violence. This country belongs to Gandhi, they teach violence in their branches. And all these statements have been made. Let's play out the entire statement.
ऐसा आरएसएस ये आतंकवादी संगठन है, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि वो हिंसा पढ़ाते हैं, लोगों को हिंसा बताते हैं। एक बात ध्यान में रखिए, वो 4 बातें उनके आरएसएस के शाखाओं पे बच्चों के दिल के ऊपर थाम ले देते हैं। एक पहली बात ऐसी है कि झूठा कैसा बोलना। मोदी जी, वो शाह साहब जो झूठा बोलते हैं ना, इसका कारण ऐसे वो बचपन से वो वही सीखे हैं कैसा झूठा बोलना। नंबर 2, वो हिंसा सिखाते हैं। हिंसा सिखाना बिल्कुल गलत बात है। हिंसा की वजह से ये देश गांधी का है। हिंसा की वजह से लोगों में दरार पैदा होता है और एक तरह से लोग डरते हैं। ये जानबूझ के लोगों को डराने का काम करता है, हिंसा करते हैं। गांधी जी का खून किया उन्होंने, और उसका भी आज भी उनको ये नहीं बोलते, माफी नहीं मांगते कि क्यों खून हुआ, वो गलत था, हमारी गलती है, ऐसा आज भी वो बोलते नहीं।
All right, so this is a big update coming in right now, and I just want to go across to my colleague Sandeep joining us. Sandeep, if you could take our viewers, through the latest that we're learning of, and this is, of course, a very controversial remark just ahead of the crucial Maharashtra polls. Go ahead, Sandeep.
See, another controversial remark by Hussain Dalwai, the former Congress leader. And this is not the first time that he had, in fact, said anything. Previously, also, he had made such remark on Hindu gods in the past. It has been the habit right now when the elections have been, in the pour. We saw how Kanhaiya Kumara made a derogatory remark against Amrita Fadnavis, the wife of Deputy Chief Minister. We saw how Nana Patole have made a remark against Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, in the same sequence, it is Hussain Dalwai and have said that RSS is a terror outfit, it is a terror organization, and it teaches terrorism, and it teaches to do violence in the country. And not only that, he goes on to say that the killer of Mahatma Gandhi was from RSS. So it is a direct attack being made by Hussain Dalwai, the Congress party leader, against the Bharatiya Janata Party as well as on RSS. But ultimately, the Bharatiya Janata Party has reacted very strong on this, and in fact have opposed Hussain Dalwai's remark on this very day.
Right. Sandeep is getting us all these top details coming in. And Sandeep, before I let you go, just take our viewers through once more, what exactly has been happening in terms of the war of words. So we know that it's a very intense competition for both the Mahayuti and the MVA ahead of these crucial polls. Sandeep, just a quick word on how this is adding up to the war of words between the Mahayuti and the MVA.
We need to understand the kind of situation in Maharashtra that is being, in fact, created for elections. As far as the statement of Hussain Dalwai is concerned, definitely there is a specific community which hates RSS, and ultimately the haters of RSS would be, in fact, happy with the remark that is being made by Hussain Dalwai. So ultimately, that is the vote bank politics that is being, in fact, played.
Right. Okay, thank you, Sandeep, for getting in those details. I have to move ahead right now because we have some updates coming in all the way from Manipur, because we've seen a lot of unrest in Manipur as the state of Manipur continues to grapple with violence. Students held a candlelight vigil demanding release of 6 hostages taken by suspected armed militants from Jiribam. Here's the full report. Take a look.
As the state of Manipur continues to be riddled with violence. Students took to the streets demanding the release of 6 hostages who were abducted by suspected armed militants from Jiribam.
As the nation celebrates Children's Day today, protest continues across various schools and colleges in Manipur. The students have come on the streets holding protest against the militants. Their demands are very clear. The 6 innocent civilians who have been taken hostage in Jiribam should be released immediately. With these demands and raising slogans against the government for its inaction as well as against the militants for abduction of innocent civilians, protest continues in Manipur. Right now we are in front of DM University, and here also the students can be seen protesting against the students. I'm coming to you. What are the demands that you have been putting forward to the government, and what are the key demands?
तीन बच्चे भी हैं जो कुकी मिलिटेंट्स ने उनको कैप्चर कर चुके हैं। जो 3 बच्चे हैं वो भी छोड़ने के लिए हम लोग बता रहे हैं, और उनमें से 3 बच्चे और 3 महिलाएं जो एक 60 ईयर की होगी, तो उन सबको बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं किया है। जो भी हो रही है इनमें से बहुत सारे लोग मर चुकी है और घर भी जला चुकी है। अभी तक बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने अभी तक इसमें क्यों देख रही है, क्यों अभी तक देख ही रही है, काम नहीं कर रही है, बस एक्शन करेंगे एक्शन करके बोल रहे हैं। एक्शन तो अभी तक नहीं किया है, हम लोगों को एक्शन देखना है।
After a day-long protest across Manipur, students and civil society members also held a candle vigil outside the historic Kangla Fort in Imphal, reiterating their demand.
Today there is a candlelight vigil taking place right now after a day-long protest, particularly on the occasion of Children's Day by the students of Manipur. And now they are holding this candlelight vigil in the hope of for getting the missing persons safely back. The 6 individuals who were abducted and allegedly taken into hostage by armed militants from Jiribam on Monday are still missing. No trace of them have been found yet, and in the hope that they are doing well, they will be soon returning to their families. This candlelight vigil is being organized.
This comes after Armed Forces Special Powers Act was reimposed in Manipur's 6 police station areas, including violence-hit Jiribam. The fresh decision to include 6 of the excluded police station areas under AFSPA comes days after an encounter in Manipur's Jiribam resulted in the deaths of 11 suspected militants.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has held 3 major rallies in Maharashtra on Friday. In a Shivaji Park rally, PM has hit out at MVA, saying that this is the same MVA which opposed construction of Ram Mandir and abrogation of Article 370. PM's remarks comes amid the All India Muslim Personal Law Board lending support to MVA. Watch this report for more.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a series of mega rallies in Maharashtra on Thursday. These rallies focused on key issues relevant to Maharashtra and highlighted the government's development initiative. PM addressed 3 major rallies, first at Shambhajinagar, then at Raigad, and lastly at Mumbai's iconic Shivaji Park. In these addresses, PM emphasized the BJP's development agenda and appealed to regional sentiments.
साथियों, मुंबई की एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत है महिलाओं की भागीदारी और वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट। देश के दूसरे शहरों में भी मुंबई की मिसाल दी जाती है। आज स्टार्टअप्स को लीड करने से लेकर ड्रोन दीदी की भूमिका निभाने तक महाराष्ट्र की महिलाएं देश को दिशा दिखा रही है, बड़ी संख्या में रोजगार के अवसर तैयार कर रही है। महायुति सरकार की माझी लाड़की बहन योजना का लाभ बड़ी संख्या में मुंबई की माताओं बहनों को भी मिला है। पीएम आवास योजना के तहत जो घर मिले हैं, उनमें से अधिकतर घर भी महिला सदस्य के नाम पर है।
At Shivaji Park, a venue deeply associated with Maharashtra's cultural and political identity, PM launched an all-out attack at Mahavikas Aghadi for accepting support from All India Muslim Personal Law Board. PM also said that it's the same Aghadi that insulted Bala Sahab Thackeray.
मुंबई तो बाला साहब ठाकरे के सिद्धांतों का शहर है। मुंबई स्वाभिमान का शहर है, लेकिन अघाड़ी में एक ऐसा दल है जिसने बाला साहब का अपमान करने वाली कांग्रेस के हाथ में अपना रिमोट कंट्रोल दे दिया है। और इसलिए मैंने इन्हें चुनौती दी थी कि कांग्रेस के मुंह से, कांग्रेस के शहजादे के मुंह से बाला साहब ठाकरे की प्रशंसा के लिए कुछ बात जरा बुलवा के दिखा दीजिए। अरे एक बार तो कांग्रेस के शहजादे से मुंह से निकलवाइए, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहब ठाकरे।
PM further said that Aghadi leaders were against the construction of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. These leaders also opposed abrogation of Article 370 and in fact coined the term saffron terrorism.
A day after Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge said that the Congress never batted for the restoration of Article 370 and they are being misquoted and the lies are being peddled by the BJP, National Conference has termed this statement of the Kharge differentiating from the restoration of Article 370 as the compulsion of the grand old party. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Director, the taste of success.
Welcome back, viewers. Karnataka Bank is proud to announce the launch of two innovative financial products aimed at empowering students, the KBL Peak Education Loan and the KBL Genius Integrated Savings Account. Now, these initiatives are designed to support the educational aspirations of the youth while promoting financial literacy and security. Take a look.
We at Karnataka Bank believe that we should be able to offer customized solutions for every segment. With this in mind, we have attempted to cater to the senior citizens, to the self-employed professionals, to the doctors and medical equipment and small hospitals and clinics, now the education segment, and going forward we will offer more bundle products to the MSME, SME and the corporate segments also. In the last about a year or so, in the year ended 24 March, we have launched about 18 to 20 products, and a similar number of products will be launched in this financial year also. So that shows that very clearly we are a very progressive institution, and as I always say that on the 100th year we believe that we are a startup. So we are a startup at 100. That is the theme that we are really taking forward.
In a major reshuffle in Jammu and Kashmir police, the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has ordered the transfer of 38 police officers, wherein 10 districts of Jammu and Kashmir police have got new police chiefs. 6 of the terror-infested districts have also been given the new police chiefs, and also the officers who have served in the cargo and the special operations group, the 10 terror units of the Jammu and Kashmir police, have been given the key assignments. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Getting some top updates coming in in the next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. The centre has reimposed Armed Forces Special Powers Act, AFSPA in 6 districts of Manipur, including the violence-hit district of Jiribam. This decision follows a series of violent incidents, including a gunfight in Jiribam where 11 terrorists were killed and abduction of 6 civilians by armed terrorists. Since May 2023, ethnic violence in the state has left over 200 dead and thousands displaced. In response to alarmingly high pollution levels, the Commission for Air Quality Management has imposed restrictions, anti-pollution program restrictions in Delhi NCR. The restrictions will be effective from today, include ban of construction and demolition activities, suspensions of mining-related operations, as well as restrictions on interstate buses. Additionally, schools have been advised to shift to online classes for primary students.
A day after Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge said that the Congress never batted for the restoration of Article 370 and they are being misquoted and the lies are being peddled by the BJP, National Conference has stormed this statement of the Kharge differentiating from the restoration of Article 370 as the compulsion of the grand old party. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Thinker in your policies, you've presented so many budgets. When there is a shallow political argument against you, like when Rahul Gandhi said that how many people from which caste are in the halwa ceremony, they were not amused, they were baffled at the nature of the question that was put to you.
India's opposition needs leaders who can stand up in the parliament and question the government.
Oh yes.
Do stand up.
That's so amazing.
You're talking on halwa one day, you're talking on youth another day, you're taking a copy of the constitution when the chairman says you're not supposed to hold anything in your hand. And you're often seen sitting like this in the house. I mean, excuse me.
Yeah, like this, something like,
I want an opposition leader who sits to ask the question.
Oh, yes.
So the moment he gets up, all of us should say, oh my God, let's see what he's going to ask.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है। कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती है। कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
Congress takes a U-turn on Article 370 abrogation after Shah's assertion. Congress retaliates and accuses the Home Minister of spreading lies.
ये वो अगाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं। ये वो अगाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं।
PM Modi's stern message calls the Congress for vilifying and insulting Veer Savarkar. Infiltration threat in Jharkhand becomes the biggest talking point. BJP calls out Soren government's appeasement and vote bank politics. Indian students protest outside Oxford Union over Pak ISI funded anti-India debate. Delhi AQI plummets to severe category. Government imposes GRAP 3 measures to contain and curb pollution. Donald Trump's big declaration vows to end Russia-Ukraine war, says peace is the need of the hour. A very good morning, viewers. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and the infiltration issue is the talking point this election season in Jharkhand, because yesterday your channel Republic TV showed you how the modus operandi of infiltrators exactly work in the state of Jharkhand. We also told you that it's the tribals who are the ones who are hit the most by infiltration. And today, we have an intense face-off raging between the BJP and the opposition. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has hit out at JMM and Congress for their vote bank politics in facilitating and enabling infiltration in the state of Jharkhand. Let's listen in.
आज हेमंत सरकार का ध्यान झारखंड में कल कारखाने लगे इसके लिए नहीं है, बिजली बनकर यहां से जाए इसके लिए नहीं है, एल्यूमिनियम की खदानें हैं, आयरन और की खदानें हैं, इसका उत्पादन यहां हो इसके लिए नहीं है। उनका ध्यान केवल और केवल घुसपैठियों को घुसाने के लिए है, घुसपैठियों को घुसाने के लिए। मुझे बताओ गिरडी वालों, एक घुसपैठ रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? एक घुसपैठिए झारखंड में आते हैं, हमारी बोली बाली बच्चियों से दूसरी शादी, तीसरी शादी, चौथी शादी करते हैं और उनकी जमीन हड़प लेते हैं, जमीन हड़प लेते हैं। झारखंड वालों, कमल फूल की सरकार बना दो, मैं आपको वादा करता हूं, इंसान तो क्या परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा, घुसपैठ नहीं। और जो घुसपैठिए हमारी बोली आदिवासी बहनों की जमीन हड़प लिए है। मैं उनको भी कहना चाहता हूं, घुसपैठियों को भी, कान खोल कर सुन लो। हेमंत सरकार का समय समाप्त हुआ, घुसपैठियों आपका भी समय समाप्त हुआ। एक एक को चुन चुन कर झारखंड से वापिस भेजने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी।
Viewers, after your channel Republic TV exposed the infiltration nexus in Jharkhand layer by layer, telling you about the land grabs and how the tribals are being hit the hardest by this particular issue in Jharkhand, BJP has strongly reacted against JMM and Congress government. In fact, Anurag Thakur, the former union minister, has also hit out at the Indie bloc, saying that it is all because of their vote bank politics, and has also promised that if BJP comes to power, they will boot out all the infiltrators.
सर, हमने देखा है कि रिपब्लिक ने ऑन ग्राउंड जाके ये इन्वेस्टिगेट किया है और एक्सपोज किया है कि झारखंड में क्रॉस बॉर्डर इन्फिल्ट्रेशन बांग्लादेश से हुआ है और लैंड ग्रैब भी किया गया है। ट्राइबल लड़कियों से शादी किया और लैंड ग्रैब किया। इस पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे? सब जेएमएम सरकार के अंडर हुआ है।
देखिए, इन्फिल्ट्रेशन का मामला बहुत गंभीर है। कई गाँवों के डेमोग्राफी बदल गए हैं। जो ट्राइबल विलेज थे आज वो ट्राइबल विलेज नहीं है और उसके आबादी लगातार वहाँ से पलायन की है या उनके साथ प्रलोभन देकर के शादी ब्याह करके ज़मीन कब्जे कर लिए गए हैं। इस मामले पर लगातार जिस तरह का रवैया झारखंड सरकार अपना रही है वो जनता को धोखा दे रही है। ये घुसपैठी जो वहाँ पर आ रहे हैं और उनको जिस तरीके से संरक्षण दिया जा रहा है, जो ट्राइबल एरिया है और ट्राइबल जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट्स है, संवैधानिक प्रावधान के तहत उसको प्रोटेक्ट करना है, वो उस पर हमला हो रहा है। न केवल इन्फिल्ट्रेशन के माध्यम से उसकी ज़मीन छीनी जा रही है बल्कि उनके संवैधानिक अधिकारों पर भी प्रहार इस दृष्टि से हो रहा है कि जब वो डेमोग्राफी वहाँ का बदलेगा तो कल के दिन में वो एरिया शेड्यूल्ड एरिया से बाहर हो, ऐसा करके लोग मांग करेंगे। तो यह बिल्कुल गलत है। इस तरह का जो दोहरी नुकसान का जो स्थिति है, यह सरकार इस पर ध्यान नहीं दे रही है कि लॉन्ग टर्म में कितना नुकसान में जनजातीय समुदायों को यह धकेल रही है अपने वोट की राजनीति के लिए।
In the last couple of years, particularly during the last 5 years when the JMM Congress RJD alliance has been in power in Jharkhand, we have seen that there has been a deliberate attempt to change demography in the tribal areas of Santhal Pargana. There is mass infiltration of illegal migrants, mostly Muslim, from porous borders of West Bengal, who have now taken positions in upper echelons of West Bengal as well as in adjoining Jharkhand. This area is a tribal area. These Muslim infiltrators come there. Their modus operandi is very clear. They take the tribal women as their second, third, the fourth wife, and then their first call to action is to grab land through them, because it's a tribal area, only tribals can own land and their relatives by marriage or by birth. Therefore, it is very much a part of the design that the Muslim infiltrators will marry a tribal woman and then transfer land. In the last few years, we have seen stories where women have been brutally killed, lynched and murdered, so that they could move on and marry again and go on with this land jihad, as they call it there. This was the stated agenda of PFI before they were banned. And we have seen that the state government has been complicit in getting them their Aadhaar card, their ration card, ensuring that they are established there, they get a land parcel, and the demography of that entire area has completely changed. The question now is that a party like the JMM, which claims to be championing the cause of tribals, has actually compromised the interest of the tribals. And the Congress party, which has been unleashing this kind of a demographic change across the country, is guiding them in the process. And let's not forget, this is not limited only till Santhal. This is spread to parts of Madhya Pradesh, Bihar. There are these infiltrators who have now come and camped in Delhi, in Gurgaon, in Mumbai, in Bangalore, and we are seeing this demographic shift happen very rapidly.
झारखंड में जो रोग लगा है, बाबा बैद्यनाथ से हमारी इतनी ही कामना थी कि उस रोग से मुक्ति दिलाएं। ये रोग है लैंड जिहाद का, लव जिहाद का, जिसके माध्यम से जमीन और जनसंख्या दोनों का संतुलन बिगाड़ा जा रहा है। झारखंड वासियों की जॉब्स पर भी अतिक्रमण करने का काम घुसपैठियों द्वारा हो रहा है और ये घुसपैठिए जो यहाँ की जल, जंगल, जमीन और जॉब सब पर अतिक्रमण कर रहे हैं, इस रोग से मुक्ति मिले। जो घुसपैठियों को संरक्षण देने वाले लोग हैं, जिसमें कांग्रेस नेतृत्व कर रही है, पहले उनको संरक्षण देती है और फिर उनके माध्यम से आदिवासी महिलाओं की आबरू से लेकर आवास तक कब्जे करवाती है। अब उनको संरक्षण के बाद सुविधाएं देने की बात, सस्ता गैस सिलेंडर देने की बात करती है। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कांग्रेस को देश विरोधी हरकतें करने में मजबूर कर रही है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ, रोहिंग्या मुसलमानों की घुसपैठ और बार बार देश के अन्य राज्यों में भी, चाहे वो राहुल गांधी जी का चुनाव हो, प्रियंका गांधी जी का चुनाव हो, महावसूली अघाड़ी का चुनाव हो, इन सब को उन संगठनों का समर्थन भी मिल रहा है जिन पर प्रतिबंध भी लगे हैं।
Well, we have some big breaking news coming in from Rajasthan's Tonk. Remember, a day after the independent candidate Naresh Meena slapped an SDM, today an FIR has been filed against him. Following his arrest, local protests have also erupted near Aligarh town on the Tonk-Savai Madhopur highway. But now the protests have subsided. Around 4,000 police personnel have now been deployed to maintain law and order. Sources have indicated that Meena spent the night at Peeplu police station and will be produced in court through video conference. It all started after Naresh Meena slapped a subdivisional magistrate outside a polling booth during the by-elections to the Dioli Uniara Assembly constituency in Tonk district. After that, an FIR has now been registered. In fact, tensions have also escalated in the district late last night. The police tried to, when they tried to detain Naresh Meena after he assaulted SDM Amit Chaudhary. And right now it seems like the protests have subsided. However, large deployment of police can be witnessed across Tonk to avoid any untoward incident. We also have Jatin joining us live from Tonk. Jatin जी, अभी बहुत सारे प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे थे, क्या माहौल है टोंक में?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए अभी माहौल शांतिपूर्ण है। कल रात तक जो प्रोटेस्ट हाईवे के ऊपर चल रहा था, हाईवे पूरे तरीके से बंद कर दिया गया था, जो कि टोंक को सवाई माधोपुर की तरफ जोड़ता है। मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखा दूं, अब हाईवे फंक्शनल है। हालांकि ये जानकारी मिल रही है कि किरोड़ी लाल मीना देर शाम यहाँ पहुंचे थे, जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे उन लोगों से बात की, जिसके बाद रात को सभी लोग अपने घर चले गए। लेकिन कल भी इसी तरीके की तस्वीर देखने को मिली थी हमें कि सुबह के समय तो सब शांति थी, लेकिन दोपहर होते होते जैसे ही नरेश मीना की गिरफ्तारी की गई, उसके बाद इसी हाईवे पर आगजनी जो है वो की गई। कई जगह पर प्रोटेस्ट किया गया, बड़ी संख्या में गांव से निकलकर लोग हाईवे पर आ गए थे। आज वैसी स्थिति ना हो, जिसको देखते हुए 4000 पुलिस पर्सनल की डिप्लॉयमेंट हाईवे पर की गई है। गांव जहां जो कि एक तरीके से नरेश मीना का गढ़ कहा जाता है, उसके आसपास प्रॉपर सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स किए गए हैं। और अभी इस केस में डेवलपमेंट ये है कि कुछ ही देर में नरेश मीना की कोर्ट में पेशी भी होनी है। हालांकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन और जिस तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट कल हमने देखने को मिला था, उसके बाद अब जो एक तरीके से पेशी होगी वो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के जरिए पेश होने की बात जो है वो की जा रही है। हालांकि पुलिस क्या कुछ दलीलें देगी। 60 लोगों को अभी तक जो हिंसा हुई थी गिरफ्तारी से पहले उस मामले में गिरफ्तार किया गया है। कल भी 12 से ज़्यादा लोगों को डिटेन किया गया था हाईवे पर आगजनी, हाईवे ब्लॉक करने के मामले में। उनके अरेस्टिंग के बारे में आज कोर्ट में इस पूरे जो जानकारी है वो दी जाएगी। जो एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है, 4 एफआईआर इन 3 दिनों में नरेश मीणा के ऊपर जो दर्ज की गई थी उसके बारे में कोर्ट को प्रॉपर तरीके से जो जानकारी है दी जाएगी। लेकिन अभी टोंक में शांति है। कल जिस तरीके की स्थिति देखने को मिल रही थी वैसी स्थिति अभी फिलहाल तो देखने को नहीं मिल रही है। लेकिन सोर्सेज का ये कहना है, पुलिस पर्सनल का ये कहना है कि लोगों को लगातार ये एडवाइस किया जा रहा है कि वो अपने घरों में रहे, शांति बनाए रखें, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन क्रिएट ना करें, कानून का पालन करें। और इसी को देखते हुए एसपी लेवल के जो ऑफिसर्स हैं वो लगातार जो हाईवे पर पेट्रोलिंग कर रहे हैं और जो भी कोई हाईवे पर दिखता है उनसे उसका कारण पूछा जा रहा है, क्या रीज़न है, आप क्यों बाहर निकल रहे हैं। तमाम ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिसको लेकर अभी जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो पूरे सिचुएशन को मॉनिटर करता नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन अब से कुछ ही देर में पेशी होगी नरेश मीणा की। तमाम पुराने मामलों का जिक्र किया जाएगा, कॉन्स्पिरेसी का जिक्र किया जाएगा, किस तरीके से भीड़ हाईवे पर आ जाती है, अरेस्टिंग के बाद जिस तरीके से प्रदर्शन हुआ उसके बारे में पुलिस जानकारी देगी। 60 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी और नरेश मीणा टोटल 61 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी अभी तक की जा चुकी है और अरेस्टिंग होगी तो इस बारे में भी कोर्ट को जो है वो जानकारी दी जाएगी। लेकिन अभी ग्राउंड पर 4000 पुलिसकर्मी मौजूद है। लोगों से शांति बनाए रखने की जो अपील है वो लगातार की जा रही है। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए जतिन जी। वेल, दैट्स द लेटेस्ट व्यूअर्स। A total of 61 people including Naresh Meena have been arrested. This after stone pelting, violence and arson on the highway where the supporters of Naresh Meena set ablaze tires in anger. We'll get you all the latest details as and when he is produced in the court. But now let's move on and shift our focus to what's happening in Manipur, because Manipur as well is boiling with unrest. In fact, 6 people were abducted, and after that, today, students across different educational institutions are protesting, demanding the release of these 6 hostages. Here's a ground report.
As the state of Manipur continues to be riddled with violence. Students took to the streets demanding the release of 6 hostages who were abducted by suspected armed militants from Jiribam.
As the nation celebrates Children's Day today, protest continues across various schools and colleges in Manipur. The students have come on the streets holding protest against the militants. Their demands are very clear. The 6 innocent civilians who have been taken hostage in Jiribam should be released immediately. With these demands and raising slogans against the government for its inaction as well as against the militants for abduction of innocent civilians, protest continues in Manipur. Right now we are in front of DM University, and here also the students can be seen protesting against the students. I'm coming to you. What are the demands that you have been putting forward to the government, and what are the key demands?
3 बच्चे को 3 बच्चे भी हैं जो कुकी मिलिटेंट्स ने उनको कैप्चर कर चुके हैं। जो 3 बच्चे हैं वो भी छोड़ने के लिए हम लोग बता रहे हैं, और उनमें से 3 बच्चे और 3 महिलाएं जो एक 60 ईयर की होगी, तो उन सबको बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं किया है। जो भी हो रही है इनमें से बहुत सारे लोग मर चुकी है और घर भी जला चुकी है। अभी तक बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने अभी तक इसमें क्यों देख रही है, क्यों अभी तक देख ही रही है, काम नहीं कर रही है, बस एक्शन करेंगे एक्शन करके बोल रहे। एक्शन तो अभी तक नहीं किया है, हम लोगों को एक्शन देखना है।
After a day-long protest across Manipur, students and civil society members also held a candle vigil outside the historic Kangla Fort in Imphal, reiterating their demand.
Today there is a candlelight vigil taking place right now after a day-long protest, particularly on the occasion of Children's Day by the students of Manipur. And now they are holding this candlelight vigil in the hope of for getting the missing persons safely back. The 6 individuals who were abducted and allegedly taken into hostage by armed militants from Jiribam on Monday are still missing. No trace of them have been found yet, and in the hope that they are doing well, they will be soon returning to their families. This candlelight vigil is being organized.
This comes after Armed Forces Special Powers Act was reimposed in Manipur's 6 police station areas, including violence hit Jiribam. The fresh decision to include 6 of the excluded police station areas under AFSPA comes days after an encounter in Manipur's Jiribam resulted in the deaths of 11 suspected militants.
Viewers, it seems like the Congress party is in a state of confusion because before the Jammu and Kashmir elections, they backed the National Conference's demand for Article 370 abrogation. And today, after the elections concluded, after the assembly is in place, and after Amit Shah's assertions on the Congress's stance on Article 370, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has made a complete U-turn, questioning the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's remarks, saying that when did Congress say it, who said it, and when and why, and all these questions are being asked by Kharge, whereas just last week, while the Congress was in alignment with the National Conference, a resolution was passed in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly demanding that the centre has a debate with the ruling dispensation in Jammu and Kashmir over Article 370, and now the Congress's duplicity has been exposed. Listen in to Kharge.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है. कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती. कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले? ऐसी चीजें आप बोलते हो जो अब ऑलरेडी पार्लियामेंट में पास हुआ है, हो गया है, फिर उसको दोबारा क्यों छेड़ रहे आप? इसका मतलब you want to keep it alive, such issues, to divide the people. जाके बोलो ना वहां का जम्मू कश्मीर में, वहां तो इलेक्शन हो गया.
जी, खाड़गे के स्टेटमेंट को मैं किस तरह से लेता हूं, जब पार्लियामेंट का सेशन हुआ तो इसमें हकीकत है कि कांग्रेस 370 के मामले में डिफरेंट थी, लेकिन पूरे इंडिया में 370 किसी और जगह पे ज़रूरत नहीं है. 370 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अंदर जम्मू कश्मीर को एक स्पेशल स्टेटस के तौर पे दिया गया था और स्पेशल प्रोविज़न था जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के तहत दिया गया था जब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन फ्रेम हुआ था. उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को फ्रेम करते वक्त जम्मू कश्मीर के नुमाइंदों के दरमियान और उस वक़्त के जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असम्बली पार्लियामेंट के लिए बना रहे थे ज़ाब्ते, उनके दरमियान एक नेगोशिएशन हुआ था और डायलॉग हुआ था. अब कौन क्या कहता है वो उनकी अपनी मजबूरी हो सकती है, लेकिन इशू जम्मू कश्मीर का है. जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की एस्पिरेशन है, तो जम्मू कश्मीर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में कहा है कि हम इसके लिए लड़ते रहेंगे. कोई हमें किस रूप में देखता है, किस रंग में देखता है, किस तरह समझता है. अब बीजेपी पूरे इंडिया में ढंढोरा पीट रही है कि ये जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में नहीं था, तो हम कहते हैं कि वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि भाई जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में नहीं था. जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में था, तभी तो 75 साल रहा यहाँ. अब इन्होंने हटाया तो वक्त आएगा, सारी हमेशा के लिए तो उन्होंने भी नहीं रहना है और जम्मू कश्मीर ने ये मूवमेंट ख़त्म नहीं करनी है. लिहाजा हमारी ज़रूरत है जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर जो स्पेशल स्टेटस था उसकी ज़रूरत है और इसके लिए लड़ते रहेंगे, चाहे कोई क्या कहे, उसकी तरफ हम नहीं जाएंगे.
अभी हाल ही में 2-4 दिन पहले जब जम्मू कश्मीर की विधानसभा में इन्होंने इस प्रकार का प्रस्ताव लाया था, तो कांग्रेस के लोगों का स्टैंड क्या था, या तो स्पीकर झूठ बोल रहे हैं या वो कांग्रेस झूठ बोल रही है, नंबर एक। नंबर दो, अब इलेक्शन है, इसके कारण से ये अलग अलग अपना जो पैंतरा है बदल लेते हैं, उसके बाद दोबारा इस प्रकार की भाषा बोलेंगे। हर एक नेता का हर एक जगह के अनुसार ये अपनी जो बयान देते हैं, जो गलत है। हमेशा से कांग्रेस 370 का राग लापती रही है और इन्हीं के कारण से ये सारी चीजें की बर्बादी हुई।
Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has questioned the Congress party and its ally Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena over their hesitation in addressing Balasaheb Thackeray as Hindu Hriday Samrat, a title which is often associated with the late Shiv Sena leader given by the BJP. And Fadnavis has also pointed to PM Modi's remark asking whether Rahul Gandhi would refer to Thackeray by his title. Listen in.
मंत्री ने अपने स्पीच के दौरान कहा कि महाविकास अघाड़ी के एक नेता हैं, वो राहुल गांधी से, उन्होंने कहा शहजादे राहुल गांधी से कहे कि तुम बताएं कि क्या वो हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाल ठाकरे कहेंगे कि नहीं। एक बारी भी नहीं कहा उन्होंने। अगर वो कह सकते हैं तो ही विल बी ब्लेस्ड बाय बाल ठाकरे।
बिल्कुल सही बात है। अरे भाई, उनको हिंदू हृदय सम्राट कहा जाता है। और इतना ही नहीं, हमारे महाराष्ट्र में जो समृद्धि महामार्ग बना, उसका नाम बाला साहेब ठाकरे महामार्ग नहीं है, उसका नाम हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहेब ठाकरे महामार्ग है। हमारे यहाँ जो अस्पताल बने, उसका नाम बाला साहेब ठाकरे अस्पताल नहीं है, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहेब ठाकरे हॉस्पिटल है। हमारे यहाँ जो गोरेवाड़ा का जू बना, उसका नामकरण हुआ तो बाला साहेब ठाकरे प्राणी संग्रहालय नहीं हुआ, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट। जब सरकार हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहेब ठाकरे नाम देती है तो उद्धव जी के साथी कांग्रेस वाले क्यों घबराते हैं बोलने में? क्या उनको डर है? क्यों शर्म आती है? क्यों शर्माते हैं? अरे थे, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट थे, उनको ये पदवी मिली थी। मुझे ये बताइए कि लोकमान्य तिलक का नाम लोकमान्य नहीं था, लोगों ने पदवी ली थी इसलिए लोकमान्य बने वो। इसी प्रकार से ये हिंदू हृदय सम्राट थे। आजकल तो शहजादों को छोड़ दीजिए, राहुल जी को छोड़ दीजिए, स्वयं उद्धव ठाकरे जी की शिवसेना भी शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे बोलने लगी। उन्होंने भी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बोलना छोड़ दिया। तो मुझे लगता है कि जब वो नहीं कहते तो शहजादे का तो कहने का सवाल ही नहीं उठता।
Well, Sandeep, the biggest question is what's the hesitation in the Congress and the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena faction to address Bala Saheb Thackeray as Hindu, Hindu Samrat leader? Why can't they just address him as that? Because that's the title that he's often associated with.
See, it is an embarrassment for both Uddhav Thackeray as well as for Rahul Gandhi as well. Remember, the kind of ideology that Uddhav Thackeray and his party has been following. Ultimately, after joining hands with Congress party, they have, compromised on the ideology of late Bala Saheb Thackeray. And as far as the vote bank politics is concerned, we have also witnessed that during the Lok Sabha elections, there were Muslim voters who had voted for Uddhav Sena. And that is the reason that at this point in time, even Uddhav Thackeray, neither his party leaders are willing to call, address Bala Saheb Thackeray as Hindu Hriday Samrat, in fact. And for the same reason, they are on the target of Bharatiya Janata Party, and Bharatiya Janata Party claim to be a saffron-clad party, and ultimately the ideologies that Bala Saheb Thackeray had were very much similar to Bharatiya Janata Party, and that was the reason that they were in the alliance for a long 25 to 30 years in the state of Maharashtra. But as now the scenario have changed, and the kind of politics that Congress party does, specifically if we talk, then there are a large number of Muslim supporters in Congress party. So ultimately, it gets difficult for Rahul Gandhi also to address late Bala Saheb Thackeray as Hindu Hriday Samrat, and also it gets difficult for Uddhav Thackeray to address his own father as Hindu Hriday Samrat Bala Saheb Thackeray. So ultimately, it is all about vote bank politics, and that is the reason that Bharatiya Janata Party and in fact Devendra Fadnavis has now made an attack on the Congress party and Uddhav Thackeray.
That's right, Sandeep. Many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, viewers, the Congress is always hesitant about one particular community, whereas Shiv Sena, on the other hand, is refusing to recognize its ideological guru's legacy. And what's even shocking is the fact that Uddhav Thackeray himself doesn't want to call his father's name with the Hindu Hriday Samrat title associated with it. And one questions why.
With the air quality levels of the National Capital Region deteriorating, thus making it reach to severe levels, the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 3 has set in. But yes, is it enough? Is it going to prevent the health hazards which crore of citizens of the National Capital Region are subjected to? Stay tuned to Republic Media Network as we bring you minute-to-minute update of the deteriorating air quality levels of the National Capital Region.
Director, The Taste of Success.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है। कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती। कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
And viewers, top headlines tracking right now. Congress takes U-turn on Article 370 abrogation after Shah's assertion. Congress retaliates and accuses Shah of spreading lies now.
ये वो अगाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं, ये वो अगाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं।
PM Modi's stern message calls the Congress out for vilifying and insulting Veer Savarkar. Infiltration threat in Jharkhand becomes the biggest talking point. BJP calls out sovereign government. Indian student protests outside Oxford Union over Pakistan ISI funded anti-India debate. Delhi AQI plummets to severe category. Government imposes anti-pollution measures to contain rising pollution. Donald Trump takes firm stand on conflict, says that his administration will end the Russia-Ukraine war. Breaking up, Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We talk about what's happening in the Delhi NCR region. Air pollution surging in the national capital. Delhi government has implemented anti-pollution measures. Schools in Delhi to shift to online classes. Delhi government says decision taken due to rising pollution levels. Meanwhile, the politics is heating up over the issue as BJP has trained its guns at the Aam Aadmi Party government. Take a look at this report by my colleague Piyush.
If you are a resident of the National Capital Region and you are breathing the air of this region, it can make you sick. And while I speak, I would request my video journalist to just show the visuals of India Gate, Kartavya Path. Now this area is the seat of power, but you can see that all those structure that embodies the seat of power of the country is right now invisible. India Gate, South Block, North Block, Rashtrapati Bhavan and all the areas around here is invisible, and this invisibility is caused because of the thick layer of smog that has engulfed the entire area. And this smog is caused because of the poisonous substances like particulate matter of 2.5 microns, of 10 microns, poisonous gases like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide being suspended in cities' air. Such is the dangerous situation which is being caused right now in cities' air can be gauged from the fact that right now the air quality index is more than 400 micrograms per cubic meter, thus putting the health safety of crore of residents like you and me and everyone over here at the National Capital Region and areas around it at risk. Now, taking into consideration of the dire situation right now which is being faced by crore of citizens of the National Capital Region, the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 3 has now set in. Some of the key points which are going to be followed under the Stage 3 action plan is going to be complete ban on construction, restricting the movement of vehicles that are plying on Bharat Standard 3 fuel, restricting the classes of students who till class 5, in fact most of these students have been advised to have online classes, and also making sure that all those people who are aged above 50 should be asked not to undertake morning or evening walks. Now these are some temporary measures, but yes, taking into consideration of what exactly the situation in National Capital Region is, this becomes important. The key question now remains that with health, security and the health of crore of citizens of the National Capital Region and areas around it at risk, will all the agencies that are in charge of governance of these areas take accountability and make sure that we at least have the right to breathe.
So viewers, as smog envelops Delhi NCR region, we are once again see there's a war of words between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP is continuing once again. And this time, let's listen into all the reactions coming in as we see the Delhi citizens suffer and politics continues over the poor air quality.
देखिए, हमारी जो कंसर्न है वो है लोगों की सुरक्षा, और इसलिए हमने कहा था कि छोटे बच्चों को स्कूल जाने से रोका जाए, और जो बड़े बुजुर्ग हैं उनको भी एडवाइजरी जारी की जाए कि इस मौसम में बाहर नहीं निकलना है। तो ग्रैप 3 ठीक है, उस व्यवस्था को तो खड़ा करता है, लेकिन दिल्ली में किसी भी चीज़ का प्रतिबंध लगाने की स्थिति क्यों आती है, उसका मूल कारण अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार के 10 साल हैं, जिन्होंने कभी भी पोल्यूशन को लेकर गंभीरता से काम नहीं किया है। ये एक टेम्परेरी व्यवस्था है, हमें पता है लोगों को परेशानी होगी, लेकिन लोगों की जान बचाना प्राथमिकता होती है। लेकिन अंततः दिल्ली को प्रदूषण मुक्त बनाने के लिए फिर मैं कह रहा हूँ एक विजन के साथ काम करने की जरूरत है।
दिल्ली इतनी बड़ी गैस चेंबर बन चुकी है कि AQI कुछ इलाकों में 1300 पार है। लाहौर से ज्यादा प्रदूषित है हम लोग, और ग्रैप 3 इंप्लीमेंट करने की बारी आ गई। प्राइमरी स्कूल को बंद करना पड़ रहा है और ऑनलाइन ले जाना पड़ रहा है। यह है उपलब्धि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार की। वाह, स्मॉग टावर कहाँ है किसी को नहीं पता। पंजाब की पराली जिसको दोष देते थे उसका क्या? 7000 घटनाएं हो चुके पंजाब पराली में जलने की, पर उस पर कोई जवाब नहीं। दोष उत्तर प्रदेश और हरियाणा के लोगों को, दोष दिवाली को। यमुना जी उतनी ही पोल्यूटेड है। 7000 करोड़ खर्च, 2025 तक डुबकी लगाने वाले थे केजरीवाल। अब क्या बोलेंगे यमुना नदी के बारे में? यमुना नदी के बारे में तो दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने बोला है, छठ पूजा भी नहीं मना पाए। पर दिवाली को दोष देते रहिए, यूपी हरियाणा को दोष देते रहिए। 10 वर्ष निकल गए, दिल्ली और भी ज्यादा प्रदूषित हो गई। हमारी जिंदगी और सेहत के साथ खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है।
Okay, getting you some updates coming in. JMM leader Manoj Pandey backed Congress's Jharkhand in charge Ghulam Ahmad Mir's statement affirming the party's commitment to provide LPG cylinders at 450 rupees for all regardless of community or background. Pandey emphasized that the offer would cover Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, tribals, non-tribals and Dalits, refuting BJP's claims linking Muslims with infiltration. Big update coming in right now. Republic TV, JMM leader Manoj Pandey backed Congress's Jharkhand in charge Ghulam Ahmad Mir's statement reaffirming that the party's commitment to provide LPG cylinders at around 450 rupees for all regardless of community or background. Pandey emphasized that the offer would cover Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, tribals, non-tribals, Dalits, refuting BJP's claims linking Muslims with infiltration. Okay, so this is a big update coming in right now, Republic TV. And remember that we have this entire statement for you, and then we'll try to go across to my colleague Prakash at Editor Special Projects for more.
देखिए, भाजपा को मुद्दा लगता होगा, क्योंकि जहां हिंदू मुसलमान का कोई भी एक आ गया, उसमें उसकी झलक आ गई तो बस मुद्दा हो गया। मीर साहब ने स्पष्ट रूप से बोला कि हम सबको देंगे और देंगे, जुमलेबाजी हम नहीं करते, सभी को देंगे। कहने का मतलब हिंदू, मुसलमान, सिख, ईसाई, आदिवासी, गैर आदिवासी, हरिजन, दलित, तमाम लोगों को। घुसपैठिया भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नजर में कौन है? अगर मुसलमान हो गया तो वो घुसपैठिया हो गया, आदिवासी है तो वो उग्रवादी हो गया, सिख है कोई, पंजाबी है तो वो खालिस्तानी हो गया। इसलिए उन्हीं की भाषा में मीर साहब ने बोला कि घुसपैठियों को भी देंगे, मतलब उन तमाम मुसलमानों को देंगे जो हमारे नागरिक हैं, हमारे यहाँ के हैं, यहाँ के मूलवासी हैं, यहाँ के वासी हैं, यहाँ रहते हैं, उन तमाम लोगों को। तो मिर्ची लग गई भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। हम कृतबद्ध हैं, प्रतिबद्ध हैं, हम 450 रुपये में सिलेंडर देंगे तो देंगे, और हमारी बातों पर यकीन भी है लोगों को।
All right, let's go straight across to Prakash Singh, our editor, Special Projects, joining us live. And Prakash, very interesting comment being made there. And let's tell our viewers, and of course you can give a better perspective on this, that this is coming in the backdrop of the BJP's anti-infiltration pitch in Jharkhand. All right. Okay, I'm getting some issue connecting with
this.
Yeah. We are seeing that we're getting some war of words, a bit of strong statements being made at the backdrop of the BJP's anti-infiltration poll plank.
Well, this statement that was made by Ghulam Ahmad Mir yesterday raised a lot of controversy and cause of concern as well. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hitting out at the Congress leader providing the gas cylinder subsidy to the Ghuspatias, that is the infiltrators. And the issue of infiltration is the biggest talking point here in the Jharkhand Assembly elections, because statistics and data show that around 16 to 18 districts of Jharkhand in the Santhal Pargana area are the worst affected, where they say that the population of tribals have decreased in terms of percentage a lot. And yesterday's statement that that subsidy on the gas cylinder to the tune of rupees 450 would be provided to all the Hindus, Muslims as well as Ghuspatias. Now, the Congress and the JMM turning it back that the BJP calls all the Muslims as Ghuspatias, that is the infiltrators, and that is why, in their words, Ghulam Ahmad Mir stated the fact that all the Ghuspatias would be given these gas cylinder subsidy. So now it's a poll plank, because the Congress and the JMM now realize that it's a self-goal made by the Congress party. So in order to salvage the situation, the JMM coming out with a statement that that Ghulam Ahmad Mir was hinting at the Muslims and not the Ghuspatias, since the BJP is calling all the Muslims as the Ghuspatias. So in order to salvage the situation, because on 20th of this month, again, the Santhal Pargana area would be going for polls, and that is set to be the stronghold of the JMM and the Congress, where the BJP is weak and all eyes are on the Santhal Pargana area. So it's a face-saving situation for the JMM, and that is why the JMM leader has come out with such a statement. But the damage has been done. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as Home Minister Amit Shah has set the narrative that the JMM and the Congress are vying for the Ghuspatias, and they're offering subsidy on gas cylinder to the Ghuspatias in Jharkhand. Back to you.
All right. We're getting in some more reactions. I just want to go across the reactions coming in, especially from Anurag Thakur has spoken out, getting some reactions coming in from across the political spectrum on this. As we have told our viewers, the Jharkhand elections, the second phase is not too far away.
झारखंड में जो रोग लगा है, बाबा बैद्यनाथ से हमारी इतनी ही कामना थी कि उस रोग से मुक्ति दिलाएं। ये रोग है लैंड जिहाद का, लव जिहाद का, जिसके माध्यम से जमीन और जनसंख्या दोनों का संतुलन बिगाड़ा जा रहा है। झारखंड वासियों की जॉब्स पर भी अतिक्रमण करने का काम घुसपैठियों द्वारा हो रहा है, और ये घुसपैठिए जो यहाँ की जल, जंगल, जमीन और जॉब सब पर अतिक्रमण कर रहे हैं, इस रोग से मुक्ति मिले। जो घुसपैठियों को संरक्षण देने वाले लोग हैं, जिसमें कांग्रेस नेतृत्व कर रही है, पहले उनको संरक्षण देती है और फिर उनके माध्यम से आदिवासी महिलाओं की आबरू से लेकर आवास तक कब्जे करवाती है। अब उनको संरक्षण के बाद सुविधाएं देने की बात, सस्ता गैस सिलेंडर देने की बात करती है। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कांग्रेस को देश विरोधी हरकतें करने में मजबूर कर रही है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ, रोहिंग्या मुसलमानों की घुसपैठ, और बार बार देश के अन्य राज्यों में भी, चाहे वो राहुल गांधी जी का चुनाव हो, प्रियंका गांधी जी का चुनाव हो, महा वसूली अघाड़ी का चुनाव हो, इन सब को उन संगठनों का समर्थन भी मिल रहा है जिन पर प्रतिबंध भी लगे हैं।
We're getting more reactions coming in from Ghulam Ahmad Mir's statement. Let's go ahead and listen into what Gaurav Bhatia had to say. Remember that these are the comments being made just ahead of the phase 2 of the Jharkhand polls.
ये आम जनता की जो सीख है, अपनी माटी के लिए न्यौछावर हो जाना, अपनी अस्मिता के लिए न्यौछावर हो जाना, तो हम भी सुनिश्चित करेंगे कि यहाँ की भूमि जो झारखंड के निवासी हैं उन्हीं के लिए है, ये हमारी माँ के समान है। लेकिन जो घुसपैठिए हैं, जो मुद्दा हम उठा रहे हैं, ये जेएमएम और कांग्रेस के लिए दामाद की तरह है। कल एक बयान आया था जिसमें कहा गया कि जो गैस के सिलेंडर भी हैं ये घुसपैठियों को दिए जाएंगे। नहीं, जैसा गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी ने कहा है, चुन चुन के घुसपैठियों को बाहर निकाला जाएगा और जो सरकार है जेएमएम और कांग्रेस की वो कहती है चुन चुन कर घुसपैठियों के साथ ब्याह कराया जाएगा, जिससे कि उनकी माटी छीनी जाए, जिससे कि हमारी बहनों की अस्मिता छीनी जाए। और ये
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague, again, editor, special projects, Prakash Singh, joining us. And Prakash, I just want to read out what PM Modi has said exactly on the same LPG cylinder vow that Congress has made in Jharkhand. He says, those who worship infiltrators, he's saying those who worship infiltrators. So PM Modi is hitting out at the Congress, calling them worshippers of infiltrators. Prakash.
Well, whatever Ghulam Ahmad Mir stated yesterday, that the Hindus, Muslims as well as the Ghuspaitias will get subsidy on cylinders, exemplifies the fact that they are accepting that the Ghuspaitias does exist in Jharkhand. Whereas I interviewed B.K. Hari Prasad yesterday. He says that whatever Ghulam Ahmad Mir has said is correct. It's the narrative set by the BJP. There are no Ghuspaitias in Jharkhand, where the statistics and the detailed survey in 16 to 18 districts shows something else. It was heard in the High Court, Jharkhand High Court, as well as the Supreme Court. Now, Prime Minister Modi hitting out at the Congress leadership that why Rahul Gandhi is silent on this when infiltration is the biggest issue in the northeastern part of the country, whether be it Assam, Northeast, Bengal, Jharkhand, Bihar, the adjoining areas of the Kosi belt in Bihar, and Dumka area where in the Santhal Pargana. Then the Congress party is silent and openly defending Ghulam Ahmad Mir's statement. Now turning it back, saying that the BJP is calling all the Muslims as Ghuspaitias. That is why Ghulam Ahmad Mir termed the Muslims as the Ghuspaitias in the BJP's language, and it was the connotation was taken differently and what Mir meant, but it is clearly, the statement clearly shows that what Mr. Mir stated as a matter of fact, and that is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he hit out at the JMM and the Congress combined here in Jharkhand.
All right, thank you, Prakash, for joining us with all those details. I will be coming back to you as we get these big statements being made by the Congress and the JMM just before the second phase of Jharkhand polls, where we see that the BJP has also made a very strong anti-infiltration pitch in Jharkhand. We have to take a very short break right now, viewers, because we are live and breaking and we will be getting you more updates. Indian student protests outside Oxford Union over Pakistan ISI-funded anti-India debate. Stay tuned as we get you more updates.
what is it that you see in the near future being completed, and something that is going to be very different than what we've seen in other countries which are struggling at this point in time, particularly in the aviation industry?
See, one thing we still have is the economies of scale. India is such a growing country and it has become very aspirational. So whatever momentum we have created in Indian aviation for the last 10 years, we want to continue it. The number of airports, what we are looking at 157 today, by 2047, the Viksit Bharat 2047, we want to create it up to 350 airports. We feel that there is a potential for India to have an airport at every 150 kilometer distance. So we can reach to 350 or more than that also. That is the planning that we are doing now. On top of that, we are encouraging the airlines also to buy more airplanes and bring them into the Indian fleet. And we have the highest number of orders for any airlines in the whole world.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, a very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and we have a lot lined up for you in this edition where we're getting back-to-back updates. Remember, it is poll season. Maharashtra and Jharkhand elections, we're getting a lot of updates coming in as we count down to those elections and the results. First, let's have a look at the headlines.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है. कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती है. कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
Congress takes U-turn on Article 370 abrogation after Shah's assertion. Congress retaliates and accuses Shah of spreading lies.
ये वो अगाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं. ये वो अगाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं.
PM Modi's stern message calls the Congress out for vilifying and insulting Veer Savarkar. Infiltration threat in Jharkhand becomes the biggest talking point. BJP calls out Soren government. Indian students protest outside Oxford Union over Pakistan ISI funded anti-India debate. Delhi AQI plummets to severe category. Government imposes GRAP 3 measures to contain rising pollution. Donald Trump takes firm stand on conflict and says his administration will end the Russia-Ukraine war. The big story of the day is Congress party's U-turn over abrogation of Article 370. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has hit out at the Home Minister Amit Shah, saying Congress never wanted to restore 370 and Shah is spreading lies about the Congress. While Congress's ally National Conference has flagged the grand old party's compulsion. So we are getting these back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, where we are learning Congress has taken a big U-turn on Article 370 abrogation, and this has created one more big development, viewers. That is what we're learning of right now. In fact, we have some reactions for our viewers and what Mallikarjun Kharge has said. Let's play them out.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है. कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती. कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले? ऐसी चीजें आप बोलते हो जो अब ऑलरेडी पार्लियामेंट में पास हुआ है, हो गया है, फिर उसको दोबारा क्यों छेड़ रहे आप? इसका मतलब यू वांट टू कीप इट अलाइव सच इश्यूज टू डिवाइड द पीपल. जाके बोलो ना वहां का जम्मू कश्मीर में, वहां तो इलेक्शन हो गया.
जी, खाड़गे के स्टेटमेंट को मैं किस तरह से लेता हूं? जब पार्लियामेंट का सेशन हुआ तो इसमें हकीकत है कि कांग्रेस 370 के मामले में डिफरेंट थी, लेकिन पूरे इंडिया में 370 किसी और जगह पे ज़रूरत नहीं है. 370 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अंदर जम्मू कश्मीर को एक स्पेशल स्टेटस के तौर पे दिया गया था और स्पेशल प्रोविज़न था जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के तहत दिया गया था जब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन फ्रेम हुआ था. उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को फ्रेम करते वक्त जम्मू कश्मीर के नुमाइंदों के दरमियान और उस वक्त के जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असम्बली पार्लियामेंट के लिए बना रहे थे ज़ाब्ते, उनके दरमियान एक नेगोशिएशन हुआ था और डायलॉग हुआ था. अब कौन क्या कहता है वो उनकी अपनी मजबूरी हो सकती है, लेकिन इशू जम्मू कश्मीर का है. जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की एस्पिरेशन है. तो जम्मू कश्मीर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में कहा है कि हम इसके लिए लड़ते रहेंगे. कोई हमें किस रूप में देखता है, किस रंग में देखता है, किस तरह समझता है. अब बीजेपी पूरे इंडिया में ढंढोरा पीट रही है कि ये जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में नहीं था. तो हम कहते हैं कि वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि भाई जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में नहीं था. जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में था, तभी तो 75 साल रहा यहाँ. अब इन्होंने हटाया तो वक्त आएगा, सारी हमेशा के लिए तो उन्होंने भी नहीं रहना है और जम्मू कश्मीर ने ये मूवमेंट ख़त्म नहीं करनी है. लिहाजा हमारी ज़रूरत है जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर जो स्पेशल स्टेटस था उसकी ज़रूरत है और इसके लिए लड़ते रहेंगे, चाहे कोई क्या कहे उसकी तरफ हम नहीं जाएंगे.
मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कहते हैं कि कौन कह रहा है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी 370 को वापस लाने की चेष्टा करेगी. अरे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, जरा तो अपने कांग्रेसियों का बयान सुनकर बोलिए. दिग्विजय सिंह बोलते हैं पाकिस्तानी जर्नलिस्ट से कि हम 370 वापस लाएंगे. आपके कई नेता है, खास करके जम्मू कश्मीर के, जो 370 हटने का विरोध करते हैं. पी चिदम्बरम कहते हैं 370 इसलिए हटाई गई क्योंकि मुस्लिम बाहुल था जम्मू कश्मीर. और जब आपके फैमिली फ्रेंड, फैमिली फर्स्ट रखने वाली एनसी 370 के लिए एक रेजोल्यूशन लाती है जम्मू कश्मीर की असेंबली में, जो आरक्षण विरोधी भी है, संविधान विरोधी भी है, मतलब ऐसा रेजोल्यूशन लाती है जो बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर जी के संविधान के खिलाफ है, तो आप कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं देते. जब ये बात 370 वाली अपने मैनिफेस्टो में एनसी डालती है तो आप उनके साथी है और आप कुछ नहीं बोलते. इसका मतलब साफ है, आप जम्मू कश्मीर में बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर जी का संविधान नहीं, आप दूसरा संविधान चाहते हैं. आप एक देश में 2 निशान चाहते हैं, 2 विधान चाहते हैं.
अभी हाल ही में 2-4 दिन पहले जब जम्मू कश्मीर की विधानसभा में इन्होंने इस प्रकार का प्रस्ताव लाया था तो कांग्रेस के लोगों का स्टैंड क्या था? या तो स्पीकर झूठ बोल रहे हैं या वो कांग्रेस झूठ बोल रही है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, अब इलेक्शन है, इसके कारण से ये अलग अलग अपना जो पैंतरा है बदल लेते हैं, उसके बाद दोबारा इस प्रकार की भाषा बोलेंगे। हर एक नेता का हर एक जगह के अनुसार ये अपनी जो बयान देते हैं जो गलत है। हमेशा से कांग्रेस 370 का राग लापती रही है और इन्हीं के कारण से ये सारी चीजें की बर्बादी हुई।
All right, viewers, getting us some big breaking updates coming in from Maharashtra, which, by the way, which state is very close to the elections. The Congress leader Hussein Dalwai has called the RSS a terrorist organization, sparking this controversy. Dalwai says his country belongs to the Gandhi and RSS teaches violence in their shakhas. Okay, so we're getting in this big update coming in. Congress leader sparking a big row, calling RSS a terror outfit. And this is a war of words we are seeing already before those elections in Maharashtra, which are not too far away. That is on November 20th. And we have to go ahead and play out the entire statement made by this Congress leader, Hussein Dalwai.
RSS ये आतंकवादी संगठन है, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि वो हिंसा पढ़ाते हैं, लोगों को हिंसा बताते हैं। एक बात ध्यान में रखिए, वो 4 बातें उनके RSS के शाखाओं पे बच्चों के दिल के ऊपर थाम ले देते हैं। एक पहली बात ऐसी है कि झूठा कैसा बोलना। मोदी जी, वो शाह साहब जो झूठा बोलते हैं ना, इसका कारण ऐसे वो बचपन से वो वही सीखे कैसा झूठा बोलना। नंबर 2, वो हिंसा सिखाते हैं। हिंसा सिखाना बिल्कुल गलत बात है। हिंसा की वजह से ये देश गांधी का है। हिंसा की वजह से लोगों में दरार पैदा होता है और एक तरह से लोग डरते हैं। ये जानबूझ के लोगों को डराने का काम करता है, हिंसा करते हैं। गांधी जी का खून किया उन्होंने और उसका भी आज भी उनको ये नहीं बोलते, माफी नहीं मांगते कि क्यों खून हुआ, वो गलत था, हमारी गलती है, ऐसा आज भी वो बोलते नहीं।
Well, a party which itself claims to be Muslim party, what else do you expect from them? And party which takes support from Jamaat in Kerala for Priyanka Vadra's election, what else do you expect from them? I'll appreciate the Congress leader should sometime come to the RSS Shakha and understand is one of the most nationalist organization which propagates the nationalism in their Shakha and on their agenda.
Alright viewers, getting us some more breaking updates coming in. Back-to-back breakings coming in right now. And latest breaking news, UP CM Yogi Adityanath has said in 1947, Nankana Sahib could have been a part of India if the then government had wanted. He further added that even today there are obstacles to celebrating the birth anniversary of Guru Nanak Dev Ji in Pakistan. A Sikh brothers there face trouble. CM Yogi made a statement while attending a celebration of the Prakash Purab of Sikh Guru Nanak Dev. Okay, so big update coming in right now where we are seeing that Yogi Adityanath has made this very, very important statement, and this is coming in as we keep getting our top updates. Let's go ahead and play out what the UP CM said a short while back.
स्वाभाविक रूप से हम सबके सामने प्रश्न खड़े होते हैं। गुरु नानक देव जी का जन्म ननकाना साहिब में होता है। आज उस ननकाना साहिब की स्थिति और पाकिस्तान सरकार का क्या भाव है, ये हम सबको विस्मृत नहीं करना चाहिए। आप देखते होंगे कि वहां पे कॉरिडोर के निर्माण को लेकर के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के अभियान को कैसे इन्होंने बाधा डालने का प्रयास किया और कैसे यद्यपि 1947 में अगर तत्कालीन सरकार चाहती तो ननकाना साहिब भी भारत का हिस्सा होता और इस समय कीर्तन और अन्य इस प्रकार के आयोजन को करने में जो आज भी वहां कठिनाई होती है, इस कठिनाई का सामना हमारे सिख बंधुओं को वहां पर नहीं होती या हमारे भारतवासियों को गुरु नानक देव जी के प्रति जो श्रद्धा है, जो आस्था है, उसके प्रति जो लगातार व्यवधान पैदा किए जाते हैं सरकार, पाकिस्तान सरकार के द्वारा, ये सब कठिनाई वहां पर झेलने को नहीं मिलती। स्वाभाविक रूप से हम सबके सामने प्रश्न खड़े होते हैं। गुरु नानक देव जी का जन्म ननकाना साहिब में होता है। आज उस ननकाना साहिब की स्थिति और पाकिस्तान सरकार का क्या भाव है, ये हम सबको विस्मृत नहीं करना चाहिए। आप देखते होंगे कि वहां पे कॉरिडोर के निर्माण को लेकर के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के अभियान को कैसे इन्होंने बाधा डालने का प्रयास किया और कैसे यद्यपि 1947 में अगर तत्कालीन सरकार चाहती तो ननकाना साहिब भी भारत का हिस्सा होता और इस समय कीर्तन और अन्य इस प्रकार के आयोजन को करने में जो आज भी वहां कठिनाई होती है, इस कठिनाई का सामना हमारे सिख बंधुओं को वहां पर नहीं होती या हमारे भारतवासियों को गुरु नानक देव जी के प्रति जो श्रद्धा है, जो आस्था है, उसके प्रति जो लगातार व्यवधान पैदा किए जाते हैं सरकार, पाकिस्तान सरकार के द्वारा, ये सब कठिनाई वहां पर झेलने को नहीं मिलती।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us right now, Raghavendra, joining us live from Lucknow. Go ahead, Raghavendra, take our viewers through the latest coming in. This is a very important statement being made by UP CM Yogi Adityanath. What significance does it have? Because we know that a lot of pilgrims already are visiting Nankana Sahib in Pakistan, today being a very special day. Go ahead, Raghavendra.
देखिए आज मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ सुबह से 9 बजे से ही आज कार्यक्रम किया, जिसका कहना कि गुरु गोविंद सिंह जयंती का भी मामला था, साथ ही 5 से 6 प्रोग्राम है, इसी में 2 विधानसभाओं का भी कार्यक्रम है, जिसमें एक अम्बेडकर नगर है जहां पर उपचुनाव विधानसभा का होना है, वहां पर भी वो जाएंगे। साथ ही मिर्जापुर में एक मझवा विधानसभा की सीट है, वहां पर भी उपचुनाव प्रचार में जाएंगे। साथ ही देव दीपावली का कार्यक्रम है 3 बजे, उप राष्ट्रपति के साथ मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ बनारस भी पहुंचेंगे लगभग 3 बजे के करीब। लेकिन मैं यहाँ बता रहा हूँ कि मैं इस समय प्रयागराज में हूँ और प्रयागराज की देखिए स्थिति क्या है कि यहाँ पर जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, यानी कि जो योगी छात्र हैं, वो धरने पे बैठे हुए हैं। मैं आपको यहाँ भी अपडेट कराना चाहता हूँ कि कल का नज़ारा कुछ और था, आज का नज़ारा कुछ और है। आज लड़के यहाँ पर कम है क्योंकि
जमींदारों की शोषणयुक्त व्यवस्था का विरोध किया और ब्रिटिश राज का भी विरोध करने का काम किया। सामाजिक सुधार के लिए ये देश का आदिवासी समाज हमेशा के लिए भगवान बिरसा मुंडा का आभारी रहेगा और उनके स्वतंत्रता और धर्मांतरण के खिलाफ के आंदोलन के लिए भी ये पूरा देश भगवान बिरसा मुंडा का आभारी रहेगा। मुझे अभी अभी हमारे एलजी साहब ने बताया ये 30 एकड़ भूमि में ये बांसेरा जो बसाया है, एक जमाने में यहां कूड़े का ढग हुआ करता था और आज यहां लाखों की संख्या में पक्षी आते हैं और आज कुदरती ये परिवर्तन जब कोई सरकार मन में जन कल्याण और समाज का कल्याण लेकर निकलती है तब कैसे होता है, इसका एक आइडियल एग्जाम्पल है। हम भगवान बिरसा मुंडा के जीवन को, धरती आबा के जीवन को दो हिस्सों में बांटकर देख सकते हैं। एक आदिवासी संस्कृति की रक्षा, इसके प्रति प्रतिबद्धता, और दूसरा मातृभूमि की आजादी के लिए, इसकी रक्षा के लिए सर्वोच्च बलिदान देने का जज्बा। ये दोनों क्षेत्रों में 25 साल की आयु क्या होती है? 25 साल की आयु में भगवान बिरसा मुंडा ने अपने कर्तृत्व से ऐसी कथा लिखी जिसके कारण 150 साल के बाद भी पूरा देश आज भगवान बिरसा के सामने नतमस्तक होकर खड़ा है। और अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ क्रांति की ज्योति जगाई और आदिवासियों की स्थिति के बारे में न केवल देश, पूरी दुनिया का ध्यान दिलाया। भगवान बिरसा मुंडा देश भर में अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ ढेर सारे स्वतंत्रता संग्राम हमारे आदिवासियों ने लड़े, उसकी महान लड़ी का एक हिस्सा है। झारखंड में सिद्धो कान्हो हो, फूलो जानो की दो बहनें हो और बिरसा मुंडा के नेतृत्व में उल गुलान का संघर्ष हो, राजस्थान में गुरु गोविंद के नेतृत्व में चला भील आंदोलन हो, वसुदेव बलवंत फड़के के नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र में हुआ रामोसी विद्रोह हो, उत्तराखंड का बेल और बोक्सा आंदोलन हो, तेलंगाना में रामप्पा नायक, पाजासी राजा और कुरुचिया विद्रोह, ये बहुत बड़ी आजादी के लिए संग्राम तेलंगाना के आदिवासियों ने किया। मध्य प्रदेश में शंकरसा का सन 57 का पराक्रम हो, दुर्गावती का मुगलों के खिलाफ आत्म बलिदान हो, या बेगांव का आंदोलन हो, तात्या भील का आंदोलन हो, ये भी आदिवासियों के नेतृत्व में चला। पूर्वोत्तर में खासी और नागा, इन्होंने भी अंग्रेजों के दांत खट्टे करे और नागालैंड में रानी मां ने अंग्रेज सरकार की नींद उड़ाने का काम किया। परंतु दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि आजादी के बाद ये महानायकों को भुलाने का काम किया। 2015 में नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक निर्णय किया कि 200 करोड़ की लागत से देश भर में 20 आदिवासी महानायकों के संग्रहालय बनाए जाएंगे, जिससे हमारे बच्चे ये महान संघर्ष को याद। और मुझे याद है, मुझे आनंद है कि इसमें से 3 संग्रहालय अब तक बन चुके हैं और मोदी जी ने भगवान बिरसा मुंडा संग्रहालय रांची, जबलपुर में शंकरसा रघुनाथ शाह का संग्रहालय और छिंदवाड़ा में बादल बियो जनजातीय स्वतंत्र सेनानी का संग्रह, ये तीनों का 2021 में उद्घाटन करने का काम कर दिया। और 2026 के पहले ये सभी के सभी संग्रहालय तैयार होकर हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को इतिहास और देशभक्ति का वारसा देंगे। जनजातीय गौरव के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने ढेर सारे काम। 75 साल की आजादी में पहली बार किसी आदिवासी को राष्ट्रपति बनने का मौका नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने।
All right, we must move ahead right now because we're getting some more updates coming in from the national capital, where air pollution surged in the national capital. Delhi government implements GRAP 3. These are anti-pollution measures. Now, schools in Delhi are going to shift to online classes. Delhi government is saying that decision taken due to rising pollution levels. And meanwhile, the politics is getting very, very heated up over the issue of as BJP has trained its guns at the Aam Aadmi Party government. Take a look at this report filed by my colleague Piyush, who gets us the update from ground.
If you are a resident of the National Capital Region and you are breathing the air of this region, it can make you sick. And while I speak, I would request my video journalist to just show the visuals of India Gate, Kartavya Path. Now this area is the seat of power, but you can see that all those structure that
All right, getting you some more pictures coming in right now on Republic TV. This is the Prime Minister Modi getting a very, very warm welcome. And this is PM Modi in Bihar. He's visiting Bihar to inaugurate projects worth around 12,100 crore rupees. And those are pictures coming in. Second trip to Bihar in less than a week for the Prime Minister. These are functions organized on the 150th birth anniversary of Birsa Munda, legendary freedom fighter who is fondly called Bhagwan by tribal communities of the Chota Nagpur Plateau. PM Modi will travel to the remote village district about 200 kilometers from the state capital to celebrate this Divas, as the day has come to be observed since 2021. That is right. And Prime Minister Modi will unveil a commemorative coin and postal stamp in honor of Bhagwan Birsa Munda. He will also inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of multiple development projects worth over 6,640 crore aimed at uplifting the tribal communities and improving the infrastructure in rural and remote areas of the region. And a very, very tight schedule for the Prime Minister. He'll be also participating in the Griha Pravesh of 11,000 Awas built under Pradhan Mantri Janjati Adivasi Nyay Maha Abhiyan. He will also inaugurate 23 mobile medical units launched under the PM JANMAN scheme and an additional 30 MMUs under the Dharti Aba Janjatiya Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan to enhance the healthcare access in tribal areas. And as you can clearly see, viewers, that the Prime Minister is getting a very, very warm welcome there on his visit to Jammu, Bihar.
अवश्य ही प्रकाश डाला जाएगा। 150वीं जयंती, इस जन्म जयंती के समारोह की शुरुआत आज हो रही है, जो अगले 1 वर्ष तक इसको पूरी भव्यता के साथ देश के अलग अलग कोने में मनाया जाएगा। और आज भी देश के अलग अलग कोने में जनजातीय गौरव दिवस को बड़ी धूमधाम के साथ मनाया जा रहा है। दिल्ली में आपने देखा अब से थोड़ी देर पहले गृह मंत्री बसेरा में आज उन्होंने एक मूर्ति का लोकार्पण किया और उनका संबोधन अभी चल ही रहा है। इस बीच प्रधानमंत्री जम्मू में पहुंचे। उससे पहले संसद भवन परिसर में आज प्रेरणा स्थल पर सुबह राष्ट्रपति, उपराष्ट्रपति, लोकसभा के अध्यक्ष ने जाकर के राष्ट्र की ओर से भगवान बिरसा मुंडा को अपनी कृतज्ञता व्यक्त की, श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित किए। भारत सम्मान करता है उन जनजातियों की संस्कृति का जो वर्षों तक हाशिए पर पड़े रहे, विकास की मुख्य धारा में शामिल नहीं हो पाए। लेकिन सिर्फ उनका सम्मान करना काफी नहीं है, उनको मुख्य धारा में लाना और उनको आर्थिक विकास, सामाजिक विकास और सामाजिक समरसता के साथ जोड़ना ही सरकार की कल्याणकारी योजनाओं के केंद्र में रहा। और जिस तरह से आपने देखा कि आजादी के बाद इतना बड़ा फोकस जनजातियों पर पहले दिखा नहीं था। अगर केवल फंड्स की बात की जाए तो 2014 में जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने सत्ता संभाली तो केवल 24,600 करोड़ रुपए जनजातियों के विकास पर खर्च किए जाते थे। अब वो बढ़ करके 1,23,000 करोड़ रुपए, यानी करीब करीब 5 गुने से भी ज्यादा की बढ़ोतरी इस विकास के फंड में देखी गई है। और संवाददाता नितेंद्र इस वक्त हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। नितेंद्र,
Right. Okay, viewers, so there you go. PM Modi visiting Bihar to inaugurate multiple projects. And these are pictures coming in right now. We will be taking a very short break, but do not go anywhere. Prime Minister Modi reaches Bihar on the 150th birth anniversary celebration of Bhagwan Birsa Munda. Stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
them point their fingers at you, saying Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Ministry, allocation of funds, Niti Aayog, they have complaints everywhere that we are not being given what are... So what if we give freebies? It's our policy. Government should support us long term, etc.
There's not one element of truth in this, that the center is denying states their funds. Whichever state says it, I'll come and stand one-on-one to say this. It's not right.
Recently, Prime Minister got emotional in a scheme when he was announcing medical facility, and he said that Bengal should forgive me because I am not able to serve them because my schemes are not being allowed by Mamata Banerjee, and a citizen,
whether in Bengal or in Tamil Nadu, have no fault of theirs.
Yes.
They are not at fault. Yes. It is purely out of this jealousy that all people, common people friendly schemes of the central government are reaching the ground and they don't want to recognize the good work which is being done by Prime Minister Modi's schemes.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है। कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती। कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
Congress takes a U-turn on Article 370 abrogation after Shah's assertion. Congress retaliates and accuses Shah of spreading lies.
ये वो अगाड़ी है जो वोट पाने के लिए भगवा आतंकवाद का शब्द गढ़ते हैं। ये वो अगाड़ी है जो आए दिन वीर सावरकर का अपमान करते हैं।
PM Modi's stern message calls out Congress for vilifying and insulting Veer Savarkar. Infiltration threat in Jharkhand becomes the biggest talking point. BJP calls out Soren Congress alliance. Indian students protest outside Oxford Union over Pak ISI-funded anti-India debate. Delhi Air Quality Index plummets to severe category. Government imposes GRAP 3 curbs to control rising pollution. Donald Trump takes a firm stand on West Asia conflict, says his administration will end the Russia-Ukraine war and restore peace. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where statewide protest has been called against the excise department's alleged corruption. The excise license holders across the state have announced a second phase of protest, including a complete shutdown of alcohol sales on November 20th. And this protest follows a meeting that was held in Bengaluru, where over 3,000 license holders and several others were gathered to discuss the demands and issues related to the excise department. Now remember, Govindraj Hegde is the leader of the union. He says that the demands of these license holders must be met by the Karnataka government. If not, they will continue their protest and enter phase 2 of the protest, that is a statewide shutdown of all liquor outlets. About 3,000 holders have vowed to protest on the streets against the Karnataka excise department. Here are some reactions coming in.
बहुत साल से हमारा डिमांड्स पेंडिंग है, बहुत डिमांड्स है, और करप्शन एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट में ज़्यादा हो गया है। इसके लिए क्या हम लोग, ये नया गवर्नमेंट जो आया है ना, अब 15 जून 23 से हम लोग डिमांड्स अपना मनवी देते आए हैं हम लोग। सो ये साल में फरवरी 21 को हम लोग 22 को एक प्रतिभटना आयोजन किए थे। हम लोग एक्साइज मिनिस्टर ने 21 को आया, हम लोग के साथ एक मीटिंग किया और 22 को अपना प्रतिभटना प्रोटेस्ट में आके मेमोरेंडम भी लेके गया। आज तक कुछ नहीं है। सो 27 अगस्त को हम लोग आयोजन किया था ये। सो ऑफिसर्स लोग जरा टाइम पूछा हमने से, हम लोग मुलाकात करवा लेंगे सीएम से, तो हुआ नहीं। इसके लिए हम लोग कर रहे हैं, बैड शेप में हम लोग। मैं तो एक पैसे भी नहीं देने वाला हूँ, और लाइसेंसी लोग जिस तरह से देते हैं वो मैं लिस्ट भी नहीं कर सकता हूँ। वो लाइसेंस के ऊपर मेरे को भरोसा है, जो वो लोग बोलता है हम लोग करप्शन से थक गया, एक्साइज करप्शन से थक गया। ये लोग, ये मैं अकेला ही नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, हम लोग 8 डिवीजन में मीटिंग किया है हम लोग।
Congress has made Karnataka an ATM and they are a Bhrashtachar ki dukaan. And now after the Muda scam, Valmiki scam, we can see the liquor scam, 700 crores. It's not just a thing in Delhi. It is actually a thing in Karnataka too. The excise minister is apparently involved, but chief minister won't sack him because the chief minister himself is accused number one in Muda scam. Kharge ji himself has many questions to answer on aerospace park scam. So they will all be silent. And meanwhile, the liquor merchants are going on a strike on 20th of November. The question is that how much will you loot the people? Karnataka government is a loot and jhoot government. Jhooty guarantees and just loot. Either you loot through corruption or you loot through cess, taxes, increase the tax on water, petrol, diesel, stamp duty, environment cess, so on and so forth. This is the true khatakhat model. It is the loot model. Loot karo aur khatakhat jhoot bolo.
Well, we have Sri Lakshmi joining us live from our Kannada newsroom in Bengaluru. Good morning, Sri Lakshmi. The protesters have said that their demands have not been met. In fact, they are saying that why do we need an excise ministry when there are no allocations done for that particular sector in the budget? Instead, they want the excise department to be merged with the finance department. Take us through the demands of these protesters and what the government has done so far.
Very good morning, Deepak. As Secretary Govindraj Hegde, this liquor sellers union secretary Govindraj Hegde mentioned, they're going to stage a huge protest on November 20th, keeping several demands in front of the state government. We can remember that opposition party leader Chalvadi Narayan Swamy had made several allegations regarding this excise department few days ago, saying that to get a new license, one has to pay around 70 to 80 lakh rupees of, the corruption is so huge that to get it renewed every year, one has to pay around 4 lakhs to 6 lakh. So that amount of corruption is there, and so many cases have been put against these people who sell liquor, and Chalvadi has also said that these corruption money which comes from a liquor lobby will be used in elections. That's what he has said. So the BJP has demanded resignation of R.B. Timapur, excise minister. And there are several other demands which has been put forth by these liquor sellers. They're saying that 2005 excise bill is there, and that needs to be amended. And several other orders by government issued regarding this excise department has to be amended. That's what they're asking, especially regarding license and storage and conditions, CL8, CL8A, CL8B conditions which have been put on getting license has to be renewed. That's what they're saying. And, this police intervention, unnecessary police intervention is so huge that they are not able to run their business. That's what, that needs to be controlled. That's what they're asking. And many other demands like in hotels, serving this liquor. Regarding that also, government has come up with several rules. These sellers are asking modification in those rules as well. And it is for us to wait and watch whether this may lead to a big revelation of another huge corruption scam against this Karnataka government. Since in yesterday's we can see that many other people who belong to this liquor business have made huge allegations of corruption against this excise minister. Deepak.
Right, Sri Lakshmi, also time and again the Prime Minister has also hit out at the Congress, and in one of his recent political rallies he made a mention of 700 crore liquor scam in Karnataka, where he said that the money that is ill-gotten from the liquor lobby in Karnataka is being used to fund elections in other states. And now we also have proof with the liquor, the liquor seller also coming out on the streets and staging a protest alleging rampant corruption, and they don't want an excise department as well.
Right. Yes, Deepak. Siddaramaiah had taken it as a challenge, and during a public program in Mysuru, Siddaramaiah had said that if Prime Minister proves that these allegations are true on Excise Department, if this money comes from Excise Department, then Siddaramaiah said he is going to resign, he is going to retire from politics itself. If this is not true, then he has challenged the Prime Minister to quit politics. But now, this protest which is going to be staged on November 20th, it seems that many more allegations against Excise Minister may come up. Many more allegations against the government itself as well may come up, it seems, because so many allegations have already been made regarding Excise Department of corruption. It's for us to wait and watch. Already, government is facing Muda scam, Valmiki scam, and transfer corruption allegations, and many more allegations are there. It seems that there's one more huge, scam may come up regarding this Excise Department as well. Back to studio.
Lakshmi, scam after scam, revelation after revelation. The Congress government in Karnataka is facing some serious trouble, and if Siddaramaiah is a man of his word, if these corruption allegations are proven against his officials, then he will be forced to resign, because he himself had stated that he will quit politics if these allegations are proven, and whether or not that would happen, that remains to be seen. Many thanks, Sri Lakshmi, for joining me with those details. Now let's shift our focus to the national capital, viewers. The air pollution level continues to remain in the severe category, choking Delhiites every single morning. And with the smog also now blanketing several parts of Delhi NCR, the Delhi government has now imposed GRAP 3. So what does GRAP 3 entail? GRAP 3 entails that there are no construction activities that take place in the national capital. Water guns are used on roadways to reduce the smog levels. And along with that, there are several other measures as well in order to bring down the corruption, the pollution levels in the national capital. In fact, several primary schools have also shifted to the online model of education. Here's a ground report from the national capital.
If you are a resident of the National Capital Region and you are breathing the air of this region, it can make you sick. And while I speak, I would request my video journalist to just show the visuals of India Gate, Kartavya Path. Now this area is the seat of power, but you can see that all those structure that embodies the seat of power of the country is right now invisible. India Gate, South Block, North Block, Rashtrapati Bhavan and all the areas around here is invisible, and this invisibility is caused because of the thick layer of smog that has engulfed the entire area. And this smog is caused because of the poisonous substances like particulate matter of 2.5 microns, of 10 microns, poisonous gases like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide being suspended in cities' air. Such is the dangerous situation which is being caused right now in cities' air can be gauged from the fact that right now the air quality index is more than 400 micrograms per cubic meter, thus putting the health safety of crore of residents like you and me and everyone over here at the National Capital Region and areas around it at risk. Now, taking into consideration of the dire situation right now which is being faced by crore of citizens of the National Capital Region, the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 3 has now set in. Some of the key points which are going to be followed under the Stage 3 Action Plan is going to be complete ban on construction, restricting the movement of vehicles that are plying on Bharat Standard 3 fuel, restricting the classes of students who till class 5, in fact most of these students have been advised to have online classes, and also making sure that all those people who are aged above 50 should be asked not to undertake morning or evening walks. Now these are some temporary measures, but yes, taking into consideration of what exactly the situation in National Capital Region is, this becomes important. The key question now remains that with health, security and the health of crore of citizens of the National Capital Region and areas around it at risk? Will all the agencies that are in charge of governance of these areas take accountability and make sure that we at least have the right to breathe?
Well, viewers, every year as the winter approaches, the story remains the same. There is an air emergency in the national capital where people are gasping for breath. And on ground zero, the politicians are busy involved in a blame game where they blame each other for the declining pollution, air quality in the national capital. In fact, this time as well, it's not any different because the BJP has once again blamed the Aam Aadmi Party government for not doing anything to bring down the pollution levels.
Major reason for the pollution in city is vehicular pollution, which contributes to 41.8% of the total pollution in city. And the next is the dust pollution. On both the fronts, Delhi government has miserably failed. Delhi needed some 15,000 buses some 10 years ago. Till date, we have some 7,200 odd buses, out of which 1,900 electric vehicles have been provided by Prime Minister Modi ji. So, if there is no transportation, one will use a personal vehicle, and there is no last mile connectivity. If from my house now I have to go to the metro station or the bus stop, I have no way to go to there. I have to use a personal vehicle. So that leads to pollution in city. And as far as mechanized sweeping goes, Delhi needs some 224 mechanized sweepers, and it has only 52 mechanized sweepers. So that leads to the pollution in city, and Delhi government has miserably failed. Condition is so worse that today doctors has told pregnant women to move out of city if they want their pregnancy to be safe.
Well, moving on, viewers, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has rained back-to-back attacks on the MVA. First, he targeted the MVA partners Congress and Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena over Balasaheb's legacy, and now he has targeted the Mahavikas Aghadi over their appeasement politics. Fadnavis has said that MVA will go to an extent of even licking the boots of the ulemas if they agree to vote for them. And now he has said that the Ulema Council had declared its support to the MVA after they had put forth about 17 demands. And one of the demands, viewers, you have to listen to this, one of the demands is to take back the cases that were registered on the people of the minority community during the riots that took place in Maharashtra. Shocking demands that have been accepted by the MVA, according to the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister. Listen in.
और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आज देखिए जिस प्रकार की परिस्थिति लोकसभा के बाद तैयार हुई, अब जो डर हमको था ये वापिस महाविकास आघाड़ी तलवे चाटने की राजनीति कर रही है। मैं एक उदाहरण आपको कहना चाहता हूँ। किसके तलवे चाट रही है? मुस्लिम उलेमाओं के, क्योंकि मैं उदाहरण आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। अभी उलेमा काउंसिल ने उनको समर्थन घोषित किया, 17 मांगे उन्होंने रखी थी। इन्होंने बकायदा पत्र दिया है कि 17 मांगे हम मंजूर करते हैं। मुझे उसमें आपत्ति नहीं है अगर कोई मांगे रखता है, कोई मंजूर। मांगे कौन सी है? मैं एक मांग आपको बताता हूं। उसमें से एक मांग उसमें से है 2012 से 2024 तक महाराष्ट्र में जो दंगे हुए, उन दंगों में जिन मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोगों पर केसेस हुई है वो सारी केसेस खारिज की जाएगी, वापस ले ली जाएगी। अब मैं सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं कि ये कौन सी राजनीति चल रही है? ये अगर इसके खिलाफ इस प्रकार से दंगइयों को साथ में लेकर कोई पार्टी लड़ना चाहती है और हम बटे रहे तो कटेंगे।
तो आपने जब कहा कि जैसे ये मांग है, इसको लीगली लड़ सकते हैं ना। आपने धर्म युद्ध कहा कि अब इसको वोट जिहाद के का अगर सामना करना पड़ेगा तो धर्म युद्ध करना पड़ेगा। तो ये धर्म युद्ध जो है वो बांटने की
धर्म युद्ध की संकल्पना हमारे यहाँ क्या है? धर्म युद्ध की संकल्पना यह है कि यतो धर्मा ततो जया। ये धर्म युद्ध है हमारे यहाँ। जहां सत्य है वहां विजय है। ये असत्य की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, हमको सत्य की लड़ाई इनके खिलाफ लड़नी पड़ेगी। ये धर्म युद्ध है हमारा। हमने ऐसा थोड़ी कहा हिंदू धर्म युद्ध लड़ो, हमने कहा धर्म युद्ध लड़ना पड़ेगा। और 8 दिन का चुनाव, और कौन कोर्ट जाएगा और कौन इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास जाएगा वो तो बाद में होता रहेगा। ये लोगों ने तो समाज को बांट दिया, बांट के वोट तो लेकर चले गए। तो इसलिए देखिए, हम चुनाव जब लड़ते हैं तो ये लड़ाई है, भले ही शस्त्र नहीं है, अस्त्र नहीं है, पर ये लड़ाई है। सामने वाले बेईमानी करते रहे और हम देखते रहे, ऐसा नहीं होगा। हम जवाब देंगे, बेईमानी नहीं करेंगे लेकिन जवाब देंगे।
आपने कहा अगर पत्थर आएगा तो ईंट का जवाब।
हाँ बिल्कुल, ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देंगे। देखिए, हम गांधी जी को बहुत मानते हैं, हम अहिंसा को भी बहुत मानते हैं, लेकिन ये तत्व हमको मंजूर नहीं है कि सामने वाले हमको मारते रहे और हम चुपचाप तमाशा देखते रहे। ऐसी अहिंसा हम नहीं मानते। सामने वाला ईंट मारेगा तो पत्थर से जवाब देंगे।
Well, we have Sandeep joining us live from Mumbai. Sandeep, on one hand, Indie, bloc demands the release of separatists in Jammu and Kashmir, and in Maharashtra, Indie, that is fighting under the banner of MVA, is now agreed to release all those who are accused of rioting between 2012 and 2024 up until now, only for the sake of their vote bank. Shocking, isn't it?
See, it is very clear cut, picture right now in the state of Maharashtra, and the kind of agendas that Indie Alliance is in fact coming up, that they are in fact, happy, and they are happy and they are willing to please only one specific community, and which they feel is their only vote bank, and that is the reason that they are in fact coming up with such kind of demands. Be it, allowing the people to be released and taking back all the cases against the people who are involved in the riots in the state of Maharashtra during 2012 and 2024. So ultimately, yes, it seems that this is the only way that they can please their only vote bank out here in the state of Maharashtra, and for the same reason it seems now the Bharatiya Janata Party has come into attack against the Congress Party, as they have in fact agreed to all the demands, 17 demands that were made by the ulemas before the Indie bloc.
That's right, Sandeep. Many thanks for joining me with those details. With this, viewers, the Indie bloc has completely lost the plot, giving in to the demands, some of them really shocking and anti-national, to let the rioters walk free. And we'll have to wait and watch how the electorate of Maharashtra will respond to this, whether the people of Maharashtra will vote for the MVA's appeasement model or not. Only time will tell. With that, it's time for a quick break. We'll be right back with more details on the other side. Do stay tuned.
गोस्वामी जी, आपकी बिजनेस फिलोसफी क्या है? आपका बिजनेस टारगेट क्या है? हिंदुस्तान लीवर के आगे जाना चाहते, यूनिलीवर के आगे जाना चाहते? अगर जाना चाहते हैं तो क्यों? क्योंकि आपका जो लाइफस्टाइल है कुछ तो बदला नहीं है. यू डोंट हैव एनीथिंग टू डू विद द मनी.
मेरा टारगेट पैसा नहीं है, मेरा टारगेट परमार्थ है. मैंने एक संकल्प दिया है, पतंजलि का अल्टीमेट बेनिफिशियरी समाज है, देश है.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very, very good afternoon. It's noon here and I am Shivangi getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you, a lot of breaking updates coming in as we count down to the Maharashtra polls and the second phase of Jharkhand polls. We are seeing a lot of developments. But as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है. कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती. कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
Congress takes U-turn on Article 370 abrogation after Shah's assertion. Congress retaliates and accuses Shah of spreading lies.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी की शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे बोलने लगी. उन्होंने भी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बोलना छोड़ दिया. तो मुझे लगता है कि जब वो नहीं कहते तो शहजादे का तो कहने का सवाल ही नहीं उठता.
Devendra Fadnavis takes on Rahul Gandhi, questions his refusal to address Bala Saheb as Hindu Hriday Samrat.
जो घुसपैठियों को संरक्षण देने वाले लोग हैं, जिसमें कांग्रेस नेतृत्व कर रही है, पहले उनको संरक्षण देती है और फिर उनके माध्यम से आदिवासी महिलाओं की आबरू से लेकर आवाज तक कब्जे करवाती है.
Infiltration threat in Jharkhand becomes the biggest talking point. BJP calls out sovereign government. Indian student protests outside Oxford Union over Pakistan ISI funded anti-India debate. Delhi AQI plummets to severe category. Government imposes GRAP 3 measures to contain rising pollution levels. Donald Trump takes firm stand on conflict, says his administration will end the Russia-Ukraine war. Getting us some big breaking updates coming in right now. Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis hits back at Deputy CM Ajit Pawar over his remark rejecting UP CM Yogi Adityanath's "Batenge to Katenge" slogan. Fadnavis accuses Pawar of aligning with ideologies that are secular and anti-Hindu for decades and claimed that self-proclaimed secularists lack real secularism. He asserted that Pawar has been associated with those who equate opposing Hindutva with secularism. Okay, so we're getting this big update coming in. Maharashtra Deputy CM Fadnavis hits back at Deputy CM Ajit Pawar over his remark rejecting "Batenge to Katenge" slogan of UP CM Yogi Adityanath. I want to go ahead and play out those reactions first.
जब हम योगी जी के बयान के बारे में बात कर रहे थे तो आपके एक सहकर्मी हैं अजीत पवार जी, उन्होंने कहा इसके लिए जगह नहीं है। पंकजा भी कहती है कि इसके लिए जगह नहीं है।
पहली बात तो ये है कि शायद ये लोग या तो जनता का सेंटिमेंट नहीं समझ पाए या फिर इस बात का वो मतलब नहीं समझ पाए या बोलते हुए वो शायद कुछ और कहना चाहते हैं और उसका अर्थ अलग गया। इन तीनों में से कोई हो सकता है। जहां तक अजीत दादा का सवाल है, मुझे लगता है कि दशकों अजीत दादा ऐसे विचारों में रहे हैं कि जिन विचारों में सेक्युलरिज्म नाम का एक इस प्रकार का विचार है जो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हिंदू विरोधी है। Secularism, there is no real secularism amongst those who call themselves secularist. हिंदुत्व का विरोध करना है सेक्युलरिज्म उनके लिए, ऐसे लोगों के साथ रहे। इसलिए जनता का मिजाज और नेशनलिस्ट मिजाज ये समझने में थोड़ा समय उनको लगेगा। बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, इसका अर्थ समाज को एकत्रित रखना है और मुझे लगता है इसमें कोई गलत बात नहीं।
और जो प्रधानमंत्री का जो नारा था कि एक हैं तो सेफ हैं, आपने कहा ये महामंत्र है। महामंत्र क्यों कहा आपने इसके बारे में?
इसलिए मैंने कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समाज को एक रखने के लिए जो मंत्र दिया है, अगर हम एक साथ रहेंगे तो ही हमारा विकास होगा।
आप कौन अलग कर रहा है हमको?
कांग्रेस बांट रही है।
All right, viewers, getting you some big updates coming in right now. With big political war of words over Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's U-turn on Article 370, the National Conference has now come out and seems to be distancing itself from its Indie partners. Remark Republic has spoken exclusively to Omar Abdullah's cabinet minister Javed Rana, who has said it is for the Congress to decide solely on what their stand is on Article 370. Let's first listen in to that reaction coming in.
सर, एक सवाल रहेगा। आज जो है कांग्रेस के प्रमुख मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे साहब ने बयान दिया। उन्होंने कहा कि हमने कभी नहीं कहा कि 370 वापस होनी चाहिए, बीजेपी जो है झूठ फैला रही है।
अब ये मेरे ख्याल में कांग्रेस वालों से ही बात करनी चाहिए, वही इस बात का जवाब बेहतर दे सकते हैं। लेकिन जहाँ तक हमारा मिशन है वो आप सबके सामने है। हमारी पार्टी प्रोग्राम में और मंशूर में जो चीज़ें शामिल हैं, हम उसी पे बात करेंगे।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us, Gursimran, joining us live as we speak. Gursimran, we see that the NC has come out and distanced itself on what Kharge had said. Now, this is over Article 370, the big U-turn of the Congress on this. And remember, the Article 370 has been a very crucial poll plank. We saw a lot of ruckus in the assembly as well over Article 370. This is turning out to be quite a bone of contention, Gursimran.
See, certainly this is going to be a point of contention between the National Conference and the Congress Party, because now the Congress, the way Mallikarjun Kharge has openly said, and now the National Conference has termed the Congress confused and has also distanced themselves from the statement of Kharge, stating that we are resolute, we stand firm on our stand that was part of our manifesto, that is restoration of Article 370 and 35 alpha. But now it has to be seen how things pan out, because the Maharashtra elections, the Jharkhand elections, they will be over in a week's time from now. including the results. But then it is a government that the Congress aims to run in Jammu and Kashmir along with the National Conference, and this is going to be the key point of contention, because now what the Mallikarjun Kharge has said, that cannot be answered by the local leadership of the Congress party, because if they do so, the contention between the National Conference and the Congress party, they will rise with each passing day, and the Congress, which is still not part of the government, is planning to get into the cabinet soon after the results of the Maharashtra and Jharkhand. That is going to have the implications on that as well. And now it has to be seen how things pan out between the National Conference and the Congress party, as the Congress has said that they never said that they want 370 and 35 alpha back.
Right. And let's listen in to that comment from the Congress president, where he had hit out at Shah, saying that the Congress has never called for the restoration of Article 370, viewers.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है. कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती. कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले? ऐसी चीजें आप बोलते हो जो अब ऑलरेडी पार्लियामेंट में पास हुआ है, हो गया है, फिर उसको दोबारा क्यों छेड़ रहे आप? इसका मतलब यू वांट टू कीप इट अलाइव, सच इश्यूज टू डिवाइड द पीपल. जाके बोलो ना वहां जम्मू कश्मीर में, वहां तो इलेक्शन हो गया.
And getting in more exclusive reactions on the Congress president's U-turn, take a listen in to these reactions.
अभी हाल ही में 2-4 दिन पहले जब जम्मू कश्मीर की विधानसभा में इन्होंने इस प्रकार का प्रस्ताव लाया था, तो कांग्रेस के लोगों का स्टैंड क्या था? या तो स्पीकर झूठ बोल रहे हैं या वो कांग्रेस झूठ बोल रही है, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, अब इलेक्शन है, इसके कारण से ये अलग अलग अपना जो पैंतरा है बदल लेते हैं. उसके बाद दोबारा इस प्रकार की भाषा बोलेंगे. हर एक नेता का हर एक जगह के अनुसार ये अपनी जो बयान देते हैं, जो गलत है. हमेशा से कांग्रेस 370 का राग लापती रही है और इन्हीं के कारण से ये सारी चीजें की बर्बादी हुई.
Well, probably Mr. Kharge doesn't know that Sophajan Soz is a senior leader in the Congress party and was a minister in the Congress UPA regime. He on record has issued a press statement where he has heartily congratulated all the leaders of Congress party, National Conference, PDP and other alliance partners for getting this bill through in the Assembly of Jammu Kashmir regarding 370-35A. He has formally issued a press statement on this, but Mr. Kharge, as he's getting old and he's probably doesn't remember things now.
All right, viewers, getting some big breaking updates. In Bangladesh, let's go to Bangladesh. Anti-ISKCON slogans were raised by a crowd calling for a ban on the organization, with some warning of unrest if action is not taken. The crowd claimed that failure to ban ISKCON could lead to violence and societal breakdown. Meanwhile, ISKCON leaders like Chinmay Krishnadas Prabhu called for unity, urging followers to resist divisions. He issued a stern message to those attempting to sow discord, warning of potential consequences as the situation underscores rising communal tensions in the region. So, big update coming in. Anti-Hindu, anti-ISKCON sloganeering coming in Bangladesh. And this is by a crowd calling for a ban on the organization. And some of them are even saying that there will be unrest if any action is not taken in this regard. Let's go straight across to my colleague joining us, Hridita. Hridita is joining us live from our Republic Bangla newsroom. Hridita, you know, this is very, very big development, because we have been tracking this story, how, and we've highlighted to our viewers, how the minorities, especially the Hindus in Bangladesh, are being attacked, they're being threatened. We've seen this time and again, and now we see this development coming in. Go ahead, Hridita, take our viewers through latest coming in.
We have been seeing since tensions has escalated in Bangladesh, Hindus have been a soft target always under the Yunus government, and now it comes in a channel, in a Bangladesh channel, Barta TV, where we have heard this Muslim leader who has been speaking and saying that to ban ISKCON. They have clearly stated that ISKCON should be banned, otherwise the roads of Bangladesh will be filled with blood. It will result to how the fascist rule used to go, like we had seen fascist rule earlier. So they are saying that that kind of rule would be also seen in Bangladesh. They say that this is a pure land of Allah. So here we are to prevent and we are to stop the ISKCON organization. So it's a clear indication on banning the ISKCON organization. Whereas we see Chinmay Krishna Das from ISKCON, he has said that the people who are walking in the way of banning ISKCON or walking in the way away from God, they will not see a brighter future. He has also said that the worldwide the Sanatanis have risen worldwide, and the day is not that far that these people will not
Okay.
Back to the studio.
Hedita, I'll come back to you because we are getting Acharya Pramod Krishnam on this as well, joining us live. Our guest is joining us live, and I just want to come across to you about your reaction. We have seen time and again, Acharya Krishnam, how this issue of Hindus being targeted in Bangladesh has not just reached here in India, where India has taken a very strong stand. Even in the US, other countries have spoken against it. Now we are seeing a call to ban ISKCON and also go ahead and they are saying, this crowd is saying that if this action is not taken, there will be unrest in Bangladesh. How much more unrest are we going to see over this?
देखिए, सवाल ISKCON का नहीं है, सवाल किसी एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नहीं, सवाल है कि पूरी दुनिया के अंदर जिस तरह का ये जो एक नफरत का माहौल और इस्लाम को लेके बनाया जा रहा है, ये बड़ा दुखद है। और इस्लाम ये नहीं कहता कि किसी के दिल को दुखाओ। इस्लाम जो पैगंबर प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद ने जो इस्लाम की बात की है, वो तो उन्होंने कहा है किसी के दिल को दुखाना गलत है और किसी के भी दूसरे रिलीजन के रिलीजियस मैटर्स में दखल देना भी गलत है। उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि दुनिया में जितने भी धर्म हैं, उन धर्मों के सभी जो हेड ऑफ द रिलीजन हुए हैं या प्रमुख संत हुए हैं, उनका सम्मान करो। कुरान में ये स्पष्ट कहा है, लकुम दीनो कम वलय दीन। ये कुरान कहता है, कुरान की आयत है, लकुम दीनो कम वलय दीन। इसका अर्थ है कि तुम्हारा दीन तुम्हें मुबारक, यानी तुम्हारा धर्म तुम्हें शुभ हो, मेरा धर्म मुझे शुभ। इसका मतलब है पैगंबर यानी प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद ये मानते हैं कि दूसरा धर्म भी एग्जिस्ट करता है और करना चाहिए। तो इस्लाम का नाम लेकर के ये जो हिंदुओं पे हमले हो रहे हैं, ये जो टेम्पल्स को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, खास तौर से वहां जहां मुस्लिम डोमिनेट करते हैं, मुस्लिम पावरफुल है, तो ये बहुत ही अफसोसजनक है। ये केवल एक एंटी रिलीजन, एंटी हिंदू नहीं है, ये एंटी ह्यूमन है, ये मानवता के खिलाफ है। बांग्लादेश में जिस तरह से जो हो रहा है, ये हिंदुओं को टारगेट करना, हिंदू मंदिरों को टारगेट करना। ISKCON क्या है? ISKCON एक ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो भगवान कृष्ण की भक्ति की बात करती है। भगवान कृष्ण उदारता की बात करते हैं, दया की बात करते हैं, करुणा और प्रेम की बात। ISKCON टेम्पल से जुड़ा कोई भी व्यक्ति पॉलिटिकल बयानबाजी नहीं करता। मैक्सिमम लोग वो हैं जो प्रेम, भक्ति, संकीर्तन की बात करते हैं। तो ऐसे लोगों पर भी अगर हमला होगा तो मुझे लगता है बांग्लादेश की हुकूमत को ये सख्त कदम उठाने चाहिए, वरना बांग्लादेश पूरी दुनिया में बदनाम हो रहा है। पूरी दुनिया में इसलिए बदनाम हो रहा है कि बांग्लादेश एक ऐसा कंट्री है जहां अभी तख्ता पलट हुआ। उसके पहले पाकिस्तान से उन्होंने अपनी आज़ादी की बात करी तो पाकिस्तान से अलग हुए, ये बहुत पहले की बात है जब हमारे यहाँ इंदिरा गांधी प्राइम मिनिस्टर थी। तो सवाल उठता है कि एक ऐसा देश जिसने अपने फंडामेंटल राइट्स की डिमांड की हो, अपने बुनियादी सिद्धांतों और बुनियादी हक अधिकारों की डिमांड करके जो देश बना है, जो अपने फंडामेंटल राइट्स की रक्षा करने की बात करता हो, उस देश में आज हिंदुओं के मंदिरों को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, मंदिरों को जलाया जा रहा है, बलात्कार किए जा रहे हैं। और हिंदू धर्म मैं समझता हूं कि अब वहां 2% मुश्किल से रह पाया है। तमाम जो देश आजाद हुआ था उस समय जो हिंदुओं की आबादी थी उन पर जुल्म करके, उन पर अत्याचार करके हिंदुओं को मुसलमान बना दिया गया, हिंदुओं का रिलीजन बदल दिया गया, जबरदस्ती हिंदुओं को कन्वर्ट किया जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है ये इसको पूरी दुनिया को निंदा करनी चाहिए। डोनाल्ड ट्रंप और वो जो जिस तरह के स्टेटमेंट पिछली तरफ मैंने ट्रंप के सुने तो मुझे लगता है वो भी आशंकित है। अमेरिका इस बात से भयभीत है, यूके भयभीत है कि ये हो क्या रहा। इस्लाम के नाम पर ये टेररिज्म फैलाने, दहशतगर्दी और आतंकवाद फैलाने का जो काम हो रहा है, मैं इसकी घोर निंदा।
राइट। ऑल्सो आचार्य कृष्णा, बिफोर वी लेट यू गो, एक और क्वेश्चन है। ऑलरेडी वी सी अवामी लीग ने केस फाइल किया है अगेंस्ट मोहम्मद यूनुस, हु इज द चीफ एडवाइजर टू द इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट, ओवर इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ किलिंग ऑफ हिंदूज। डू यू थिंक कि इंटरनेशनल प्रेशर और होना चाहिए बांग्लादेश के ऊपर टू स्टॉप दिस काइंड ऑफ अट्रॉसिटीज अगेंस्ट हिंदूज?
देखिए, बांग्लादेश की जो हुकूमत है मुझे लगता है वो आतंकवादियों के हाथ में। बांग्लादेश की जो गवर्नमेंट है वो प्रो टेररिज्म है। ये सबसे बड़ा खतरा पैदा हो रहा है। और भारत का वो एक नेबर पड़ोसी देश है और प्रो इंडिया रहा है। भारत भी बांग्लादेश से बहुत अच्छा संबंध रहा है। लेकिन जो हिंदुओं पे हमले हो रहे हैं, अगर ये हमले होते रहे तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि भारत के रिश्ते अच्छे रहेंगे बांग्लादेश से, क्योंकि भारत एक ऐसी भूमि है, इंडिया इज ओनली कंट्री इन दिस वर्ल्ड जहां से सनातन का ओरिजिन हुआ। सनातन का ओरिजिन भारत से हुआ। बाकी जितने रिलीजन है दुनिया में उनका ओरिजिन किसी का यरूशलेम से हुआ, किसी का मक्का से हुआ, अरब से हुआ। ये दूसरे तमाम धर्मों के जो ओरिजिन है ये दूसरी जगह से हुए, लेकिन सनातन और हिंदू धर्म इसका जो ओरिजिन है, इसकी जो उत्पत्ति है, ये भारत है। तो सनातन पे जो हमला होगा वो ऑटोमेटिकली भारत को कष्ट होगा और वो भारत पर हमला माना जाएगा। और मैं बिल्कुल आपके चैनल पे साफ कहना चाहता हूं, बांग्लादेश को, बांग्लादेश की सरकार को ये एटीट्यूड बदलना पड़ेगा कि वहां हिंदुओं पे हमले होते रहेंगे और हम लोग चुप रहेंगे। पूरी दुनिया को आवाज उठानी चाहिए। पूरी दुनिया को इस समय जो फैनेटिज्म है, जो कट्टरता है, जो रिलीजियस टेररिज्म है, इसके खिलाफ एक होना चाहिए, एक होना पड़ेगा। हम हिंदू हैं, हम सनातन को मानते हैं, हम ये मानते हैं कि हमारा धर्म सबसे पुराना है, सनातन सबसे पुराना धर्म है। जो सत्य है वही सनातन है, जो सनातन है वही शाश्वत है। लेकिन हम सबसे प्रेम की शिक्षा देते हैं, हम चाहते हैं सब सद्भावना। हमारा सनातन का मूल उद्देश्य क्या है? प्रेम, त्याग, तपस्या, शील, दया, करुणा, क्षमा, सत्य, अहिंसा। अहिंसा, सत्य, अहिंसा, करुणा। भगवान को कहा गया करुणा निधान, भगवान को क्या कहा गया? दया का सागर, भगवान को दीन बंधु। तो धर्म के नाम पर ये जो मारना है, धर्म के नाम पे हमला है, मंदिरों को जलाना है। हम जिस धर्म के हैं हम दूसरे धर्म का सम्मान करते हैं। हम इस्लामिक भाइयों का भी सम्मान करते हैं, हम ईसाइयों का भी सम्मान करते हैं, हम बौद्धों का भी सम्मान करते हैं। लेकिन कोई हमारे धर्म पे हमला करे और हम चुपचाप बैठे रहें, ये ठीक नहीं है, ये नहीं हो पाएगा। दुनिया भर के तमाम जितने भी देश हैं उनको इस पे सख्त ऐतराज दिखाना चाहिए और बांग्लादेश की हुकूमत को सख्त फैसला लेते हुए ये कोई ठोस कदम उठाना चाहिए जिससे हमारे मंदिरों को तोड़ना बंद करा जाए। क्योंकि मैं नहीं मानता हूं कि ये कोई छोटी मोटी पॉलिटिकल मुहिम है, ये टेररिज्म है, ये आतंकवाद है जो हिंदुओं को टारगेट कर रहा है, पूरी दुनिया में टारगेट कर रहा है। ये ठीक नहीं है, ये पूरे देश के लिए ठीक नहीं है, हमारे पूरी दुनिया के लिए ठीक नहीं है। आज ये हिंदुओं पर टारगेट कर रहे हैं, कल ईसाइयों पर टारगेट करेंगे, कल को तोड़ेंगे, परसों गुरुद्वारों को तोड़ेंगे। दिस इज नॉट फेयर, मोस्ट कंडेमेबल।
यस,
मैं इसकी घोर निंदा।
Yes, thank you, Acharya Krishna, for joining us here on Republic TV and sharing what you have to say. This is a very, very important update, viewers, and we're getting a reaction from the ISKCON leader, Chinmay Krishna Das Prabhu, who has called for unity. Let's go ahead and play it out.
সংঘবদ্ধ হন, বিভক্তি থেকে বেরিয়ে আসুন। আজকে যারা বিভক্তি করে সমাজকে ধ্বংস করার চেষ্টা করছেন সেই ধরনের দালালদেরকে বলছি ভবিষ্যৎ আপনাদের জন্য অন্ধকার। সনাতনী সমাজ জেগে উঠেছে। আমি এই প্রান্ত থেকে ওই প্রান্তে ঘুরে গিয়ে দেখছি প্রতিটি মানুষের মধ্যে যে উন্মেষ তৈরি হয়েছে, আর ছলনা করলে কেউ ছাড় পাবেন না। তো সেজন্য আমি আপনাদেরকে বলবো, আপনারা এই অভিযাত্রায় সঙ্গে সংযুক্ত হবেন, আপনারা আমাদের সঙ্গে থাকবেন। তো আপনারা সকলে
And we was getting some big breaking updates coming in. Pakistan is provoking India. Pakistan Cricket Board has now announced that the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 will begin its trophy tour in Islamabad on November 16, covering scenic locations. But those scenic locations are in POK, including locations such as Muzaffarabad, Hanza, apart from others. Notably, other locations lie in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, POK region. Big update coming in right now. And I want to go across to Kishtwar joining us. We are seeing that the PCB has said that they will conduct the tour with the Champions Trophy across the country. But what is raising the eyebrows is they've announced areas in POK in the list of destinations, Kishtwar, and this is definitely raising an eyebrow. Go ahead, Kishtwar. Okay, little bit of technical problem getting ahead to Kishtwar, who is in Islamabad in Pakistan, and we will try to get across to him so he has more details. But announcement coming in the backdrop of the big controversy with BCCI making it very clear that Indian team will not travel to Pakistan due to the ties and security concerns. Now, Pakistan is holding the hosting rights for the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. Now, PCB has just put a tweet out on X. Get ready, Pakistan. The ICC Champions Trophy tour kicks off in Islamabad. And this is what they're writing. Visiting scenic travel destinations. And when they say scenic travel destinations, what they mean to say is that this is from these list of destinations that are also in POK. Kishtwar, I'm glad to have you back. And take a view through this post that PCB has put out, Pakistan Cricket Board, and they have mentioned POK, I repeat, POK locations as part of the destinations, as part of the tour.
Well, you have rightly pointed out that the Pakistani authorities have announced that the Champions Trophy will be available for the residents of Muzaffarabad, Hunza, Sugardu, Gilgit, and other parts of which Pakistan believe they are the part of Pakistan. It will be available, and Hunza is included, Gilgit-Baltistan is included, Muzaffarabad is included, and there is no denying that. I have spoken to some of the authorities in Pakistan, and they confirm that this trophy, the Champions Trophy, will be available for the residents from 16th of this month until 21st of this month. And you have rightly pointed out that Muzaffarabad is included. It will also available for the residents of Sugardu, Hunza, Gilgit-Baltistan, and everything. And definitely, the world knows that India believes these are disputed territories. But when we talk about the Pakistani authorities, they deem it as a Pakistan's integral part. So Pakistan has actually dismissed the criticism by the Indian side as well. But what we all know is that Champions Trophy will be available to look at in Hunza, Muzaffarabad, and other parts of the Gilgit-Baltistan from 16 to 21. And when we talk about Indian sides as well, definitely India believes these are disputed territories. And in this case, in this background, it can be an act of provocation by the Pakistan side.
Right. Thank you for joining us there, Kishtwar, with all the details. Kishtwar reporting live for us all the way from Pakistan, Islamabad. We have to take a short break right now, but do not go anywhere. We have a lot more coming up, and we keep our viewers updated on the latest breaking updates. Indian students protest outside Oxford Union over Pakistan ISI-funded anti-India debate. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
कांग्रेस हमेशा झूठ बोलती है। कांग्रेस 370 को पुनः लाना चाहती है। कौन बोले भाई, कब बोले?
Congress takes U-turn on Article 370 abrogation after Shah's assertion. Congress retaliates and accuses Shah of spreading lies.
स्वयं उद्धव ठाकरे जी की शिवसेना भी शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे बोलने लगी। उन्होंने भी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बोलना छोड़ दिया। तो मुझे लगता है कि जब वो नहीं कहते तो शहजादे का तो कहने का सवाल ही नहीं उठता।
Devendra Fadnavis takes on Rahul Gandhi, questions his refusal to address Bala Sahib as Hindu Hriday Samrat.
घुसपैठियों को संरक्षण देने वाले लोग हैं, जिसमें कांग्रेस नेतृत्व कर रही है। पहले उनको संरक्षण देती है और फिर उनके माध्यम से आदिवासी महिलाओं की आबरू से लेकर आवाज तक कब्जे करवाती है।
Infiltration threat in Jharkhand becomes the biggest talking point. BJP calls out the sovereign government. Indian students protest outside Oxford Union over Pakistan ISI funded anti-India debate. Delhi AQI plummets to severe category. Government imposes GRAP 3 measures to contain rising pollution. Donald Trump takes firm stand on conflict, says his administration will end the Russia-Ukraine war.
And first up, we got across to breaking news coming in. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has criticized the Congress and the JMM, accusing them of prioritizing infiltrators by distributing LPG cylinders, Aadhaar cards, jobs and other benefits meant for common people. Sarma's remarks that came in response to a statement by Congress leader Ghulam Ahmad Mir. You would remember Republic was the first to get you that response from the Congress after filing that in-depth investigation report by Republic on how infiltration is on the rise. And after those chilling revelations, the Congress JMM that actually went out to say that they support this, and anyone who wants to come to this side will be provided all the necessary help. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, who's criticized the Congress and the JMM, accusing them of prioritizing infiltrators by distributing LPG cylinders, Aadhaar cards, jobs and other benefits. Let's listen into that statement.
या जो भी हो 450 में सबको सिलेंडर मिले।
देखिए, जो हमने इतना दिन बोल रहा था कि पूरा कांग्रेस और जेएमएम घुसपैठियों को सिलेंडर देना, नौकरी देना, आधार कार्ड देना, जमीन देना, यही काम में वो लोग व्यस्त थे। ये लोग घुसपैठियों को नागरिक से ज्यादा अधिकार देना चाहते हैं। क्या नहीं दिया है? आधार कार्ड देते हैं, जमीन देते हैं, मुखिया का पद देते हैं, अभी सिलेंडर भी देगा, नौकरी भी देने वाला है, तो जनता इनको सबक सिखाएगा ना।
And let me cut across to Prakash joining us this afternoon. Prakash, the political battle that is getting fiercer ahead of what will happen as far as the Jharkhand result is concerned. Yes, it is the BJP coming down heavily on the JMM Congress as far as their support to infiltration is concerned.
Suesha, the BJP has been raising this issue of infiltration for quite some time, for the past 6 months or so, ever since Hemanta Biswa Sarma landed here in Ranchi from Assam, and when he was made in charge of the BJP along with Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Now, yesterday's statement by Ghulam Muhammad Mir, the Congress in charge of the state of affairs of Jharkhand, that if the Congress and JMM comes to power, they will provide a cylinder at a rate of rupees 450 to Hindus, Muslims and Guspatias. Meaning by, he says that the gas cylinder subsidy would be provided to the Guspatias as well. So it is a kind of a self-goal that the Congress party has inflicted upon itself. And the BJP has got a talking point, an issue which was raked up by Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday, hitting out at the Congress party that they are promoting Guspatias. Hemanta Biswa Sarma time and again has said that they are not against the Muslims who resides in India, but against the infiltrators or be of any caste, religion. They are against them. And the word Guspatia used by Ghulam Muhammad Mir has become the talking point for the BJP. And since today morning, every BJP leader is charging up against the JMM Congress, despite the clarification made by the JMM and the Congress that the BJP is calling every Muslim Guspatias. So it's a very critical phase of elections ahead of the second and the last phase of elections, which is slated to be held on 20th of November in the Kolhan belt. The Kolhan belt comprises of the JMM, a stronghold where the tribal population is also there and sizable number of Muslim population is also there in the Dumka, Deoghar, Santhal Pargana area, not Kolhan, Sultan Pargana area. So that is a very critical phase where the BJP is very weak. It's not a BJP stronghold, and that's what the BJP wants to penetrate into the vote bank of the tribals as well as the other voters by raking up this issue. And in a way, Congress party has inflicted a self-goal on itself by saying they would provide gas cylinder subsidy to the Guspatias as well. And Hemanta Biswa Sarma has been time and again pointing out that the JMM BJP is promoting the Guspatias by providing them gas cylinder subsidy, providing them fake Aadhaar card, fake documents, and as we heard his statement that even office bearers in the local bodies elections as well, they can contest by furnishing fake documents. Back to you.
Oh yes, and this clearly has become the biggest election point as far as Jharkhand fight is concerned. Prakash, do stay on with us as we continue to play out both sides of the story. JMM leader Manoj Pandey, who has in fact backed Congress's Jharkhand in charge Ghulam Ahmad Mir's statement affirming the party's commitment to provide LPG cylinders at 450 rupees for all, regardless of community or background. Pandey has emphasized that the offer would cover Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, tribals, non-tribals and Dalits, refuting BJP's claims linking Muslims with infiltration. Listen in.
देखिए, भाजपा को मुद्दा लगता होगा क्योंकि जहां हिंदू मुसलमान का कोई भी एक आ गया, उसमें उसकी झलक आ गई तो बस मुद्दा हो गया। मीर साहब ने स्पष्ट रूप से बोला कि हम सबको देंगे और देंगे, जुमलेबाजी हम नहीं करते, सभी को देंगे। कहने का मतलब हिंदू, मुसलमान, सिख, ईसाई, आदिवासी, गैर आदिवासी, हरिजन, दलित, तमाम लोगों को। घुसपैठिया भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नजर में कौन है? अगर मुसलमान हो गया तो वो घुसपैठिया हो गया, आदिवासी है तो वो उग्रवादी हो गया, सिख है कोई, पंजाबी है तो वो खालिस्तानी हो गया। इसलिए उन्हीं की भाषा में मीर साहब ने बोला कि घुसपैठियों को भी देंगे, मतलब उन तमाम मुसलमानों को देंगे जो हमारे नागरिक हैं, हमारे यहाँ के हैं, यहाँ के मूलवासी हैं, यहाँ के वासी हैं, यहाँ रहते हैं, उन तमाम लोगों को। तो मिर्ची लग गई भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। हम कृतबद्ध हैं, प्रतिबद्ध हैं, हम 450 रुपये में सिलेंडर देंगे तो देंगे और हमारी बातों पर यकीन भी है लोगों को।
And while the BJP says over and over again that this is the issue of infiltration, it is the JMM Congress that is saying that the BJP is communalizing this issue. Let's listen in to how Gaurav Bhatia from the BJP reacted.
हम लोग इस मकसद से आए हैं कि भगवान बिरसा मुंडा जी की जो सीख है, अपनी माटी के लिए न्यौछावर हो जाना, अपनी अस्मिता के लिए न्यौछावर हो जाना, तो हम भी सुनिश्चित करेंगे कि यहाँ की भूमि जो झारखंड के निवासी हैं उन्हीं के लिए है, ये हमारी माँ के समान है। लेकिन जो घुसपैठिए हैं, जो मुद्दा हम उठा रहे हैं, ये जेएमएम और कांग्रेस के लिए दामाद की तरह है। कल एक बयान आया था जिसमें कहा गया कि जो गैस के सिलेंडर भी हैं ये घुसपैठियों को दिए जाएंगे। नहीं, जैसा गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी ने कहा है, चुन चुन के घुसपैठियों को बाहर निकाला जाएगा। और जो सरकार है जेएमएम और कांग्रेस की, वो कहती है चुन चुन कर घुसपैठियों के साथ ब्याह कराया जाएगा, जिससे कि उनकी माटी छीनी जाए, जिससे कि हमारी बहनों की अस्मिता छीनी जाए। और ये यहाँ की जनता और भारतीय जनता पार्टी कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी।
And shifting focus to Karnataka now, as a luxurious renovation of Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaia's office in Vidhan Soda that has sparked massive controversy as Bengaluru continues to battle issues of pothole-ridden roads. The posh makeover featuring premium lighting, a fancy bathroom and an ante-chamber that has reportedly costed the exchequer over 2.5 crore rupees. Government sources claim that the renovation was necessary due to wall seepage rather than for Vastu reasons. However, critics argue that the extensive remodeling risks altering Vidhan Soda's heritage integrity, raises questions about priorities in public spending amid pressing civic issues. Listen in. All right, before we play out any responses on this, I'd also like to cut across to Deepak joining us from the newsroom. But before that, I'd like to cut across to Sri Lakshmi joining us from the Kannada newsroom to take us through this whole controversy of the kind of money that was spent in this renovation and how critics are taking on Siddaramaiah very strongly over the priorities of the Siddaramaiah government.
Well, Suesha, it is said that Siddaramaiah is known as a socialist leader, and he's known for his socialist views. But now his office has gone to a makeover, which has made us, raise several questions. Premium luxurious lightings have been put up, a lot of decorations, fancy bathroom and antechamber renovation has been done. It is said that we can see that in the picture, and Siddu's cabin in Vidhan Soda gets a posh makeover. Now, government sources claim that the renovation costing the exchequer more than 2.5 crore. On the other hand, we can see that it is said, the opposition party has alleged that there is no money in exchequer to spend on government schemes. Many MLAs have complained that they're not getting money for developmental works. And for these guarantee schemes also, it is said that the state is running out of money. Though the government has not confirmed it, many critics have said that. At this point of time, when the state is facing many such civic issues, and on the other hand, when Congress government is facing many corruption issues, is it necessary to go for one such renovation which has costed a huge money to the exchequer? That's what the critics are asking, Suesha. And now we can see the list of renovations that has been done: electrical fittings, new flooring, new ceiling work, new washroom renovation, antechamber renovation, restrooms renovation, new furniture fittings and appliances. So many things have been done over there. Now the big question is, earlier we can remember at this point of time the Hublot watch scam which had happened in yesteryears regarding Siddaramaiah. At that point of time also Siddaramaiah had said that he is a socialist and never had a black spot in his career regarding spending lavishly and regarding corruption. But now he is facing so many corruption charges on one hand, and on the other hand, this kind of lavish renovations are going on. Now the critics are asking that when Bangalore roads are full of thousands and thousands of pathholes, when BBMP has got no money even to fill the pathholes, and civilians are, giving their lives
Right.
Is it necessary at this point of time to for such renovations? And critics have also criticized that this is for Vastu, but Chief Minister's office has claimed that this is not for Vastu renovation, but this is for some seepage water leakage this has done. Back to studio.
All right, do stay on with us. Let me quickly bring in Deepak also. Deepak, the pictures are doing a tell-all story of the kind of money that has been splurged to get such luxury at a time when people are struggling to get basic public infrastructure.
That's right, Suesha. Now, this is a tale of two indie governments. First, we saw what happened in the national capital. Kejriwal splurged on his own chief minister, on his own office. And then a similar mindset is now resonating in Karnataka as well, with Chief Minister Siddaramaya's government sources are claiming that over 2.5 crore rupees have been spent on this extravagant renovation of the Chief Minister's office. Now, let's try to understand who the Chief Minister is. The Chief Minister has a lot of scams against his name. Muda scam, Valmiki scam, and now even the liquor scam has hit the Congress administration under his rule. And amidst all of this, there's also another pertinent issue that has not been addressed by the Congress government. That is the shortage of funds. In fact, DK Shivkumar in the recent past has come out and said that they don't have funds for development, they don't have funds to fill up potholes, they don't have funds to fulfill the guarantees that were promised ahead of the elections. And now what we see here is how the priorities of the Congress government in Karnataka are completely misplaced. Instead of allocating funds for development of constituencies to their respective MLAs, we have brand new sofas, extravagant ceilings, luxurious lighting, teak wood and whatnot. Well, this goes on to show how the indie bloc's mindset is the one of a VVIP mindset, because we've seen it in Delhi and now we're seeing a rerun on a minor scale in Karnataka.
Oh yes, absolutely. And we'll try and get more responses to this story. For the moment, Deepak and Sri Lakshmi, I want to thank you for joining us. All right, moving on to Maharashtra now, where Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has questioned the Congress and its ally Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena. This over their hesitation in addressing Balasaheb Thackeray as Hindu Hriday Samrat, a title that is often associated with the late leader by the BJP. Now, Fadnavis has pointed to Prime Minister Modi's remark asking whether Rahul Gandhi would refer to Thackeray by this title. Let's listen into that statement by Devendra Fadnavis.
आज प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने स्पीच के दौरान कहा कि महाविकास आघाड़ी के एक नेता हैं, वो राहुल गांधी से, उन्होंने कहा शहजादे राहुल गांधी से कहे के तो बताएं कि क्या वो हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाल ठाकरे कहेंगे कि नहीं। एक बारी भी नहीं कहा उन्होंने। अगर वो कह सकते हैं तो ही विल बी ब्लेस्ड बाय बाल ठाकरे।
बिल्कुल सही बात है। अरे भाई, उनको हिंदू हृदय सम्राट कहा जाता है। और इतना ही नहीं, हमारे महाराष्ट्र में जो समृद्धि महामार्ग बना उसका नाम बालासाहेब ठाकरे महामार्ग नहीं है, उसका नाम हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बालासाहेब ठाकरे महामार्ग है। हमारे यहाँ जो अस्पताल बने उसका नाम बालासाहेब ठाकरे अस्पताल नहीं है, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बालासाहेब ठाकरे हॉस्पिटल है। हमारे यहाँ जो गोरेवाड़ा का जू बना उसका नामकरण हुआ तो बालासाहेब ठाकरे प्राणी संग्रहालय नहीं हुआ, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट। जब सरकार हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बालासाहेब ठाकरे नाम देती है तो उद्धव जी के साथी कांग्रेस वाले क्यों घबराते हैं बोलने में? क्या उनको डर है? क्यों शर्म आती है? क्यों शर्माते हैं? अरे थे, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट थे, उनको ये पदवी मिली थी। मुझे ये बताइए कि लोकमान्य तिलक का नाम लोकमान्य नहीं था, लोगों ने पदवी दी थी इसलिए लोकमान्य बने वो। इसी प्रकार से ये हिंदू हृदय सम्राट थे। आजकल तो शहजादों को छोड़ दीजिए, राहुल जी को छोड़ दीजिए, स्वयं उद्धव ठाकरे जी की शिवसेना भी शिवसेना प्रमुख बालासाहेब ठाकरे बोलने लगी, उन्होंने भी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बोलना छोड़ दिया। तो मुझे लगता है कि जब वो नहीं कहते तो शहजादे का तो कहने का सवाल ही नहीं उठता।
And while the BJP terms the Congress Hindu-phobic, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on this issue has openly dared Rahul Gandhi to address Balasaheb Thackeray as Hindu Hriday Samrat. Listen into that statement.
मुंबई तो बाला साहब ठाकरे के सिद्धांतों का शहर है।
मुंबई स्वाभिमान का शहर है, लेकिन अगाड़ी में एक ऐसा दल है जिसने बाला साहब का अपमान करने वाली कांग्रेस के हाथ में अपना रिमोट कंट्रोल दे दिया है। और इसलिए मैंने इन्हें चुनौती दी थी कि कांग्रेस के मुंह से, कांग्रेस के शहजादे के मुंह से बाला साहब ठाकरे की प्रशंसा के लिए कुछ बात जरा बुलवा के दिखा दीजिए। अरे एक बार तो कांग्रेस के शहजादे से मुंह से निकलवाइए, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहब ठाकरे। और जिस दिन आप इतना करवा लोगे ना, आपको सचमुच में अच्छी नींद आएगी, कभी अस्पताल नहीं जाना पड़ेगा।
And on to other stories that are making news. The centre has reimposed the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, that is AFSPA, in 6 districts of Manipur, including the violence-hit district of Jiribam. This decision follows a series of violent incidents, including a gunfight in Jiribam where 11 terrorists were killed and the abduction of 6 civilians by armed terrorists. Since May 2023, ethnic violence in the state has left over 200 dead and thousands displaced. In response to alarmingly high pollution levels, Commission for Air Quality Management has imposed GRAP 3 restrictions in the Delhi NCR belt. The restrictions that will be effective from today and include a ban on construction and demolition activities, suspension of mining-related operations, as well as restrictions on interstate buses. Additionally, schools have been advised to shift to online classes for primary students. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar visited the BAPS Hindu Mandir in Abu Dhabi yesterday. During his visit, Dr. Jaishankar highlighted the temple's role as a symbol of harmony between India and UAE and emphasized the strong cultural ties between the two nations. Indian students joined by people from Jammu and Kashmir protested outside the Oxford Union in the UK against the Pakistan ISI-funded debate on Kashmir, where terrorist associates have been invited to speak on Kashmir. Indian students raised slogans like Jammu Kashmir was, is and will always be India's. The Oxford Union is facing a lot of flack after it organized a debate on independent Kashmir and invited speakers with alleged links to terrorism and extremism. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we take you through those details as Congress has taken a U-turn on Article 370 abrogation. After Shah's assertion, Congress retaliates and accuses Shah of spreading lies. They said that they never wanted the restoration of Article 370.
Director, the taste of success.